Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California. A few quick announcements. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization. So please consider donating through Streamlabs if you want to pull that up instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal, just put in F11, perfect. Yep. As YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut, that's streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. We do prioritize messages that are made via Streamlabs. To read a message is $100 and up. We will read those in batches, typically every 30 to 60 minutes. But if you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation at hand, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. $200 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. We do have a slight stream and moderation delay with the TTS. You can mute a microphone, request a fit check, pickle jar, pop a champagne bottle. So we have a whole bunch of options. For one Ethereum, we'll pop a bottle of Cristal. You can see the description for all details. Now, if you want to just tip and have 100% of your contribution go towards us, no platform fees, no cut, you can via Venmo or Cash App. That's Whatever Pod on both. Link for that is in the description. I'll shout you guys out. We have channel memberships. To become a member, it's just $5 a month, and you can hit the join button below the video to do that. We're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow on the Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. We got merch, shop.whatever.com. If you buy something during the show, Streamlabs will show it, and we will give you guys a shout out. Follow us on Instagram at Whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at Whatever. Just tab on over to the Instagram tab. Yep. So there it is, Whatever Instagram. If you want, like I said, if you want to be on the show, DM there. Follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. And check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. Because all labia can't matter until big labia matter. Really the pressing issue of our time. If you can't catch the full shows, we have a clips channel. Link for that is in the description. We also have a Discord, discord.gg/whatever. We post our stream schedule, behind the scenes, hate mail, a bunch of other cool stuff. Disclaimer, the views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the Whatever channel. With that said, without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, occupation, where are you from, and education.
Hi, my name is Sam. I'm from Florida, and I'm 19, and I do content creation.
All right. What kind of content?
Adult entertainment.
Okay. Any sort of, like what kind?
Explicit content.
Did you do BG content?
Not necessarily. I don't really post that necessarily. It's it's just a form of entertainment through content I post. Kind of like an inside of my life, just a little bit more in depth than what I would post on like Instagram or Snapchat.
Okay. And any college or anything like that?
No. I did graduate, but I just haven't gone for any of that stuff yet. But I do want to go into marketing and stuff, just haven't.
Sure. Okay. What about you?
Hi, I'm Alien. I'm 26. I work at a factory or warehouse or whatever, plus I kind of do my own thing. And then I'm also from Arizona.
Okay. Any education, college, anything like that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get your bachelor's?
Well, I kind of dropped out unwillingly, but I went to college, yeah.
Okay. And you do OF, is that correct?
Sometimes, yeah. Like it's up there, but I don't really participate in it.
Okay, got it. That chair, I apologize. This chair is incredibly squeaky. Okay, what about you?
My name is Sarah Tasha. I'm 29 years old, and I'm a poet. I also have a master's in public administration from USC.
Sorry, could you repeat your age again? Sorry.
29.
29, got it. Mm-hmm. And master's from USC in what again?
Public administration.
Public administration, okay. And where are you from?
Reynoldsburg, Ohio is where I was born.
From Ohio, got it. Okay, what about you?
Yeah, my name is Nazanin Noble. I'm 47. a business owner, a bachelor's degree in English, entrepreneur, tech enthusiast, life coach from LA.
Okay. Right. What about you?
Hi, I'm Tiffany. I'm 19. I go to UCSB. I'm majoring in poli-sci and econ, and I'm from here.
All right. Welcome.
Hey, my name is Val. I'm 30 years old, and I consider myself an underground comedian. I'd like to shout out my fans. I have a new name for you guys. You guys are meanie babies. Other than that, I barely went to school. I just went as little as legally possible, so that's where I'm at. I have some college. That's about it.
Okay. All right. What about you?
My name is Felicity. I'm 18 from Santa Barbara, and I'm a dental assistant. And I go to college for business.
All right.
My name's Jimbob. I go by Made by Jimbob. I'm a political cartoonist, and I do social commentary at Made by Jimbob on YouTube, and you can find me on Made by Jimbob on Instagram. I also brought Shameless Grift, Brian, 3 of my books. You can
For
keep
me?
them. Yeah, they're for you.
I'll put them on my bookshelf
Yeah,
back
you will
here.
giggle at those.
Awesome. Thank you, man.
The first
Appreciate
2 volumes are sold out. There's 3 left.
Illuminormi,
Yep.
Post-Truth Booster, Cultura ad absurdum.
You're going to love them.
Thank you. Appreciate the gift. That's very kind. All right, cool. And wait, so did you say where you're from?
I'm from
Sorry,
Colorado.
I was so focused on your books.
that's good.
Okay, you're from
That's good.
Colorado. Got it. Perfect. And did you get like a degree from somewhere, or did
I mean, I got an associate's
associate
degree.
degree?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. All right, cool. So we're gonna go around the table once more. What is everybody's current relationship status? If you're single, how long have you been single? And what's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Go ahead.
I am in a relationship, and I've been with him since last October.
All right. So
8 months.
what's 8 months?
Yeah.
Or wait. Yeah. Okay. Longest relationship?
2.5 years.
2.5 years. Okay. From what age to what age was that relationship?
That was 16 till 18.
Okay. How soon after that breakup did you meet your current boyfriend?
I met him last June, so it took a couple months.
Okay. Who broke up with who in the 2.5-year relationship?
I broke up with him. It was a domestic relationship. It was pretty bad, actually. So.
Oh, so you were abusing him, or?
Oh no! Oh, you think? I know he was abusing me, but.
Oh, you said domestic violence.
Yeah, him on me.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I got a couple hits in for sure. But,
for sure.
But he got a little more than me, so yeah, I left him.
Okay, so he was the aggressor.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then, how long have you been doing the OnlyFans?
Since last December, it's recent, it's new.
So, you met your current boyfriend, and then you were not doing sex work, but now you're doing sex work.
Yeah, so I started it with him last December, mid-December.
Mm-hmm. Was he like pushing you to start it?
No,
or?
it was my idea.
Your idea.
I was actually working for him. He was my boss. I was working in automotive and sales. I really like cars, but then I just kind of got bored and I made it, and that was kind of it, and it kind of worked. So I started using what was at my hands,
Okay. All right. What about you?
I'm single.
How long have you been single?
Basically all my life. I had situationships, but never really had a real relationship.
Okay. And what about the trees? Weren't you in love with a tree?
Yeah, I'm still in love with him. I still go see
Him?
Yeah.
How do you know? Well, I guess trees do have a sex, right? They
Yeah.
Do you check? How do you check the sex of a tree?
I believe that majority of trees that are just planted around are male.
They're mostly male.
Yeah, they're mostly male. That's why the pollen from the trees are so
Okay. How many
picked up.
how many relationships with trees have you had?
Well, it just depends on what type of relationship we're talking about. Like I have
Sexual relationship.
I don't have sexual relationships, but I have like one that I call my babe, and then the other ones I go and see as like an ancestor type of thing, or I
Okay.
look at it as a friend or whatever.
So like a giving tree situation.
Sure.
That's what's up.
If you found out the tree was a woman, would you consider yourself bi?
I wouldn't care.
Has a tree ever cheated on you?
I mean, probably.
Switch quick.
More than likely.
It's the roots. Oh, it's the roots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They communicate through their roots, so whatever is probably already always there is probably communicating to like the other trees around. Like, this crazy bitch keeps coming over and calling me babe. You know what I mean? But I love it, so it's whatever.
That's what's up.
It's whatever. Wait, so, okay, to be clear though, you have been single your entire life.
Yeah. Basically.
You've never, what's the longest period of time you've dated a guy?
6-8 months.
6 to 8 months, but you didn't call him boyfriend, girlfriend?
No, I don't really look to date like that.
I see. Okay. Have you ever told a guy or a girl you love them?
No.
Okay, so you've never been in love? Have you been in love with a tree?
I love all trees, yeah.
No, like I get, but love in love.
In love.
In
no.
love.
Well, maybe. It depends. It depends on like the type of tree that, because listen, I'm weird, so don't let me get into it, because then I'll start delving into like different things and you're gonna be like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, sure. What about you?
That totally.
Relation? Yeah.
Like, what was the question?
Yeah. It's fine. I can see how that could throw you off. I'll repeat it. So, relationship status.
Okay. I'm currently dating exclusively, and I am technically legally married right now.
Technically, legally. Wait, it's okay. But you're not currently dating the guy who you're technically legally
No, I'm not.
married to.
I've been trying to divorce him for 2 years now.
I see. Okay. Wait, so how long have you been seeing this current guy?
About 3-4 months now.
Okay. And
Oh yeah, longest relationship was the marriage.
the marriage. Okay.
About 5
How long
years.
have you guys been separated?
2 years, 2-3 years.
2 to 3. Okay. And you're Muslim, is that correct?
I am.
Okay.
Assalamu alaikum.
Okay. How long has it been your whole life that you're?
No, I reverted about 6 years ago.
Okay. Was your husband, is he Muslim?
He says he is.
What do you mean he says he is? What does that mean?
Because to be Muslim, you have to, have some character developments there, and they weren't there during our relationship.
I see. Okay. All right. Cool. Is your current boyfriend or whatever guy you're dating, is he Muslim?
He's not.
He's not. Okay. Is that a problem for you, I guess?
It is. Technically in Islam, you're not allowed to marry a man that isn't Muslim.
What about a tree?
I don't think that's been recorded in the hadith, like a situation like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. All right.
I can't answer that one.
Well, we'll get into some of that stuff in a bit, but what about you?
Well, longest relationship was my marriage. I've been married twice, one for 13 years and the other one from a start to divorce, like 8 years. Technically, these two were the longest relationships that I've ever had. I haven't been in, and I'm single right now.
You're single now.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I haven't been out of marriage. I haven't been actually in a relationship, to be honest with you.
Okay. How long have you been single?
Since 2018.
So let's say, 7 years?
Yeah, willingly single.
What do you mean willingly single?
It's for me is it's just not easy to accept people in my life. It's not that easy. It has to take its time, and there's no rush for it, and I've been busy with business, and basically
You have kids, right?
yeah, I have a daughter. She's 25.
Just one kid?
Yeah.
Okay. And is that from your first marriage or your second marriage?
First marriage.
First marriage. Okay. And then trying to think here. Nope, that's not going to get me. So, one kid. Have you not dated anybody? You said you've been single for 7 years.
Yeah.
Have you not dated anybody for 7 years?
Yeah.
So have you been celibate for 7 years?
You could say that, yeah.
What do you mean I could say that?
There are things you do to take care of yourself. You need. You do that,
Sure.
but with somebody, no.
Okay.
And it's because I have my own weird ways of doing things, which is I rather be on my own than being with someone or around someone that I have to tolerate them. So I don't think you have to tolerate anybody. You have to. I believe you have to be willingly want to be around someone and whenever you want, and it's just not something you can find in everybody. So you have to take your time. You have to just get to the point that you want to be available, or find someone that would want to willingly be around you. I don't like these social contracts of the way people do it. It just doesn't work for me. So no rush. See what happens.
Okay. And so 2 marriages. Who initiated the divorce in the first marriage?
Me.
Who initiated the divorce in the second marriage?
It was mutual, both of us. And we are best friends now, me and my ex. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And so 1 mutual. Why did you initiate the first one?
We were just 2 different people, completely different people. I'm optimistic, positive. I love life. I try to see beauty in things, and we were just different. He was negative, and the energy was just got to the point that I didn't want to be around that energy. I couldn't be around that energy anymore.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What about you?
I'm taken. I'm in a relationship. It's my first ever one, and
Same guy?
Yeah.
Okay. How long have you
And
guys been together?
We've been together for 1 year and 5 months now.
Gotcha. And there's been a bit of confusion as to, like, is he the Christian nationalist guy, or?
Yeah.
I think originally maybe you misspoke. You said he was a white.
Well, those things go hand in hand, but like.
Okay. Got it.
Usually, but Christian nationalist.
Got it. Okay.
Can someone explain what that is? What is a
Yeah.
Christian
Tiffany,
nationalist?
do you want to explain what it?
So a white Christian nationalist would want to maintain America majority white, basically.
Wow. You don't consider yourself. Well, what's your nationality? What's your ethnicity?
My ethnicity is Korean, but I have a U.S. passport.
Do you not consider yourself a minority?
Well, I am a minority.
So how do you feel about dating someone who's a white nationalist who wants to maintain America to be majority white?
I mean, I'm not into politics like that too much, but I don't really care about what he supports.
Is that the insinuation that he'd prefer it to be majority white?
You don't think that that's disrespectful towards you at all?
No, I mean, he's not saying it has to be 100% white.
But what's the motive there? Is there, like, why is that? You know, what's the difference between diversity
To
and
preserve culture.
what culture?
American.
At all, but like just curious of your mindset.
Are you willing to get plastic surgery to make your face more white?
I'm open to plastic surgery. I actually would love to get a nose job done, but it's not to make myself more white. It's just
Because that's
to
a
make
phenomenon
myself-
in Korea, isn't it?
I mean, yes, I guess if you were to kind of deeply analyze the culture, but I just want to do it to make myself look better.
You're beautiful the way you are. Mashallah.
Yep. Sure. Any question?
Maybe continue with the relationship status.
Okay. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
So
And speak into the mic loud. You're a comedian, right?
I'm nervous.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
is the first time
Just
I've
let
ever-
it out.
This is my
Yeah.
debut.
Loud. Yeah.
So my longest relationship was 10 years. That was my last relationship. I've been single for 6 months.
Okay.
I'm currently on a break right now, but my longest relationship is this one, almost 2 years.
Nice. I have been with my wife for 9 years now, and we have 3 kids. So, but that tree thing
How do you
has me second guessing.
how do you feel about being married for 9 years in this day and age?
I feel like a boomer. I'm honestly, I look out on the street here and I'm like, I don't know how you guys do it today. Like I was lucky to get out of that, honestly. And I'm actually not sure why so little amount of people aren't pursuing, a marriage, something stable, roots in the ground. Why are people running around dating if isn't the ultimate goal of dating, if it works out, is to settle down? Like, what else would the goal be?
I just had a conversation with someone literally this morning at like 4 o'clock in the morning about how having a child is a bigger commitment than getting married, but everyone is having children and not getting married. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I mean, does anyone want to answer that? If they think that like dating's just for fun, if you find the perfect person, doesn't it just follow that you build something with that person? Like,
Yeah, of course.
Does it just stay like neutral or?
I feel like sometimes though, like especially people younger, if they don't wait a while, they have a different, perspective on it. They'll choose something they like over something they love, and within 5 minutes. And I think that's why a lot of relationships on either side tend to fail at this day and age, because of literally that. They find something they like more than whatever they love.
So short-term
Right.
choices?
Right.
Yeah.
Impulsive decisions.
Yeah. I mean, short-term choices, I think, can ruin someone's, not their life. It could ruin their life, but it ruins their prospect for the future.
Because, I mean, I've, in my perspective, I feel like dating somebody is just like every day you wake up and you're like, I'm going to date this person. And then turns out it's 8 years later, 9 years later. And that is commitment in itself. And it's, in a sense, pretty easy. I just feel like a lot of people don't view it that way,
But considering the topic, don't you think that it's possible that you personally, the choice you're making to do what you're doing now, would you say that's a short-term choice as opposed to a long-term choice?
Like me by my boyfriend? Or
Just
by what
pornography, OnlyFans, adult
I
content.
do view it as short term. Obviously, I don't think longevity it would, work, but I do think I have a certain plan with it where I can make it work towards longevity. I'm not just jumping into it because it's a money grab. I am actually, kind of looking at it as a business opportunity. So I think if done well, with me and whoever else who does it, I think it can be done right and not, cringy or however people, view it. It can be done a certain way.
Do you think it minimizes the potential pool of men in this case who would settle down with you and make a family?
No.
It doesn't?
I say that with a little bit of a grain of salt because, I already have a boyfriend, and we're already pretty serious, and I'm pretty sure all that stuff's already locked in. But there is a part, where it's if I started, I don't know if I can say what started. I don't know if I can say it. Whenever I started it, if I was single, maybe there might be a problem, So it kind of depends on your situation, If you want to start it, but you're single, then have that in the back of your mind. You might not find someone because, some guys might not be fine with it, I had a boyfriend before, and we talked about it. It wasn't in the plan, so I didn't do it, but sometimes it just happens, But my boyfriend's much older than me, too, so he has a different view on things.
how
So
much
you-
older is he?
Sorry.
That's okay.
My boyfriend's in his 30s, so...
Like late, like how 30s?
He's mid-30s, so like 35.
And so you were in a relationship when you started?
Yeah, so he was my boss. So I was working in sales for him in automotive. And then just randomly one day I kind of got bored and I made the account. And whenever I started posting on it, my other social medias kind of jumped on it and it worked. And it's kind of been nothing but improving. So I just keep going with it.
Improving, you mean making more money?
Statistics all over, it's not necessarily about the money either. I like the impression I give. I try not to come off on social media as some just that content creator, I like having other stuff like my cars, I like to do stuff on my cars and all that stuff. So I try not to be viewed that way because I feel like there can be a fine line with it and I'm trying to get right in the middle of it. So.
And how long have you been doing comedy?
I haven't really.
Mm-hmm.
I've been doing it since like August. I actually didn't even know. Live streams are always white noise to me. Because I'm like, why wouldn't I just 2x it later? And then I realized I could go in the chat.
Have you
which
done
is really sad.
Have you gone up in front of physical people?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
No, not happening.
Yeah. Well, that's going to be required if you want to call yourself a stand-up comic at least.
I don't want to be a stand-up comic.
Oh, okay.
All right, sorry guys, I had to step away momentarily. Okay, Felicity, you're on a break, and then you're also single, correct? How long single?
6 months.
6 months. Okay, cool. All right. I did want to start off with, let's see. You said you're in an age gap relationship. Is that correct?
Yeah.
What's the age gap?
17 years, I think.
Okay, so you're 19 and he's 36?
Yeah.
Or wait, did I get that right?
Yep.
If my math is mathing. All right. And is he a white guy?
No, he's a black guy.
We have a picture, not of him. Go ahead, pull it up. What the fuck? Honest, and that was on your Twitter.
Yeah.
I got to be honest. I think if you ever get out of the OF, well, just all the OF stuff, but like that picture, I think it's gonna be a problem for a lot of guys.
What's gonna be a problem?
Just that picture, it's gonna be a problem.
I don't understand
that picture. Honestly, all the pictures, the OF stuff, I think it's gonna make dating a little harder.
I'm not really worried about it.
I don't know why I pulled that shit up, but what?
Like, it's okay, because I'm not really worried about it. And, like, even if me and him break up, which we more than likely won't, but if we do, that's okay. Well, I will literally live by myself, because I already have a cat, so I'm technically fine.
Okay.
Honestly, I think it does more good than does harm, so.
Sweet.
When you're doing OF stuff with your partners, do you ever think about your kids, like future children?
Honestly, I don't really want kids. I mean, I thought about it, but not really. I grew up where all my sisters kind of had kids really early on, so it wasn't really something I wanted to do. And I did think about it. If I did, I would make sure OF is long gone. You know, I wouldn't have social media. I'd make sure my kids wouldn't have it till they were old enough to process if they found out. And if I did do that, then oh well. You know, if they found out, they'd realize while they were in a condo in Miami. You know what I mean? So it's okay.
Good times.
Yeah.
Cool. Here, I need to go over a couple things really quick. Anthony, he bought something from our shop, shop.whatever.com, sent in a donation also. Still hoping to find a decent girlfriend. Any suggests? Oh, wait, did it not show up? Hold on, wait. Oh, it did pop up. Okay, I'm tripping. Yo, Anthony, thank you for that. I think he bought a sweater. Unfortunately, Streamlabs, it doesn't show the actual item, but he bought a sweatshirt, hoodie from the whatever shop. So thank you, man. I really appreciate it, Anthony. Okay, so good times. I wanted to come back to you. Do you go to, so I'm not really super familiar with Islam, the faith. Do you go to a mosque every
The masjid? Yes.
Wait, can you open all the way? All the way. Just open. So you go on, is it Sundays or
Fridays, Juma.
Fridays? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, and we had you scheduled like, was it 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago? But like, is it still Ramadan?
No, Ramadan ended March 29th.
March
Yeah.
29th. Okay, so you were like fasting.
I was fasting. Yes.
What isn't the fasting though? It's like just through the day or through sunlight or some shit.
Yeah, so
right?
sunrise, which is Fajr, it was like around 5:40ish in the morning, and then you get to eat again at Maghrib, which is around 7 p.m. So, and it differentiates based on the time zone and like where you're at in the world in the sun. So,
In Islam, are you allowed to have premarital sex?
absolutely not.
That was my question too.
Are you currently having?
If you want me to reveal my sins online,
Not me.
I
Don't put it on me.
totally am engaging in premarital sex. Yeah.
So how do you reconcile the whole Islam thing with the
You
fucking?
ask for forgiveness. I pray.
But I mean, here, maybe you should weigh in. Isn't there like a component? I mean, even in the Christian faith, you're supposed to be striving towards and not making continuous.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the Islam distinction for repentance or anything or confession, but but also isn't under the Islam view don't you hold the view that Allah dictates all?
What do you mean by that?
That Allah dictates everything. So it's like that even your sins would be ultimately dictated by God.
Judged, absolutely.
No, actually dictated, like
Oh, like written
causal
you mean
chain, like determined.
free will
Yeah.
versus yeah. Yes, we believe that your life was already written before.
So
you
Allah
existed.
had you doing premarital sex already anyway. So he needs to you need to forgive him.
Astaghfirullah. No, I mean, no. He has also written for me to ask for forgiveness. So while I'm sinning, it's written for me to be asking for.
So
forgiveness.
you don't forgive using your own free will then. It's actually just like a sort of like a tentacle of God. It's like he's wiggling, like in other words, any movement or thought you have or action you have was already destined to happen and dictated and written by Allah,
Correct.
including the worst of sins.
The worst of the worst.
Do you think it might impede? I know your boyfriend's kind of lukewarm about it. Do you think that might help or hurt?
What do you mean?
Like the premarital sex?
Like, are you asking me if he would be bothered by that being a rule, or like, what do you mean?
Well, you said he was like kind of lukewarm, or no, that was your last boyfriend, right?
My husband.
Your husband, yes. Your husband.
Yes, my husband. He was not practicing 100%. And I think that everyone struggles in their religions, and just in generally speaking. I think it's kind of odd that Islam is viewed as like, maybe it's because the women cover up, but like they're viewed at a higher standard. Like even in Christianity, you're supposed to cover up, and you don't see women walking around in like nun outfits. You know what I mean?
I totally agree.
So it's kind of odd that that's how things are.
It's like you have to strive for perfection, you know?
Get the rocks.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Yeah, get the rocks. Get the rocks.
So
Wait, so I saw your Instagram. Can we pull up the Instagram? All right, there it is. Scroll down a little bit. Pause. Scroll back. Whoa, up. Scroll up. Okay, wait. So don't scroll back down yet. But that one in the bottom left. Mm-hmm. Well, okay, fuck it. Scroll down. Bro. That's looking right down Main Street. Right down Main Street.
if that's where your eyes are gonna go, then that's where your eyes are gonna go. It's not my fault.
How do you reconcile Islam
That's crazy.
and just legs spread.
She already said Allah pre-wrote her Instagram account to do that.
Yeah, technically.
So
but also
Allah's showing it.
Also, I'd say
Wait,
that.
so how does like accountability exist within the religion then?
What do you mean? How does accountability? I think
Like,
the accountability is you.
What's the point of repentance or?
Where's the commitment to the religion? If it's just a word, so it's just a word. So you can just say, I was born as Muslim, but then I want to do whatever I want to do. But why sticking to that when you want to do this? Where's the line?
I think that people, or I would say that I am Muslim, I'm not Islam. So Islam is perfect and I'm not perfect. And I think that especially as someone who, as a woman who is going through divorce, I think I'm expressing my empowerment in a different way. And my Instagram did not look like that 9 months ago. I think I've overgone like a transformation of some sort.
Can you tell me though, because if you hold an Islam view, ultimately something like empowerment would have to be filtered through the Muslim view, right? So can you tell me how a picture like that is considered empowerment under Islam?
I don't think I hold the Islamic perspective because I'm not Islam, I'm a Muslim. So
that's like me saying I'm a Christian, but I don't hold to Christian doctrine.
No, that's not like you saying that. What I'm saying is I have a human way of thinking, and my human way of thinking is not as perfect as the Islamic law.
But so you're saying that's not empowerment?
No, I'm saying that my woman empowerment and how I view it is completely separate from Islam and how they view woman empowerment. Women empowerment through Islam is projected to be hijab, fully covered, abstaining from sex, you wait until you're married, all that.
Okay, separate from Islam, what do you think woman empowerment actually is, then, from your view?
In this day and age, I definitely think it's owning who you are. Owning who you are, owning your body, owning your right to choose. I think that while we have religious beliefs in general, it doesn't fully align with current day and age. And it takes a special kind of person to be able to persevere through. Am I allowed to cuss? I don't know if I'm allowed to cuss, but like be like, fuck what's going on in this day and age. I'm going to just fully be submerged in my religion. That takes a special kind of human being. And I have my flesh too. Like, I'm not perfect. Like I said, I'm not Islam, I'm a Muslim.
It seems like this day and age, what you're doing is actually the easier thing to do, and the rebellious thing to do in this day and age is actually be humble and subtle, right? That seems to be harder, especially in the West.
I agree.
Would you agree?
I agree.
To be modest is actually the challenge. So that's why I think like empowerment, if empowerment for women means basically share your body and call it liberation, I think it's easy to do that. It's not, it doesn't take much. So that's why I'm like wondering how could someone call it empowerment if it's so easy to do?
I disagree with that only because a lot of people are not confident and comfortable with their bodies.
Well, if someone's uncomfortable in principle in showing their body, would you equate that with that they're not confident in their body? Because I could see how someone could be confident in their body but just not share it with the entire world.
That's why I said it's not like or, because you could be confident with your body and be uncomfortable showing it, or you can be comfortable with your body and be uncomfortable showing it.
Okay. Are you committed to marrying or remarrying a Muslim man?
Yes, I'm still Muslim, and I still would like to marry a Muslim man.
But a liberated, empowered man who likes his wife half naked.
I don't think
spread eagle on Instagram. Because just to call you out, you called her out for, correctly so, by the way. You said, "Don't you think what you're doing now could affect the future of having children?"
I didn't call you out.
Well,
I was asking you a question.
Well, no, it's a good question, though.
About that. You were okay.
No, it's fine. I'm not saying it like confrontational. I'm saying that that's a good question. But you need to ask yourself the same question specifically because if you're looking for a Muslim man, they're going to be even more rigorous than the modern man that you're probably questioning her about. When he sees that, you know, what is this potential strict, let's say a strict Muslim practitioner is going to say about that?
I don't think, with where I'm at in my life, I don't think I would be in a situation where I'd be married to a strict Muslim man.
So a weak Muslim man.
I wouldn't say weak either. I think there's different levels of commitment in religion across the board. And it is currently a conversation on my Instagram. I don't hide that I'm Muslim. I say alhamdulillah, astaghfirullah, I speak it in my regular everyday speech. And it stands that regardless of what religious belief that you say you have, I think everyone struggles in some perspective.
Do you think there's as many forms of Islam as there are people?
What do you mean?
I mean, you're saying, well, there's a wide spectrum of people's beliefs and how they hold or practice Islam, but that kind of says that it's like relativist. It's like there's no right way. Are you willing to say that there's no right, correct way to practice Islam?
No, let me rephrase what I said. When I say everyone has religious beliefs, I mean Christianity, Judaism, whatever you believe in, you're not perfect in your religion. So I wasn't saying that you could worship in Islam any type of way you want to. No, what's wrong is wrong. And I don't think that what I'm doing on my Instagram is 100% correct. No, but I also have myself and my flesh and the things that I struggle with.
Would you put a % on incorrect that it is?
It would be 100% incorrect.
From an Islam view?
From an Islamic view of how a Muslim should be dressed, absolutely 100% incorrect. If you want to talk about intention, though, that's a completely different story.
What is the intention with that kind of content?
As I stated, women empowerment. I think, I wasn't asked why I'm going through a divorce, but men have a way of completely breaking you if you allow them to, on a spiritual, mental, emotional, sometimes even physical level. And I was in a marriage where I got broken into pieces, and I allowed him to do that because when you're married to someone, you become immersed in each other's lives, and it's very hard to find that separation line. And it took me a long time to even get to where I'm at and be comfortable with my body and confident in it enough to even post something like that.
I know, but it's just weird because before you criticize this man for being like a lukewarm Muslim, but your reaction to it, your empowerment reaction, your very definition of empowerment is lukewarm Islam.
I disagree with that too, because Islam is not just how you look, it's about how you treat people.
But how you treat yourself, though. But isn't there an element of treating yourself a certain way?
I don't feel in my heart of hearts that I'm mistreating myself.
Okay.
But Islam, and what is more important from my perspective, is how you go about treating humanity over how you look. Because I could look Muslim and be a complete asshole.
I think you're kind of picking and choosing what you want from the religion when you're actually 1 foot in and 1 foot out.
How so when I said my Instagram was 100% wrong?
Wait, say that again?
I said my Instagram and how it looks was 100% wrong in terms of Islamic rules.
Yeah,
so
but in
how
terms
am I
of your
picking
actions, you're still choosing to post those kind of pictures.
Because I have weaknesses as a human being. And that's how I'm going about portraying myself. But how I'm portraying myself is not Islamic, and it is wrong. I didn't pick and choose anything.
You're not making an action, though. You're not consciously choosing to align yourself with the laws of your religion.
What do you mean?
It's in a contradiction. She's saying it's also a contradiction. In one sentence, you're saying this is 100% wrong, and I know it.
Yeah.
And you're calling yourself Muslim, and then premise 2 is this is empowering. So both of those can't be true if you call yourself a Muslim.
That's incorrect, because I would pose the same question to Christians that drink excessively or do drugs but want to call themselves Christians. The fact of the matter is, religion, one of the reasons it exists is because we are all not perfect and we're striving to be perfect.
That's
right?
not a good analogy, though, because a Christian who's a drunkard, which means that he's incapable of fulfilling his duties, not to say someone getting drunk is unchristian. It's that the perpetuation of disabling yourself such that you can't fulfill your duties, that would be unchristian. But even in that example, that Christian it would only be analogous for you to say that if they said this is empowering.
You lost me a little bit.
They would have to say being drunk, which is antithetical to Christianity, being a drunkard. If they said it's empowering, that's what you're saying about those pictures. So you're saying it's totally wrong and inconsistent with Islam, but you're saying it's empowering, whereas the drunkard Christian is not saying it's empowering. They're not defending it. They're just saying they're weak and they need help and they will repent. You're not saying any of that. You're just saying, I'm empowered.
I'm saying that on a flesh level and how I think in this worldly society, it is empowering to me. If on an Islamic level, that's a completely different conversation and it's 100% incorrect. That's where you lost me when you were like, oh, you're choosing stuff from the religion. No, I'm not. It's 100% wrong to post stuff like that on Instagram. It's 100% wrong for me to be sitting here on this podcast with my hair exposed. It's 100%
How do
wrong.
how do you define empowerment?
Haram!
I would define
Get the
empowerment
rocks. Abdul,
by
get the rocks. Get the rocks.
anything that liberates you as the person you want to be. So I'm a woman. Anything that is liberating me as a woman in today's society, I would define as empowering.
Can I add something? I think everyone's just having a hard time because, like, you judged your ex-husband for not being a strong Muslim. So it's like, you know?
I judged him for how he treated people, not how he looked.
Well, not on the way that he looks, but I'm just saying, like, the fact that you're saying, like...
What she's saying is, what if your ex said treating people that way he found empowering? As a man, aggressive man mistreating people, yelling, whatever he's doing, right?
Found like the fact that the way that you're presenting yourself online. Like, I don't have a problem with it, by the way. I don't give a fuck. But like the way that you're presenting yourself, that you're not a strong like Muslim, like the way that you portrayed him earlier. You know what I mean?
I would say that you're entitled to your opinion, and I wouldn't argue with that. However, I think Islam, I think all religions, well, we're talking about Islam. Let me not make this about all religions. In Islam, it is more important how you go about treating people and how you maneuver through the world than how you look. That's a superficial.
Is that written in the book of Islam?
Is what written in the book?
What
Are you talking about the Quran?
Or the Quran, yeah. That treating people in kindness is more important than being modest.
No, it doesn't say that. I can't.
So then why are you making the judgment?
I'm making the judgment because if I decide to come over there and like do something to you physically, wouldn't that be worse than me just sitting here looking like this?
That's coming from your own mind, though. God should be the judge of whether or not.
Do you want to ask him? Would you like to ask him?
Well, we already asked. We already established. That's why it's kind of a roundabout argument, because ultimately Islam holds that it's all determined. So even for you to say these pictures are inconsistent with Islam,
they are.
From me, I would critique and say, well, they can't be inconsistent because those pictures were determined and written by Allah anyway. So that can't be inconsistent with Islam. Allah is determining the way your husband treated other people and you posting those photos.
It is inconsistent with Islam because my life story and my husband's life story and all the Muslims' life stories are not the Quran. It's not the Hadith. It's not Islamic law. Like, we have our own journeys.
So yeah, it's like you have a subjective, you're basically writing your own religion inside of your religion, right?
Allah wrote my life story inside of Islam.
Right, so then it's not inconsistent. It's a determinist view that says Allah, being the dictator of all, pointed and made it so before you even did it that you would do those pictures. So in a sense, a shortcut would be to say Allah posted those pictures, correct?
No, I posted those pictures.
No, but
that Allah wrote.
Allah used you to post those pictures, right?
In some perspective, yeah, if you want to view it that way. Right. And to your point, I do remember it does say there are ayahs, which is like a verse in the Quran that does say that all sins are not equal. It doesn't directly say that modesty is more important than how you treat people, but it does say that sins are not all equal.
Would you say you have a personal relationship with God?
Absolutely. And I don't think my relationship with Allah should be judged by my Instagram.
How should your relationship be judged by?
I actually think it's inappropriate for you to use a photo to say whether someone is
No.
close
My
to
question
God.
was then how should a person?
I don't think you should
Judge
judge.
it.
I don't think you
How
should
should Allah judge your photos, being that He crafted them Himself?
I think Allah is going to judge me on not just the photos, but also the intent behind me posting the photos and what led from me posting those photos, meaning like what the reaction from the public. I'm going to be judged by what people thought, the thoughts that I provoked, and what people did with those photos.
So then why do the laws of Islam exist in the first place?
What do you mean?
If God judges you just based off your intentions
Why put yourself
and
under
your
that
own-
religion? Why saying that you're Muslim? Why just don't break the barrier and say, I don't believe in religion, I do whatever I want to do?
Is that the question you meant to ask? Or like, are these two different questions?
Sort of, yeah.
Okay. Well, first of all, when I was 25, I had a break. I don't know if anyone said they graduated from college with like a bachelor's degree, but like once you graduate, I was so depressed. Like I think when you're in college, it kind of like has a way of making you feel like that's the world, but then you graduate and you're actually exposed to the real world. And I like had a break. When I was Christian, I was so dedicated. I went to Wednesday after church. I went to Sunday church and all that stuff with my mom. I read the Bible. I did research on Christianity. I even took a class in college. And after I graduated, it just wasn't resonating with me. I felt really lost. And I was like, I need to find something to believe in. And I did research, and Islam resonated with me the most. It's a religion of logic.
So you converted
Yes,
to...
it's a
is.
religion of logic, but there's a contradiction in
No,
it.
wait, so you converted
There's
to
no
Islam.
wait, hold on, let me say this. There's no contradiction because it's wrong. If I decide to take a shot right now on the stream,
it can't be
it's
wrong. No, it can't be wrong if Allah dictated it.
Allah can write for you to sin just for it to be a piece in the story of something halal.
But that means Allah sins. That's a contradiction.
No, Allah is not me.
Is Allah the source? Is Allah's nature the nature of good?
You guys, I do not subscribe to this conversation.
I'm just saying. You said there's no contradiction, but as soon as you say you're a Muslim, and then as soon as you start saying, well, what I believe isn't Islam, I am my own person, you're basically taking a Disney character approach to your own religion.
No, I'm
but
not.
we're calling you out and saying, if you're going to declare that you're X, on whatever here, millions of people, millions of Muslims perhaps even listening,
Yeah.
they're going to say, in reference to what are you calling yourself Muslim? And if you don't say Islam, then I'm not sure what you're saying you are, which is what she's asking. What you asked? Why call yourself
Why
something
call
that you're
yourself
not
Muslim
willing
or
to
anything?
hold yourself to? Because you're basically crafting an avatar called you and going, well, I don't need to follow this. This is
No.
my own journey. I'm liberated. And then, but you're saying, but I'm still part of this beautiful religion. This is a contradiction. You can't have both of those things.
It's not a contradiction. You could have a perfect rule book of how you should go about living your life and do your best to strive by that perfect rule book. It's a guideline. Like,
Are you doing
I
your
would
best?
hope. In some ways, yes, absolutely.
How easy would it be to take all those photos down? That's not hard.
It's not hard, but it's connected to my poetry.
Wait,
Poetry.
It is.
One sec. I do have a question on this. So, if there was like I don't know what the specific terminology is, but like let's say there was a scholar of Islam here. Like, what are the names of the priests?
Mufti, Sheikh.
Yeah, and if he was here and he was very clear with you, he was like, yeah, this is in contravention of the faith. Would you dispute him on that, or would you be like, no, you're right?
No, absolutely
Okay.
not.
And then so the cure to, I guess you're acknowledged, is it a sin? Is that how you would categorize
Haram.
it? Haram. Wouldn't the cure simply be to remove the photos from your Instagram?
Yeah.
So, but you're
Well, no. Actually, I take
you're
that
just
back.
like kind of willfully wouldn't the proper procedure be, oh, I've now made a determination and an acknowledgement that this is a sin or haram? But what is stopping you from just, the actual physical labor of getting your phone, going on your Instagram, deleting it? It seems to me like the threshold to actually just ceasing the sinning is pretty low.
I think we're having a conversation about looking Muslim and then behaving like
No, that's a behavior. A photograph of yourself is a behavior.
Yeah, but if I take those down, you're saying I'll look more Muslim,
No,
but
not
I
look.
still will have the same.
That's fine.
Like,
you'll have a proclivity.
flesh.
No, you'll have a proclivity, right? Toward certain things. Because you're calling it poetry. Honestly, I think that's a cop out. But
So
even if I
disrespectful.
gave you that, right? I just gave you, okay, it's poetry. There's a way to do poetry and speak your thoughts and feelings into existence. There's so many ways that aren't that. In fact, the more creative ways move away from that way, because that's the easy way. Guess what? Someone could do the same photos who looks just like you, right? Like a doppelganger. They do the same exact thing, right? Imagine that existed. How would you know the difference between the Muslim and the non-Muslim if there was exactly your Instagram, but it was someone else doing the same exact photos?
You're not supposed to, because you're not Allah, and you don't know what I do off of Instagram.
I'm saying that if that's poetry, is there not other ways that you can say poetry through actions that aren't that, such that you're more consistent with Islam?
Sure.
So why wouldn't you do that if it's possible? You're not that weak, right? You're too weak to suppress your poetry? Like, is that what it is?
I think that I have a way that I want to express myself to the world, and I'm doing that. And this conversation about contradicting myself, I'm a bit confused, because I'm saying that there are perfect guidelines in Islam, and my Instagram is not Islamic. Like, I'm agreeing with that. So there's no contradiction.
We'll come right back to it, but I'm going to let this come through.
Donated $200. Share 2. Do you get consent with the trees? Is that grey? Or at least non-consensual relationship? Islam lady, repent and believe the gospel. W. Jesus Christ.
Okay, call me king. Thank you for the $200 TTS. Really appreciate it. Do you want to respond?
Yeah, I get consent.
The trees speak to you.
Yeah. No, for sure. I've had trees grow towards me and stuff like that, but I'm not out here like effing trees. You know what I mean? I'm just going up.
Yeah, but what about basic firewood? I mean, you don't have to F a tree to take its goods.
What does that mean?
I mean, if you needed firewood from one of your good friends, if you know what I mean, could you just break off a branch?
No, I'm good.
It's like giving trees.
Well, sometimes actually, not a branch, but
We're not going to linger on it for too long. But if there was a mufti, is that what they're called?
A mufti sheikh.
Sheikh?
Sheikh.
What is
Sheikh.
I don't know. Sitting right here, and
Yeah.
he commanded you. I don't know. Is that what he would do? He'd command. He's like, listen, you got to take that down. Would you do it?
No.
Wait, hold on. A rep, not just like two white guys here, but like an actual. He's a Christian. I don't know anything really about Islam.
Okay.
A representative. Someone from, do they have ecclesiastical? Is that a thing? I don't know.
Well, I was born and raised as Muslim, by the way.
Oh, okay. So you might know a bit about this, but
Okay.
Oh,
you
yeah,
had
I know
you
a
had a
lot.
mufti sitting here, sitting where I'm sitting. Hold on, we got to split this. Wait, okay, hold on. It's going
There we
crazy. Guys, okay. And he said, "This is haram. This is in contravention of Islam. You got to take it down. You wouldn't do it.
No. You have to be.
Who then? At what level of somebody in the clergy or whatever it's called in Islam would have to tell you what you're doing is wrong? You have a cure, and when I say cure, you have a fix to the sin or the haram. What?
Yeah, do they have excommunication or do they just use a sword?
You have to be ready to change in order for it not to happen again. And someone forcing you to do something is not going to shift a mindset. Like, I could delete my Instagram, but the
it would
reason why my Instagram looks like that doesn't
And
just
you know
fade
what?
away
We
because I
got to pull
deleted
up
my
a couple
pictures.
other things. We got some other things we got to pull up. We got a couple videos here. Why don't we pull it up?
You could always archive
Oh,
them.
scroll down. So that's your Instagram. Mike, keep going. No, too fast. Go back up. Okay. Up.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, pause there. Click on that one with the flower. Yeah. Is that are you wearing a hijab?
No.
Is that a hijab?
No, that's not a hijab.
Oh, okay. Would that be Oh, I thought it was a hijab.
Scarf. No, that's not a hijab.
Tab over to the video next. Control tab over. Okay, so play this. So this is you.
Oh, that's a performance I just did.
In the Islamic faith, is female on female, whatever this is it halal?
No, it's not.
But then how you do? Why are you doing it? Wait, hold on. And then
singing too, isn't it?
No, I was doing my
okay with
poetry.
this. I don't mind the singing. But next. Okay, play. This is you twerking. Hello.
Can you show this on YouTube?
I'm sure it's fine. Okay, next. This is you being served champagne in a rather, I guess that's a wrapper or something.
Yes.
Okay, next. And then this is your outfit, booty out, cheeks out.
Defend that myself. That looks fun as fuck. I'm not gonna.
Thank you.
How Muslim?
Yeah.
Are you?
They're
How
not.
Muslim are you?
They showed everything.
I don't believe in religion.
Oh, okay,
I mean,
but you grew up.
I grew up. As
You're
Muslim.
from Iran?
Yes.
And wait, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I moved in.
What would they do to her in Iran?
You totally missed the Ramadan
is,
story.
Get the rocks. Yeah. Abdul? Yeah. Get the rocks. Get the rocks.
That's why, I mean, there's a lot of question in my mind because I was born and raised as Muslim, and then I read Quran, and I read Torah, I read Bible, read all of that, and I looked at myself and I was like, yeah, that's a no for me. All of it.
You to be fair though, you seem, correct me if I'm wrong, you still hold kind of a conservative, 100%. Reserved persona.
Yeah, I just don't want to label myself as such, any of them. I'm like, you have one life, you come to this world, go discover, figure this world out on your own and have an idea about what life is. You don't have to submit to any other book that is available. You can read them, have an idea, take what resonate, and just drop what doesn't, and don't label yourself as any. You're a few human being, and you can just live.
I was asking because you seem to come from one extreme and you're not at the other extreme. You're kind of in the middle as far as like reservation, humility, being more humble, reserved. Do you think that the sort of modern conception of liberation, especially from women, tied directly, it just seems to be the case that the most direct form of, quote, liberation happens to be sexual? Do you think that's a misstep for women?
To me, it totally is, because that's why I asked her, how do you define empowerment? Because unfortunately, what we see as, I call it being rebellious towards whatever is being set as rules. That's being rebellious, but that has nothing to do with being empowered. This is my idea. You might not be agreeing with this, but for me, it's like the way I look at every human being. I believe that we're magic, and I believe we start as a thought, an idea. You were an idea. Your parents decided to have a child. So you start as an idea, and through a woman's body, which is a portal of manifesting human beings, we manifest and become physical beings from an idea to what I've become. This to me is magic. It's magical. So that magic is bigger than any kind of religion, any kind of book, any kind of law that you could just read and put yourself under and believe that is have come from
would
God.
you agree that a woman creating a life, you call it magical, do you think that's far more empowering than just showing your cleavage?
100%.
Yeah.
It's to me, it's like it's when I go back to magic, I'm like, this precious magic of human body is very worthy of being treated like a magic that is. It is.
And you're saying if Gandalf, you've seen Lord of the Rings, right?
Yeah.
Well, if Gandalf uses magic the whole entire movie, it wouldn't mean anything, right? So imagine swapping Gandalf. Yeah, I know. Imagine swapping Gandalf's magic for he had boobs instead, and he just showed him the entire movie.
I mean, to me, it's like all women have boobs. Like it's not the different shapes, and there's nothing special and extraordinary for showing it to say that's an empowerment for me.
I do have to let the chat come in. We have actually religious. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Sorry for the delay on this.
I thought the alien tree lover would be the most insane on the show. Then the Muslim not Muslim / Christian opened her mouth. Word salad nom 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 nom.
Yo, thank you for the TTS message. I do really appreciate it. Who is the... Wait, hold on.
It's funny because I don't believe in religion, but I have my own idea
would you say you're in the
respecting a woman, being a woman, and respecting myself. I believe as a woman you have to respect yourself first, then demand respect from men. You can't just be whatever society wants you and programming you as an empowered.
Okay.
You can, submit to that and then call yourself empowered just because this is what society accepts or believes that's an empowerment. That's not it.
It was probably a bunch of dudes who sold women on empowerment, meaning be promiscuity and showing your body.
Yes.
They're all just behind a curtain somewhere.
In terms of religion, would you say you're in the process of discovery, or are you just completely closed off to it?
All your life you're in process of discovery. It never ends. The process of discovery never ends.
So you never fully commit to one?
To religion?
Yeah.
When I wasn't aware of what it was, of course I was. You go through all the as you said, the process of awareness. To me, it was some kind of awareness of what is it. So who wrote this? Why should I, with this limited life time that I have on earth, should believe somebody else's belief about what this earth and life is? Why? Because I tend to question everything. I question myself. I question everything all the time, and I believe everybody has to.
Okay, I'm going to move things on. So even if I'm not even
the sheikh, the mufti,
the ayatollah.
The Ayatollah, I don't know, whoever, comes down and is like, you gotta take down those titty pics. You gonna do it?
I'm not ready to do it. So why would I put myself in a position to force myself to do something I'm not ready to do, just to go back and probably do it again because I wasn't ready in the first place?
To force you to not sin in that you've acknowledged that you're actively doing?
If you force someone to do anything, make any type of change, they're not going to stick to it because they weren't ready in the first place. It's like the hijab. All Muslim women are not wearing the hijab because they're not ready.
You could always archive them.
You can always archive them.
It's not that they're not ready. Some can't. Some they don't have a choice. It's just there's so
definitely not ready.
Yeah,
but there's so many reasons.
Some
you don't
they're
think,
not ready. Some
and you don't think you should live in any particular society that forces people to do things so long as they're not ready?
Wait, what did you say?
Are you okay with a society that allows people to do what they want without using force against them so long as they're not ready to change?
Absolutely not. As I also stated earlier, that some sins are worse than others, and I don't think people should just be allowed to do whatever it is they want to do to whomever.
Okay, I think
but my pictures are not hurting anyone.
Pictures, no, hold on. You running around, I would call that public indecency. You know, I would say that regardless if you weren't ready or not to stop showing your butt cheeks to the public, I would say, well, no, I would actually forcefully remove you from the street.
Fortunately, I think I could wear more than half of that stuff in LA to a nightclub.
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm saying that's not a great thing because just because people do it right now and that's the culture, it doesn't mean like suddenly that it's acceptable or it's not a misstep. It could be a misstep from women in general. I think it is. I think women believing that using what they have as leverage by the way, women's leverage is not brute force. It's their bodies. It's that they're the gatekeepers of sex and procreation. That's their power. You've been sold in a liberal society that you're to invert your power and make it for free and call that power. I'm telling you, you've been sold a lie. Well, you've been sold 2 lies, Islam too. So, but that's a different debate. Could you see how it could be a lie, though? The kind of sort of like go-to, just go right to sex. Just show your body. That's the way to be empowered.
I mean, I could see where you're coming from a worldly perspective, but that's why I also mentioned intention. Like, what is my intention behind posting those pictures? Why do I feel like comfortable posting pictures? Because not every girl's Instagram looks like that. Not every woman is out there showing their cleavage. You know, some people feel more comfortable covered up. Some people feel more comfortable showing it off. It just depends on the person. But you guys showed everything but my Ramadan story, and I'm very sad about that.
Oh, yeah, we should put it in contrast to the ass.
We should. It's like bad faith, you know?
Yeah, it's a different spelling for fasting.
It's all of me.
Okay. Cool. Well, yeah.
Indeed.
Wait, hold on. Have you ever spoken to God?
Absolutely. It was just Ramadan.
Stop. No, sorry. Go ahead.
Wait, what do you mean, have I ever spoken to God? Like, prayed? I pray. Yeah.
Do you speak to... hold on. Sorry, guys. We're doing some camera stuff.
Do I speak to Allah? Do I pray? Do I do salah?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So if God spoke to you and was like, you need to take those Instagram posts down, would you take them down?
Yes.
Okay. All right. But like one of the top representatives of the faith, no. But if it was direct from God, then yes.
Well, this doesn't make sense because you believe in what's written in the Quran and the Hadiths, right?
I do.
Isn't that dictated and extrapolated through man?
I think that those rules are meant for everyone under the faith. If Allah spoke directly to me, I would think, like, by the time that happens, it would probably be my same sentiments.
Okay, but you don't consider that the books and the traditions of Islam throughout time is God speaking through men?
It absolutely is, but he's speaking to everyone. If I had a direct conversation from him, like, it would be like...
the specialist command, the specialist command of your behavior.
Yes.
Even though, what if he said, I already wrote this for you?
Then that would also be a special, like...
Yeah, but don't you already hold the belief he already wrote this for you?
Allah has not come down and said to my face, I wrote this for you, this part. You need to take your Instagram pictures down. That hasn't been a conversation.
Are you saying that because you know that's impossible?
No, it's not impossible. I don't think people have told stories. People have told stories about how they've experienced their faith, and Jesus alayhi salam has said this to them in their dreams. Like, there's been so many different stories. Yeah.
But has it ever happened to you that you feel like happened to you?
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
To the fake Muslim, what are the 5 pillars of Islam? Also, do you pay your zakat?
To pay zakat, you have to be financially able to do so, to give, I think it's 10%, right?
Okay.
10% of your finances.
And then the 5 pillars of Islam?
The 5 pillars of Islam, it's definitely Ramadan, Salah, zakat is one of them. I'm missing 2. Do you remember?
Sorry.
No? There's 2.
I let it go.
I'm missing 2.
Eric, thank you.
I let that go a long
Eric,
time
thank
ago.
you for the message. I do appreciate it. We have Inquisitor Zeal. Chairs 1 to 4 have said, I believe about 100 times. Question for you all. Where and when did you get the idea that what you believe is more important than civilizational, religious, or traditional standards?
I never said anything about religion because I don't have any connection to any of that stuff, so that shouldn't have been about me. But
what was the question again?
Beliefs.
Basically, like, why do you believe that what you believe is more important than societal traditions and customs?
Why do I never said I do believe that. I said this is the life that I chose. This is what I believe what life is about, and this is my point of view.
And I'm speaking from my perspective, from what Allah wrote for me.
For you, yeah.
So what I have going on is not more important than anyone else's experience.
Okay, we have a message here from
Allah donated $200. Take the pictures down and speak your accountability.
I'm speaking about it, so I'm taking my accountability. Oh, I got the joke now.
because it's
I got it.
yeah.
Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
Is that a no? All right.
that's it.
All right. Here, we're going to get on to the next thing then. Let's see here. We're going to go to Sammy. Sammy, you said that you disagree, I believe this is, with that Christian guy who talks about bullshit. I assume you're talking about Andrew Wilson.
I don't know his name, but
Okay, it's probably Andrew.
I only saw.
We have another representative. You're Orthodox Christian, right? So he can also, you can also, I guess, direct your inquiry to him.
Yeah, and I could answer as Andrew if you want.
The only thing because I only saw like clips of him, and the only thing that kind of threw me through a loop was I'm pretty sure he said that he was a reborn virgin, even though he slept with a bunch of women, but he was a virgin now because he got baptized, so it didn't matter. But it didn't apply the same way to women, so I was like, that didn't make sense. So I don't know. I was just a little confused on that worldview. I thought that was odd. You know, you can be baptized, all of a sudden you're a virgin. If so, I mean, doesn't that mean if I was Christian, my OF wouldn't matter? Because then I could just pray and all of a sudden I'm fine as...
Well, if you repented, I mean, that's one thing. Like, the point of Christianity, this aspect anyway, is that you confront everything you've done and you acknowledge that it's inconsistent with the faith that you're entering. And through entering the faith, there's a baptism, and through baptism, you're basically renewing yourself in a sense. But it doesn't mean all of those things don't count. Your sins don't actually just go away; they're still there from that perspective.
So that's invalid then, that he's...
Well, I would just say you misrepresented my argument. So, I mean, I think you just kind of heard him say something, but I don't think you're properly phrasing what he means by that. He also could have been being hyperbolic, which he is a lot.
That's possible.
So are there other disagreements, or is that your only disagreement?
No, I had seen a clip about it, and I just thought it was odd. Other than that, I don't
even know if he said any of that, but
Who knows?
It doesn't sound like Andrew. But so he said that when he was young,
No, he said that he, like, obviously he had slept with women, and that recently or whatever he had been baptized, whatever, repented, whatever you guys call it, and then that he was saved and didn't matter no more, and he was a reborn virgin.
No, he would never. I mean, if he was making fun.
No, that way.
If he was making fun of someone who took that view, but I could assure you, he doesn't take the view of, like, that's that you suddenly don't have the past of sin.
Yeah.
So
I mean, other than that, that was just something I thought was pretty funny. So.
You didn't take anything else that he said? Like, I don't know, because we talk on this show. There's a lot of women empowerment talk, liberation, rights, and all this stuff. Yeah. There's a lot more to pick and choose from.
Yeah, I mean, the religion stuff, since that's kind of the topic they were on, I definitely didn't really tend to tune in too much. That's not kind of my thing. I don't really worry about that stuff. So.
Okay. Let's see. Going to Alien, you said the guy that you're seeing threatened to get his dog to attack you because he thought you were leaving the situationship when you told him that you guys need to talk.
Yeah, so over Christmas or something, I was having there was a bunch of stuff going on. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to delve into that as well. But I had hit him up with a message saying hey, we need to talk because I was scared about something. And so I kind of ghosted him for right after that because everything got too much. And I was like, I don't really have time to talk to you about whatever I need to talk about. He lives right next door to me. So I was like, oh, wait, whatever. And literally the day that I was about to come and talk to him about whatever, he was like, don't fucking talk to me anymore. You're a threat to my family. I'm gonna get my dog on you. And I was like, what the fuck? Can I just get my stuff back? And he took my stuff and burned it. So it was weird. It was a weird situation. But I didn't do anything wrong.
Is that when you started to move toward trees, or was that before?
She's been dealing with the trees for a minute.
Yeah.
Why trees?
I just think anything is better than people.
Fair.
Yeah.
But aren't you anthropomorphizing the tree as a person?
No, not really.
I mean, how else could you possibly conceive of a being that you're interacting other than referencing a person?
What do you mean?
Like, if you think you're talking to a being, isn't the only reference you have for being a human like the way, if you can talk to someone and communicate to someone directly, isn't it the case that everything you learned about communication is from other people?
No, I don't really think so.
Is there anything else you're capable of talking to that's not a tree, like any object, or?
I mean, I talk to plants, I talk to animals, but from your view, can non-living things be beings? I mean,
like
they're
objects?
alive. Well, not non-living things,
Okay.
right? I don't go around talking to my books like, oh my God, I love you. Like, you need to stay here, da-da-da. But, like, I talk to, like, things that are alive. You know what I mean?
Wait, but the pages are made from trees, so.
But they're not alive.
Oh, okay. It's dead.
It's dead, yeah.
Okay. So you don't believe in talking to dead people?
I mean, get my Ouija board if you want, but.
Interesting.
Let's see. We have a chat here from Ben, 2chair1. I didn't catch her name. It's Becky, right, Jimbob? I think her name is definitely Becky. This is like a inside joke.
Yeah, there's a lot of expected inside jokes
Okay.
from my audience. So.
Yo, Ben, thank you so much for the soup chat, man. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Your name is not, in fact...
Is it?
My name is Sam.
Oh. Sam. Her name is Sam, ladies and gentlemen. We have a TTS coming in here for, I believe she's rejoining us. So that TTS is coming in right now. Thank you, Jordan.
Jordan Flores donated $200. That little boy is a comedian, but not stand-up. Also, to the poet, Allah predetermined you to be a 304 and a Muslim impersonator. Don't worry about all of this logic stuff.
What?
Do you want to respond? Here, scoot your chair into the table. Scoot it in.
I don't know what to say, except for nothing.
Okay. Did I miss you're a comedian? You're a comedian? Is
I'm an
that
underground comedian?
You're an underground comedian.
Indeed.
Do you do stand up?
No.
What's an underground comedian?
I have fans. Let's put it that way.
What does that mean?
Wow, that was
Sorry,
good job. That was great. Love it. Okay. All right. Here, I'm gonna get into some of the. Do I do the? Fuck it. Let's just do the questionnaire. Actually, you know what? Here. Fuck it. M1 Grand. Ask everyone to rate their own looks on a scale of 1 to 10. You can't pick 7. I'm gonna start with you. Go ahead.
A 15.
Okay, so she says 10. I'll come back to you. What about you?
I'm not doing that.
You have to.
I'm not.
You have to.
I'm not doing it.
Why not?
Because I just think that's degrading.
How would it be degrading?
Because
Bro,
I'm about to rate myself a number.
Wait, it's degrading. Hold on.
What if people in your comments said you're a 10? Would you eliminate those comments because they're
That's what
degrading?
they think, but I'm not rating myself.
Wait, you let other people degrade you then?
I can't stop people from degrading
You
me.
can
Someone
delete
just
their
called me a
comments?
304. What am I supposed to do?
No, if someone on your account says you're a 10, right? Mm-hmm. That would be degrading, right?
It wouldn't be coming from me, but if they want to do that, I can't stop people from saying what they want to say.
Would you take it as a compliment?
Whatever.
I just don't understand the connection there. It seems to be the case, if you rate yourself, it's degrading because you're putting a sort of value on an object, right? Mm-hmm. But you present your body as an object
as an object.
Yeah, but you present your body as an object.
I mean, you think of my body as an object.
No, you
so
know
that's why
the
you're saying
audience. You know who you're playing to. Don't play naive. When those guys look at your pictures and your ass and all that, right? They are looking at you not as a being, not as a Muslim, not as your personality. They're looking at your flesh and blood, right? And they're saying, that object, do I want that or not, right?
I disagree with you based on my DMs.
Based on your DMs.
Yes, because
Wow.
you're talking about the people who follow me, right?
Wow. You should use that. You should use that with a judge one day.
You're basically putting your own thoughts on the people who follow me, but you don't know the people who follow me. And I don't know all the people who follow me, but when I receive comments, no, it's not just them objectifying my body parts.
What do they say in your DMs? They say, "Oh, I want to learn about Islam more based on your pictures."
I've actually had
Really?
Islamic conversations in my
That's
DMs,
actually good
believe
news.
it or
That's
not.
good news for Christianity then.
And also, I would like to pose a question as to why the same strict expectations of a Muslim are not put on Christians. Because there was some people here, I think, who said they were Christian, and they have their own.
I think it's stronger because in Christianity we have free will, and in Islam you don't. So you actually can get out of you have a loophole in your system, being that Allah already wrote all of your behaviors, including those behaviors. So from a Christian view, we have secondary cause, which means we have the will. Right? And even God's foreknowledge of all things doesn't take away our will to act. So when we're confronted with something we do wrong that's inconsistent with our faith, we actually have it harder. Now, if you're referring to general Western progressive like Protestantism, I think that's a good critique. I would agree with you. But not Orthodox Christianity.
But the same idea of...
Who's a Christian?
The same idea of you asking for forgiveness and hoping God forgives you is the same thing in Islam. I'm asking for forgiveness, hoping Allah will
God
forgive me.
made you do it.
Yeah, but, well, first of all, God made you do it, ultimately wrote it. But two, you can say you're not ready. A Christian can't use that cope inside of church. You couldn't confess your sins, acknowledge that they're sinful or wicked, even worse, like wicked, the knowledge of sin, and still doing it, and say, I just wasn't ready. You know, that's a cop-out. That's like, you imagine we use that for anything else in life. We just simply say, well, I know what I'm doing is wrong. I, as the arbiter of truth and power, say I'm not ready. No, well, how would you know you're not ready if you don't actually try to do it? You wouldn't even know you're not ready.
You can't say I'm not trying because you don't know if I'm trying or not.
Delete one picture right now.
No.
See? You're not trying.
The reasons I have the pictures up are not going to be eliminated by me deleting the pictures.
Yeah, but that's
so
like,
I'm going to delete a picture just to post another one, again, because I wasn't ready to do it in the first place.
okay, then you're admitting that you have a proclivity toward a certain behavior that you know is wrong.
That's what I've been saying. I said that I am Muslim.
Okay,
I
great.
am not. I'm not Islam.
Okay.
Like I'm not Allah speaking.
Okay. Even if I granted you that the proclivity, the internal workings that has you want to do X,
Yeah.
and doing X are two different things. That's actually in favor of my position, which is to say, you could actually delete all that stuff and deal with internally the battle of your proclivity and what you're drawn to doing. You don't actually have to do it. You can still look inside and go, oh, I really want to do this thing. Other people do this. There are worse things that are actually illegal that we can't even talk about on the panel.
Yeah.
They actually have to deal with the internal workings of their own proclivities.
Because they're harming other people. I'm not harming anyone.
Well, that's up in the air. Harm. I think you showing yourself half naked or nearly naked in public I think that's a type of harm.
You could put
To
haikus in your captions.
I could put what?
You could put haikus in your captions at the very least.
Why don't you
Make it more poetic.
Why don't you do the bold thing? And this is amazing that I'm advocating for this because poetry is cringe to me. Why don't you do the bold thing
Poetry is cringe to
and
you.
try to do poetry the traditional way and try to gain value from that as opposed to calling nudity poetry.
I didn't call nudity poetry.
Well, you did. You
I
said
said
it's
it was
a
a
type of-
part of my poetry. A part.
That's
You
the
guys
same
didn't
thing.
even play my poetry.
So
Oh.
what's the other part?
The poems.
Oh, the
He
poem.
didn't-
Oh, the titty pics come with poems.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't
They
know
do.
that. I didn't see the
It's on
audio.
Spotify and Apple Music if you guys want to listen to it.
I didn't see the
Here,
titty
let's
poems.
get back to it. So, okay. The question was, ask everyone to rate their own looks on a scale of 1 to 10. You said 15, so 10. What about you?
I'd say an 8. There's a couple things I'd critique, but I think I'm pretty cool. So
Okay, 8.
I see myself 10 out of 10. Who cares?
10 out of 10.
8.
8.
Considering my gender ambiguity, I'd say at least a solid
Okay,
6.
that was a good one. Wait, sorry. Repeat that. At least what?
I'm at least a solid 6. I feel like that's safe. You know
Solid
what I mean?
6. Okay, because of the
You can
ambiguity.
go either way, you know.
Okay.
My pictures later should be interesting when we do the gender swap.
Have you considered?
Would you date yourself?
Have you considered poetry?
Just look the same. Maybe slam poetry. I feel
Slam
like that would be
poetry.
pretty exciting.
Okay, Felicity, what about you?
5.
5.
5.
I disagree
I give
with
myself a
everyone.
5.
I feel like
Damn, bro, you guys
all the girls are
throwing
like
off my
10s.
5 though. What the fuck?
I know you
Jimbob?
devalued our 5s.
No, you
I
guys.
devalued your 5.
Yeah, I should be lower.
I
Felicity
diluted
over
it.
here. A little dilution.
Sorry, 6. I'll take a
Yeah,
6.
take a 6.
All right,
Felicity,
thanks.
take a 6
All
because
right, 6.
I can't be claiming
Yeah.
5 if I got. You know.
Well, no, you can take a lower though. You can go
I have
lower.
to go lower.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't.
I'm
think
keeping my 5.
I'm happy with 5. Okay, wait. So hold on. Let's explore this a little bit. We have a 10 and a 10, and well, she escaped for the time being.
I think we're all 10s. We're magic
all-
beings.
Oh,
Okay.
We're
Well,
magic
so-
beings.
Literally everyone
are
here is
are all men?
gorgeous.
All men are 10s?
No, they're not.
But are all here? Are all women 10s?
It's not about men and women to me.
But you
to be
hold on.
honest with
I'm a
you.
little confused because you said we're all 10s.
As a human being, we're all. That's what
talking
I
about
mean.
physically.
Yeah, I'm talking about looks though. Ask everyone to rate their own looks. All
I think
caps.
it's very. It's very personal. It totally depends on your taste and what you look in and what you see. The taste of beauty in different people is different.
Well, so then you would acknowledge that not everybody's a 10 then.
Look wise?
Yeah, looks-wise.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because
So
I have
are
my
you
own
a 10?
taste.
But you're still a 10. Like
To
you're
my taste.
yourself. So you are you a lesbian or?
No.
Oh, okay. I don't
No,
know. That
I'm
didn't
not.
really make sense. So you're a 10. Okay.
I see
And-
myself as a 10, 10 out of 10 being that I'm trying to
No, but I'm talking about
be.
looks. So just to be clear, and this could be your answer. On a scale of 1 to 10, when it comes to looks, you consider looks to be 10 out of 10.
It's 7. If I want
Oh.
to be super honest, I would be
Well, yeah,
7 out
that
of 10.
ideally, honesty is pretty good. Okay, so not 10, now 7.
7,
You get a little
yeah.
pushback, not a 10 anymore.
It's not a pushback. It's about this table sees beauty and taste as whatever the media or the society pursues as beauty. I'm gonna go with that, and I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'm 7.
Okay, all right. Alien,
What's up? What?
10.
I guess so if you want to cap me at that, but I think I'm higher than that
You
for sure.
you go beyond the scale.
Yeah.
Why is 15? That seems very limiting.
It's beyond the scale. The last time because the last time that I came, I called myself a 12. And the way that everyone was trying to beat me down, it makes me feel like you're trying too hard, so I must be bigger than that. So I'm at 15, but genuinely, I think that it's higher than that for sure. I genuinely like the way I look, so
I'm happy for you. That's
I am.
I miss why you call yourself alien, though. What? Do you
I
think
just
you're an
it's a
alien?
cute name.
Oh, okay. Because there are people who think they're actual aliens. I just wanted to.
It's like, have you ever heard like people call themselves Bug?
Yeah.
Like, I think that's such a cute name. I don't know why. It's simple, but it's cute.
Bug self.
Yeah, that's me, basically.
All right, I'm going to do a couple quick shout outs. Guys, if you want 100% of your contribution to go towards the show, you can do so via Venmo and Cash App. 100% of your contribution goes towards us. YouTube takes 30%. Streamlabs takes like 3 to 4%. Thomas, thank you for the $10 or $7 on Cash App. Colin, thank you for the 10 on Cash App. Appreciate it, guys. You guys are legends. Thank you. That's Venmo/Cash App, whatever pod. Also, guys, if you're enjoying the stream, like the video, please. Also, go to twitch.tv. twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow in the Prime sub over there on twitch.tv/whatever. Also, Read is 100, TTS is 200. That's streamlabs.com/whatever. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Okay, ask everyone to rate their own looks on a scale of 1 to 10. You can't pick 7. Bringing it back to you. You don't want to answer the question, or?
Yeah, I'm not answering it. I already said I think it's degrading.
Why would it be degrading?
Because I don't want to subjectify myself to a number.
Okay, sure. Would you date a guy who's shorter than you?
I have.
I understand you have. Is it your preference?
I mean, I'm a sapiosexual, so if you stimulate me mentally, then it really doesn't matter your height.
Okay. So let's assume you have 2 men of the equivalent IQ and they stimulate you equally. One of them is 6'1", the other is 5'1". But they're otherwise exactly the same.
Exactly the same, like facially and everything.
Facially, penally.
Is there a word, penal?
I don't know.
Just made it up. I made it up.
Just checking.
Just made it up.
Okay.
I'm using it.
Do you take the 6'1" guy or the 5'1" guy?
That's not a fair question.
Thank you. Like, what is happening right now? I feel like I'm getting fucking
How would that not be a fair question?
No, it's not, because
Explain how it's
two
not
people
fair.
cannot be the same. There's two different spirits inside two different person.
Let me ask you a question. How would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning?
What?
Yeah. How would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning?
Hungry.
Okay,
Nicely
cool.
done.
So it's a hypothetical question. I'm asking her to engage in a hypothetical. So yes, I agree. There's not.
You're going to engage in a hypothetical
Yeah,
question.
that's cool. But yeah, it's a hypothetical. So I'm just trying to, I guess, probe the worldview. Okay.
I mean, what are the chances of 2 men?
Yeah, I know it's a hypothetical.
It's not literal.
Yes, I agree. I agree with you that like everybody's a unique snowflake, but like in this hypothetical scenario, granting that these 2 men are, I don't know, they're identical twins, but somehow one of them got their height stunted.
Okay.
But they're otherwise exactly the same. Everything's the same.
What Brian is saying is that the preference itself is this sort of objectification that we can't avoid, that there's going to be some features about people that we're attracted to and we're going to be biased toward them. And in a sense, even before knowing them, we're going to make a judgment about them as an object in space, really. If you're, and there's nothing wrong with it. It's just, if you continue to treat them like they're just an object, I would say, yes, your contention of objectifying people is wrong, but putting a rating on your preference, aesthetically, that's like, imagine you did that with art. Like if you could rate art like 1 to 10, like would it be like degrading to the work itself so I think that's like a 10. That's like
I think what's interesting about my answers is at least I'm consistent on the fact that I don't judge a book by its cover. I don't like doing that. I don't like looking at something and being like, this is what it is because this is what it looks like.
I don't believe you, though. I just don't believe you.
That's fine if you don't believe it, but this is my reality. This is my life. Like, I'm speaking about my life. You told me to be raw, be free.
Absolutely.
This is what I go through.
But I guess when people say, oh, I don't judge a book by its cover, I just don't believe people when they say that.
I don't. I've dated a fat guy. I've dated a guy who's shorter than me. At first
glance.
And society would not think those things are attractive.
Yeah, but I don't think it's really a rebuttal to the question of, okay, do you have a preference for tall men? And you say, well, I have dated a short man. I don't really think that that's evidence that you have a preference or a lack of a preference towards tall men.
I don't have a preference at all. Like when people ask me, like, what's your type?
Do you have no preferences? You have no preferences?
No. When people ask me what's my type, it's more about personality. When I get down to personality and intellectual.
You don't have, like, for example, a racial preference?
No, I don't.
Okay, your husband, what was he? White, black?
Egyptian.
Okay. Your current boyfriend?
He is mixed.
Mixed black and white, or?
Yeah.
Okay, Tiffany's dying to jump in on this one, I feel like. Okay, so you don't have any preferences?
No, I've dated a white guy. I've been interested in Asian men.
So you date a dwarf?
If he stimulated me mentally, I might, yeah.
If he stimulates you mentally, okay.
Yeah. If he's interesting enough to talk to.
Now, but okay, again, let's say you have 2 options. One guy stimulates you. His stimulation mentally is a 10 out of 10, but he's a dwarf. Yeah. And then you have a guy, you know what? We'll change it. He stimulates you 9 out of 10, but he's 6'1".
Okay.
Do you pick the dwarf, the 4'10", 4'9", or the 6'1" guy?
But they both stimulate me a 9 out of 10.
No. The dwarf actually stimulates you more by 1 point. He's a 10 out of 10.
Okay.
But the 6'1" guy, he's a 9 out of 10 in terms of mental stimulation.
I'm going to be more drawn to the dwarf.
Dwarf?
Yes, because we're having better conversations. Like, we're having better conversations. I could bond with the dwarf. Like,
He's on that 5 gum shit.
What?
How it feels to chew 5 gum, stimulate your senses.
That was our first joke.
I'm trying, I'm nervous.
I'm glad you're trying.
Give the comedian.
I'm glad you're trying.
I'm trying my
attempt was
best.
made.
I'm trying.
Would you be willing, what do you rate Donald Trump on a scale of 1 to 10?
What? He's funny. I'll give him that.
Did you vote for Trump? Are you MAGA?
I did not vote for Trump.
You vote? Are you Kamala voter? Or
I didn't vote at all.
Kanye? You voted for Tiffany? Voted for?
Oh, he
Kanye.
didn't run.
Oh, you
I
wrote
would've-
him in.
I would have voted
You
for
wrote
him.
him in though, right?
No.
On the write-in portion. No. Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
All right. She's a
What's
diehard
going on?
Trump supporter.
Not really.
Not really. Oh, the tariffs are getting you. Okay.
I also don't. I just want to point out that you said you don't have preferences. It's actually the case that you prefer people who stimulate you. You know, intellectually.
Correct.
You prefer. So you do have a preference. You're just saying you don't have a physical
Preference.
And so you would go with Tyrion Lannister if he was.
Who is that?
He's like the dwarf in Lord of the Rings. Like, you would go with him if it was a 10 out of 10 intellectual conversation versus like a protector, for instance, who only can stimulate you intellectually 9 out of 10. You'd go with Tyrion Lannister.
I don't even know who that is.
It's the
But
dwarf from Lord of the Rings.
But if in a situation where I'm having conversations with someone and
Yeah. So protection and the future, like the pragmatic future of this relationship working, you don't put your current preferences as something you're going to judge the future with. Like, for instance, don't you want a man who can protect you
it'd
if
be
needed?
nice, yeah.
Yeah, but you don't prefer that over Tyrion Lannister, who's telling you, like, having good talks with you. It almost sounds like
Wait,
the
but-
thing you preference is actually mostly what women refer to as like the friend zone guy, who's like, you can be friends with and they intellectually stimulate you, but they don't have the other aspect that you really need for a sustainable relationship, provider, protector.
all of those things matter too.
Well, they can't matter as much if you would take the dwarf.
I can't look at someone and be like, you can provide for me, or you can
look at someone and say, you could probably protect me or not, though.
you can do that, yeah.
Yeah, so Tyrion can't.
You judge a book by its cover.
You did. Nicely done.
Wasn't
How?
Tyrion Lannister from
Because if you-
Game of Thrones?
Yeah.
Wait, you said
What the
Tyrion.
fuck?
yeah, but you said Lord of the Rings.
Oh, sorry. I did. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, sorry. I'm going to get it for that. Yeah.
Because, like,
Purpose
at
of
first
this question
glance,
is
Hold
to
on,
show
hold
men
on.
how delusional women are. Stop falling for the bait. You are making us look stupid. You dig yourself in a hole and make women look stubborn and unreasonable.
Wait, what?
Huh?
Purpose of the question is to show men how delusional
What
women
question?
are. Oh, the purpose of the, I guess the rating the looks.
Your looks on a scale of 1 to 10. Christine, thank you so much for the message. Female viewers. I think is Christine. That's a female name?
That was a critique
Yeah.
of
It
the
could be-
questioner, right?
No, I think it's a critique of the
Critique.
failure to respond to the
Yeah.
question.
Okay.
Yeah. Why did we actually take the question and why did we answer that
She's saying you shouldn't have
You shouldn't
fallen for the bait.
fallen for this bait of rating yourself for the sake of argument or just as a question that
No,
you
I
wanna
think
respond to.
I think she's criticizing the refusal to respond.
Okay.
Right,
Was it?
Christine?
I'm not sure.
No.
I believe
she has to
Christine,
send
we need
another.
You gotta send
clarification.
another one. You gotta send
think
another
so.
one.
But what were you saying?
oh, when we're talking about whether or not, you can just tell if somebody can protect you or not.
Yeah.
And that's judging a book by its cover, like, right away.
I mean, you brought up looking at someone
Tyrion
and
Lannister.
being able to say whether this person could beat someone up for me.
Yeah. Well, no,
But
yeah.
I was
essentially.
talking about judging a book by its cover in the sense of me liking someone. I'm not going to look at someone and be like, oh, you're 6'1", I'm going to like you.
I thought
Because
you meant in general.
Well, that's why I brought it in, because when we're talking about seeking partners, there's a lot more than looks, right? But looks are included. It's not like it's not important. You know, if you're attracted, that would be looks right off the bat. But then you dig deeper. I'm just saying that one of the things, you would have to expand your preferences to be realistic, because if you valued being protected, you would have to then make a preference on how someone looked.
when I'm picking a partner, I don't, it's not top 5.
Well,
I'm not
Allah
like,
picks your partners.
Can
just to
you
be clear.
protect me?
Can you protect me? Oh, what? Okay, what? On the scale of value of a partner, how high is protecting you?
A 5.
A 5. That's objectifying men.
How?
Because you're looking at a
just
man and
asked
saying,
me.
"Oh, sorry. Can you look at a man and on the scale of whether or not they can protect you or not, give an accurate?
It's not on the list.
On a scale.
It's not on the top of the top 5.
I know, but no. But could you look at a man and give them a 1 out of 10 rating on how well they could protect you, from your view?
There's a lot of men who are tall and buff who can't beat up anyone, and there's a lot of men who are short
Dancers.
and not, and can beat the fuck out of someone. So
yeah.
Touche.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think it's more about the energy of the person and how, you know.
I'm scared of dwarfs, so I'm actually
Makes sense.
yeah. So my argument is actually toast, because I'm more likely to run from a dwarf.
They're shifty.
Are you actually like serious?
Yeah, I'm a little bit intimidated by
if
dwarfs.
a dwarf was running at you, like,
Yeah, seriously.
that might be an interesting situation.
Then they get in the trench coat, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. So,
That's insane.
let me see, more effort. Where are we?
Try to get a rating from her.
Yeah. Can you just give
I'm
a
not
rating?
doing it. I'm not doing it.
Okay, rate me how well you think I could protect you.
I'm not gonna do it.
Come on.
Like, what the fuck?
It's just obvious.
Okay,
Don't negate my entire being.
Is it that rating a being? It's that it's a being that makes it wrong?
Yeah, I'm like, I'm not gonna rate a human person.
What about rating their creations?
I hate that.
But
because as an
is that
artist, as a poet, I wouldn't want to insult
Are you
someone's
really a
art.
poet?
I am. It's on for all the research you did.
So she's
you
a
even showed a
comedian and
video
you're a
of me
poet.
performing, and you thought I was singing. I wasn't
Are
singing.
you a poet like she's a comedian? Underground?
No, I'm not underground. It's on Apple. You could literally Google. You can Google me.
You don't know.
All right.
It says musical artist when you Google me.
Okay, you crazy people there. Not you guys. Okay, you don't want to rate yourself? Will you rate Jimbob?
No.
Will you rate me?
No.
Objectify me.
What if we give you consent to objectify us?
No.
Or degrade us? What the fuck?
I'm not even interested.
Are you okay with that? If she
Sure,
degrades you?
if we can get a rating system out of her.
Okay, well, we're gonna do this. 7 though, right?
Yeah.
I thought you were
Still
10.
Yeah.
Wait, can you tell me a guy who you think is a 10 in looks?
What?
Honestly, I don't know. I don't really look at guys like that. You know what I mean? Like I'm straight
Let's
as
go with
fuck.
trees.
Rate a tree. Yeah, rate a tree.
Redwood?
Yeah.
Redwood?
Where do you put redwoods?
Yeah.
Cedar
not
tree? Do
rating
you
a
fuck with
tree.
cedar trees?
I'm not rating.
Are you a
trees
more
'cause I'm
like
not
eucalyptus?
fucking-
What the fuck?
Are you more invested than living trees? If you see a tree that's kind of dying, will you just kind of be like, it's not worth my time?
I think anything that's dying is cool.
Wait,
What the fuck?
What?
Oh.
But I thought the difference
What?
between paper and the tree was because trees are alive and paper is dead.
I mean, but I just have like interest, right? So I just like, I have like wet specimens and stuff like that. So I just like
Tree.
morbid stuff.
Have you seen the Tree of Life episode from Dragon Ball Z? Or wait, is that what it's called?
No.
Wait, hold
I
on.
don't watch anime.
Tree.
Can we specify
of
something?
Life.
And I'm sorry if we already specified.
Tree of Might. Excuse me, hold on. The Tree of Might. Did you see that
I don't watch anime.
Sounds like it's worth it.
What was the bad guy from Tree of Might? Turles? Was that his name? Turle? Who was the bad guy?
Because you said that's from like Dragon Ball.
Anyway,
Z,
sorry.
right?
Go ahead. Sorry, I'm autism.
Can we specify?
It was Turles. Turles is the bad guy from Tree of Might, Dragon Ball Z.
Can we specify, and I'm sorry if you already did, but is there a sexual attraction to trees, or do you just bond with them?
No, I have a sexual attraction to men, but it's just I don't really like that many guys in general. What the fuck?
Does it have to be that long? Does it have to be that long? I thought it's gonna be just be
What do you think about like if you look into the monitor here, you see all the palm trees and shit? Like,
Yeah, I
would
think
you
they're
would you
gorgeous.
would you smash a palm tree?
No, I wouldn't smash a tree.
Okay, would
like
you
that's
hug it? Would you
that's
hug the
bad
tree?
for like your pH balance
the
or
fuck?
whatever. You know what I mean? So
That's crazy.
Yeah.
But like, I guess if you're asking me about a man, if I have to just throw someone out there, Adam Driver. I like Roger Waters.
I could see
I don't
that.
know. I like old ass men.
I have to
What?
ask you, the way you present yourself,
Yeah.
does that attract the kind of men that you
Oh, I don't really
want?
care.
No, I'm asking if it does, not if you care. Does it?
I don't care. I get whoever I want at this point, so I don't really think about it.
I have a question too. So if there's male and female trees, can they like reproduce? Is there a purpose
What do you mean?
to the different genders? Because trees have different genders, right?
Yeah, but I know like for the most part, the ones that you're seeing outside are males.
Is there a way to tell?
No, I just know it for a fact. Though.
So you support the male tree patriarchy?
No. What do you mean?
Should we allow male tree patriarchy?
I mean, no. I think that
Chop
we
'em down.
definitely should have like female trees like
Equal?
around. But the thing is that there's not a lot of female trees around because if it's giving out whatever, it's basically about the fruiting bodies, and the government really doesn't.
Should we
want
intervene
that
though
out here.
and make equality for trees?
I'm sorry.
Should we intervene as humans and
I guess so,
equalize?
yeah.
So half male, half female trees?
Half male.
Is that what you
half
want?
female? No,
How do we know
No, I
that
never said that.
they're
But I'm
mostly
pretty sure
male?
that that's possible. I'm almost 100% sure that that's possible because trees can like lend like their own power to other trees, especially if they're dying and stuff, and they can kind of morph. So it's kind of cool.
Excuse me?
All right.
I just really like plants.
Yo,
guys.
Super Sane, thank you for the gifted subs. Maybe it was because of the Tree of Might reference. Thank you, man. Appreciate the gifted sub. Going around the table, do you think you will be better looking in 10 years' time? Better looking.
No, I don't think that's how aging works.
Okay. Do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years' time?
Yeah, because I take really good care of my skin, my body, and everything. So, and I've just been advancing, so it's whatever.
Wait, sorry, but just not to be blunt, but how is all of the holes in your face taking care of your skin?
I mean, do they look rejected?
Well, no, it looks like an act against the skin on your face, though.
I'm still taking care of my skin. My skin is clear.
I don't know. Not in those spots, I would say.
No, it's still clear.
No, I would say everywhere where you have skin, you have clear skin. But where the things are, what do you call those things, by the way?
They're piercings.
Piercings. Though that part of your skin that's not good for your skin. That part, right?
I mean, tell me how it's not good for my skin.
Well, I mean, anything that tears away at the fabric of your skin, we would say isn't good for your skin,
It
right?
doesn't matter. Like if you go to a hospital right now, they're gonna put a needle on you, right? So it doesn't really fucking matter.
I don't want them to do that, but
I mean, but they're going to regardless. If you get in a car crash or whatever, they're still gonna put an IV in you, right?
well, yeah, if you need to live,
But
but
that's, yeah, those are
Those are still
necessary
needles.
to
You're
keep
still
you alive.
disrupting.
you wouldn't
whatever.
want
It doesn't
them if
matter
you could
whether you're
but if
alive
you
or
could
not.
avoid the tearing of your skin, every medical advancement pushes away from.
I mean, it's gonna happen. Like it could happen to you regardless. Like whether your skin is like whether you're going out here living your life. Tomorrow you can be in a car crash, and that's like your
true.
whole fucking shit is like gone.
That's true.
So it doesn't really matter
All the
to
shit.
put all of
Whole
this
shit
like.
gone.
Wait, it doesn't matter how you
Doesn't
present
really
your face.
matter how you treat your skin like 100% like that. Like I take care of my skin, obviously, right? I don't have like bad acne.
It is obvious.
I don't have like pockets. Like I don't know how to like express it, but I take care of myself still. So
Not you.
and it's evident. So
Hey, can you stop?
Was a pen
My
twitch?
apologies.
Do you still have
I
your
wasn't
pen?
paying attention.
Oh, I thought it was a pen. I thought you were.
I wasn't paying attention.
thought you
All
were.
right. 20 years time, better looking at 46. You're
yeah,
26.
probably, yeah.
30 years time, 56.
Yeah, I take care of myself.
40 years time, 66.
Yeah.
Okay. You're 29, better looking in 10 years time at 39. Into the mic.
I don't know.
Well, yeah, I'm asking you what you think, though.
I don't know.
Yeah, I understand you might not know, but what do you think?
I don't know. That's my thoughts. Like, that's
Okay,
the
I understand,
answer.
but what if you had a guess?
I don't know.
That's cool. Let's say there was a bullet to your, or a gun to your head. There's a gun to your head, and they're like, you get to, you have to answer the question, but if you don't, we're pulling the trigger.
But that's the answer to the question. I
So just
don't
to be clear,
know.
you'd rather like end your life than just answer the question, even if it's a guess?
Why?
By the
Am
way,
I? Why
that
do
wasn't
I
a
get all the
threat.
hypotheticals?
That wasn't a threat, by the way.
No, like what is happening right now?
Because you just don't answer the question.
I-
Just
I
answer the
don't
question.
know.
I don't know is an answer too, right?
No,
Yeah.
it's not. It literally isn't, though.
But I really don't know.
Why is it not?
Well, okay, here, fine. I'll ask some clarifying
10 years
questions.
ago, I looked worse than I do now. So I don't know.
Okay, cool. Well, given the trend of you looking better now versus 10 years ago, is that trend going to continue?
Who wants to say it?
Cool. Let me ask you a question. In terms of physical appearance, do you find people who are like 100 years old, are they typically better looking than, I don't know if you've seen like old, like photos of somebody when they're 100 versus when they were like 20 or 30 or something. Are they typically better when they're 20 or 30 or when they're 100?
Of course, they have change in appearance.
Yeah, what are those changes?
I mean, to society, they'd say negatively changed, they've aged. But you said 10 years. There are people who look amazing at 35, 40, like.
But I'm not asking you if you'll still be good looking in 10 years. That's not the question. I'm not asking you if you'll still be attractive. I'm simply asking, you're currently 29. At 39 in 10 years time, will you be more attractive, just as attractive, or less attractive?
There are people currently now who look better at 39 than they did at 29.
Yeah,
and
that's
there
not
are
the
people who
question,
look
though.
worse, though. You saying better?
No, but
worse or better?
I'm asking you about you.
Gravity.
I don't know.
Okay, how about this? Like if let's say you had $100,000, and here are the two betting options. One is X person going to look better at the age of 30 or 100, and you're a betting person. Like, you might say, well, it's possible for somebody to be better looking at 100 than they are at 30. I mean, maybe that might not even be your position. If you had to put your money on better looking at 30 versus better looking at 100, which one do you pick?
If we're going to have a debate, let's make sure the ages stay the same. So when you first asked me, you said 10 years time. If you said 100, I would have said, oh, I'm most likely going to look worse than I do now at 100 years old.
I'm just trying to see if you can come to a delineation when it comes to, like, yes, people tend to look worse as they age, generally speaking.
Generally speaking, yes, but
Okay.
You didn't ask me generally. You
Here,
were
let me
asking
ask you.
about
Let me
me.
ask it in a different way that maybe she'll answer it. If
Well,
it's
I did answer it.
if it's possible for you to look worse than you do now, or better, and you have command over it, what will you choose to do if you could act on it?
I would like to look better than I do.
Okay, so if you would like to look better than you do, and you thought, well, I'm going to commit to doing it, do you think you will look better if you thought you're going to commit to that? Do you think right now you will look better, given that you just said you want to? If you've acted on that want, are you saying that you will look better in 10 years?
I don't know.
Semantics.
All right, here. How about this? Let's do 20 years time. So you're 29, better looking at 49 than now at 29.
49, almost 50.
Yeah.
I think there does become a stopping age where it's just like regardless of what you do. So I don't know.
Okay, here's another way of asking it. how long do you think you'll keep posting the types of pictures that you do on the internet? Do you think you'll be posting those pictures in 10 years?
There's something for everyone. So, I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. So, how about 30 years time? Better looking at 59 than now at 29.
Like I said, there is a stopping point where regardless of what you do, naturally gravity will take its course. So.
Yeah, do you want to just answer the question then?
I don't know. Like, that's my answer.
To be clear, you genuinely don't know.
Most likely.
Hold on.
Generally speaking.
You don't know if in 30 years' time, at 59, 1 year away from 60, you don't know if you're going to be worse looking, better looking, or the same as you do now?
Listen.
I won't look the same. That's for sure. I'll look different.
What are the differences that are going to occur?
I don't know.
No, but like, okay, what have you noticed when you look at somebody who's older?
Like I said, I look better than I did 10 years ago.
Do you have a famous?
Black, right?
Do you have a famous actor that you like?
No.
Halle Berry.
Yes.
Johnny Depp.
Beautiful.
Brad Pitt.
Halle Berry's beautiful. I'm aware of Halle Berry. She's from Ohio too.
That's great. So have you ever? And you're 29, right? So maybe you've been watching like movies and TV shows for like over 2 decades, probably. You've probably seen some of your favorite actors age. Typically, are these actors like 20, 30 years down the line? Are they better looking?
Ashanti looks fucking amazing. I just want to say that. And I'm pretty sure she's pushing 45.
Oh, I thought you said Aaliyah. I was like, that she's dead.
Do you think Madonna looks good?
She's had surgery, so we don't know how she would have naturally looked.
She does.
I feel like
She does look better than before.
She does. Yeah, she looks
I
like
don't know what she did, but man, she looks like 30 years
Who?
young. Madonna.
She just said Madonna looks good right now.
I mean,
See how you could
hasn't
just
looked
not
good
know
since-
what's going to take place? You just don't know.
All right.
I feel like
she definitely doesn't
I
look
feel
her
like
age.
you do kind of
Let's say
know
the
because
point.
it's like with old people, you talk about them like they're a jalopy. Like there's nothing you can do. You know what I'm saying?
I think at a certain age, there is like a stopping point. But he's
Yeah.
saying 10 years from now. That's the question. 10 years from
I
now.
think it was moving around.
Yeah. So, 100 years, absolutely. I don't think I
All
will.
right, and then final thing for you. You're 29. If we go back 10 years, better looking at 19 versus now at 29.
I looked worse.
So you're better looking now.
Yeah.
What were some of the changes that occurred? Because you know how you look now. You know how you looked at 19. So perhaps we can get some definitives on that.
I didn't take good care of my body. I was extremely skinny. My hair was a lot shorter. My skin, I had a whole bunch of acne.
Wait, so you gained weight?
Yeah. And in my cultural beliefs, that's a good thing. So, just want to put that out there.
How skinny were you?
I was 116.
And how tall are you?
I'm 5'5".
Your weight, what? You said 160 or?
116.
and she's 5'5".
You're 116 now?
No.
Oh,
I was
back-
116 before, yeah.
Tiffany, don't you have something on like? I saw that you post something recently about.
Yeah.
What is it?
I would consider that a glow down, just personally.
A what?
A glow down. Because you gained weight.
Glow down.
Yeah.
I
Depends
just
on
learned the word.
where the proportions
Wait, but
go.
no, Tiffany, didn't you say? What
a
did you
new
say
word.
about like you wanting to be thin? Or can you explain that?
Yeah, my goal is to lose weight.
You don't want to have an ass or boobs?
So you want to glow down. You don't want to glow up.
That's a glow up for me.
Would be for
Getting-
her
How
to
is it
lose weight.
different for
Getting
her?
skinny.
How's it different
I'm just
for her?
saying from my perspective, I consider that a glow down.
And for mine, if you got to your goal, it'd be glow down.
Okay.
Wait,
I
you're
don't
saying,
care.
from your perspective, if she got skinnier, it would be a glow down.
Glow down.
Yeah.
Okay, you want to see her thick Tiffany is what you're saying.
I think she just wants to see her
You want-
healthy.
And
No,
I'd
think she's
also
perfect
add,
as she is.
Yeah, right.
yeah.
Like I don't think she really need. I mean, like
Yeah.
she said,
She
if
doesn't
she
need
would
to
like
lose weight?
to, then so what? But I think she's fine as she is. You know. And
So if she
long
lost
as
more
she's
weight,
healthy, you know,
you're saying she would be less
I
attractive.
think it would negate from how she is now. Yes.
and I'd also
How do you feel
add
about
Am I
that,
not
Tiffany?
entitled to my own beauty standards? Like, why are you trying
I
to
didn't
shame
say
me?
you were just doing that to her.
Well,
you did kind of just shame me.
well, I was just sharing my opinion.
And I was sharing mine. You were just
I
doing
mean,
it.
yeah, because you were offended by what I said.
I wasn't offended. It wasn't. You didn't say it to me.
No, you said that. You
cat
said you consider that as a glow down.
Yeah, and then you got offended by
And
what I
that's
said
what
about
she-
her,
and she
and
says-
then
I was saying the same thing you said to her. So
This is why women
But
shouldn't
it was
vote.
in
Wait, Tiffany, are you
response
gonna-
to what I said? So
What?
you obviously got offended.
That's no. That's,
Look, let me
What do
just
you
say
mean?
this. Some women do look
Semantics.
better skinnier, and some women do look better thicker. I happen to look better thicker.
If you like to know, the standard for men is essentially, this is why age does matter, is that when we ask, when we're asking about looks from a male perspective, deep down inside we're actually looking at like fertility, like can you provide us children?
Yes.
So I do agree that health is considered for sure in that, but looks are too, and so is age. So it's all sort of like bundled together.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you can give like an exact thing of like that's the pinnacle of a beauty and health. There's probably some standard, but when you ask men, what we're really looking for is your ability to give us children. And the reason this question is asked so much is because a lot of the cultural aspects we talk about with women's behavior, pornography, liberation, all of these things, when women sort of like dedicate their lives to like 10, 15 years of liberation, they actually waste the time where you're actually the 10 for the men. Does that make sense? That's when we're actually looking to find you and settle down with you and have kids, but you kind of miss that window, and a lot of women are missing that window for really bad reasons.
To your boomer standards.
Boomer, yeah, to my boomer.
Tiffany, do you want to respond to Tiffany? I think you need to respond to Sammy here.
To
Her.
what?
There's a little. Do you think what? Do you want to say anything to Sammy? She was saying that you're too thin.
that is
I
not
mean,
what
all I
said.
was saying is
is not
that
what I
she
said. That is
seems
not
to get
what I
really
said.
offended.
She said you were too thin.
No, she didn't.
I didn't say that.
I mean,
you
that
just
was-
said that.
No,
you
okay,
just
fine.
said that.
You said fine. If she put on a bit of weight, it would be a glow down.
Was matching the energy
or
that
wait,
she just
no,
gave
it would
her.
be a glow up. Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
No, she
wait.
said if she loses weight,
yes.
it's a glow down.
that's a glow up for her. That's what she said.
There's
She
no.
prefers-
They're saying there's no such thing as a glow up and a
Are
glow
you
down.
calling Tiffany fat?
What?
Did you call her fat?
No, she called
don't
herself
think
fat.
So. She called herself fat because she wants to lose the weight. Apparently.
Yeah.
I didn't say nothing about that. I said she looks
No,
fine.
no, no. I think I'm pretty skinny, but I just want to be skinnier.
She wants
That's
to be
fine.
skinnier.
You can
yeah,
look
why
like
are
a
you
damn
hating?
orb if you
what's
want.
wrong
I
with
don't
what's wrong
care,
if
bro.
Tiffany wants to be a little skinnier? Huh?
She can.
Sammy?
Like I said,
And
she
you
could
just
be an
said that I
orb
called
flying
myself
by.
fat, but I never did.
I literally don't care, bro. I was just doing the same thing that you did.
You
to
gonna let her call her
because
bro?
Why
You
can't
gonna
I
let her call you? Is she your bro? Bro?
Wait, I have a question. How would you know the threshold of when it's a glow down for her?
How would she with her? That was
That's a good
matching the
question.
Same energy,
Say-
that's
yeah,
all.
but I just want to know how would
I
you know?
wasn't
Tiffany, how do
saying
you
it in
know?
a standpoint because that was how I felt. I
Okay,
said
that's
it
fine.
because I wanted
You were
her
mirroring
to,
her.
Exactly.
Okay. How would you know it's a glow up or glow down for her?
Based on her BMI, I guess.
Wouldn't that technically
I would consider. I would
decent
consider if you lose, go below 16.5, I would consider that a glow down.
Okay.
But I think 116 for a 5'5" is like about average or maybe slightly below average, like weight wise, like underweight.
Yeah, it's underweight.
Right, that's like slightly underweight for 5'5". I think like ideally.
Yeah, it is.
What would be
It
a-
would be too skinny.
Tiffany,
Yeah,
what
and
would be a
that's exactly
glow
what
up
she
for
said.
Sammy?
Huh?
What would be a glow up for Sammy?
Are you even okay with that question?
I can
I think
honestly
she
care
is.
less. I think I'm just fine how I am.
In terms of weight,
Like, what do you think is a glow up for Sammy?
like in terms of how
Like,
much weight she should lose, or
Yeah.
what?
what do you?
Well, I don't know her weight, so I don't know.
I mean, just like eyeballing it, I guess.
What's her BMI?
Are you like studying nutrition?
Yeah, right.
I'm into that kind of stuff, but
Oh
Is it-
yeah.
She's
Okay,
into
you
it.
can tell me then, because
Go ahead.
I'm 4'10" and weigh 93.
I mean, honestly, that's a bit heavy, to be honest.
Oh my God, you're dead ass.
No, he's not. He's being
It's a
sarcastic.
little-
Nah, she's gorgeous.
you should probably join Weight Watchers.
Actually,
to be
my
honest.
underweight limit is if I hit under 75, that's bad.
Okay, I can get on board. I
Yeah,
can get on
that's-
board with that.
Yeah, so I'm
But-
fine, honestly. I'm in the middle.
I
Wait,
just feel like you should.
you're
lay off some of
4'10"?
the
Yeah.
Hamburgers and burritos.
Not offensive, but isn't that legally?
It's legally
Yeah,
a
you
dwarf,
dork.
but I don't.
I was
have,
gonna. Thank you for
I don't
saying
have a
that.
disorder though. I'm just that short.
That's so cute.
when I saw her, I was like, "That's Brian's type."
dwarfs?
He always talks about loving dwarfs.
As far as glow ups, you guys were just talking about health and weight, but how do you ladies distinguish between glow up and glow down when it comes to like altering your face and your body generally?
I feel like it just depends on how that person feels about themselves, to be honest.
So you know that like cat lady who mangled her face and she just looks like some sort of crazy cat? Is that a glow up?
I know who you're talking about.
Is that a glow up?
I mean, yeah. I mean, she's happy with the way that she looks. You know what I mean?
How do you know?
Because she said it herself.
That's a war on.
How do you even define? How do you even define a glow up? Is it how you feel
I'm letting
inside,
a chat
or
come
is it
through
how?
real quick. I'm gonna let this come through because it's. I apologize, Allah, for the delay on this.
Do not approach immoralities, what is apparent of them and what is concealed. Indeed, Allah does not like immoral behavior. Surah Al-An'am, 6 to 151.
Are we still are we going back to the religious topic?
Every time.
Every time.
Every time?
I think that's what just happened. Allah,
Okay.
thank you for the
Astaghfirullah.
inshallah. or
You
what- how does it-
impersonating Allah is also immoral. So
Inshallah means like God willing.
Oh,
That means
okay.
inshallah.
How do you say?
but I
thank-
said
how do you say thank
astaghfirullah. I
you
didn't say
in-
inshallah.
How do you say thank you
In
in?
Farsi,
Yeah, I guess.
like because Islam has nothing to do with Persians and Persia and any of that. They're two different things.
Okay, all right.
Are we talking about Islam
here.
or Farsi?
Okay, you're 47, better looking in 10 years' time at 57.
Well, I mean, I don't think so. Gravity does its thing, and we're physical beings, so
Okay, so won't be better looking.
Probably
okay. You're 47. Let's go back in time. Let's go back 10 years. 37 versus 47. Were you better looking at 37?
yes.
Okay. Let's do another 10 years. 20 years. 27 versus 47. Better looking at 27.
I think I look better now.
Better now.
Yeah. Because that time I was in my first marriage and I was unhappy and the energy was dull and unhappy and sad and it just shows through.
I guess, but okay.
That's why I consider myself.
How about this? 18 versus 47. Better looking.
Of course, 18.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Tiffany, you're 19. Better looking in 10 years' time at 29.
Yes.
20 years' time, 39.
Yes.
30 years' time, 49.
No.
Okay, so when's your peak?
Depends on when I get my nose job and lose the weight.
You get one of those white people noses?
No. Something that would suit my face.
Is there like
Your
a
nose
menu?
is fine, Tiffany.
Are there menus for noses? Is that how it works? Like when you go in?
Use for noses.
Kind of. There's
Yeah.
like different types of noses. There's different types of nose jobs. Like there's ethnic nose jobs and there's like Barbie doll nose jobs.
Do you have are you going to get the eyelid surgery?
What would you change about your
Never
nose?
I just...
Honestly, I think you don't need a nose job. I think it looks good.
Yeah, your nose is fine. Stop tripping,
It
bro.
fits your face.
Right.
I dare you to get a giant,
It's
big
definitely
honker.
not like as symmetrical as I would like it to be.
Huh?
It's not as symmetrical as I would like it to be.
Nose
And
is
there's no
fine.
guarantee that it's gonna be.
I don't like how
symmetrical
it's so like kind of low here, and I kind of have a tiny bump. You can't really tell, but I can feel
Here,
it. So.
whatever. I'm looking at your
come
nose
on,
and
leave
it
your
looks
face
fine.
alone.
You know what it looks like?
fine,
It looks like
honestly.
you already had a nose job.
It kind of does.
I don't think you should get one. You should just tell people you got one. See what happens.
Yeah.
Just
Boom.
test
Hey,
it.
problem
No,
solved.
test it.
Problem solved.
See if people go, amazing.
They would think I went to a cheap doctor,
A what?
a cheaper doctor.
Oh, man. I don't think so.
I feel like the difference between a glow up and a glow down is the results, and that's about it.
What would a glow up for
Like
you
if
be?
you go to
I guess not look like a little boy.
Oh, yeah, that
Like
was
that would
pretty.
help
That
put
was
on some
pretty
makeup.
harsh. That was hard. I mean, you don't look like the typical. You have to own up to that, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, if you're gonna go out in public dressed like Millhouse, you're gonna get some
I know.
pushback,
Well, I was
right?
whatever.
I'm just
All right,
saying.
okay,
I'm not gonna go on a plane and
So you're 30, better looking in
Calm
10.
down.
You're 30, better looking in 10 years' time at 40.
Oh, me? I feel like people tend to fill out with age, but I feel like right now it's probably my peak. I think this is it. I
Okay,
think this
and
is
then
it for
going
me.
back 10 years at 20 versus 30, better looking now or at 20?
I think now. I feel like I look better now.
Okay. And then, well, Felicity, we've done this whole bunch. All right, so I have to wait until she's back to do this segment. So I'll just wait a little moment, do a couple of shout outs. Guys, read 100, TTS 200. Like the video, please. And also Venmo, Cash App, whatever pod, 100% of your contribution go towards us. YouTube takes 30, Streamlabs takes 3 to 4%. Venmo, Cash App, we get 100% of your contribution if you want to be a patron. Okay, so I'm going to have you pull up or I think it's already up, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, window tab. And, before you do, we age advanced all of y'all with AI. So a lot of y'all said you're going to be better looking. So here it is. Go ahead.
That was great.
That went too fast. I have to see.
I'll pull it back up.
Yeah.
She still likes cars.
It's actually kind of Right.
Is that what your mom looks like?
Actually, my mom looks way better
that a mom
than that.
joke?
My mom's skin's a lot better than that.
I wonder what age are they looking? Let's say what age is the middle one? What age?
Middle is like 63.
No. Middle is like
What?
56?
No. Middle is like 40s.
No.
No way.
That's 40s.
Stop.
Really?
I'm
I think her hair is 40s, but her eyes, that middle one is more like
That could be
50, 55 at least. 55 at least.
Well,
Yeah, 60.
I could see 40 a little bit.
65.
all right. Okay, next.
Hot.
Control tab. You got to click on it. There you go.
Oof. What is that? No, I didn't mean it in a mean way.
Okay.
I feel like
It's not like it's really you.
Wait, what the
it
fuck?
just looks. That's what I'm
It
saying.
makes
It's
you
so
look like
it's like obfuscated.
You look
Morgan
like-
Freeman.
You know what it is?
Yeah,
it's
it's not
including
you.
your piercings are aging. That's what it's trying to do.
Yeah.
It's trying to age them.
It's just like everything's like
Just
one
make
blur.
them
It's not-
rusted.
What
honestly.
the fuck?
That's what I'm saying.
That's a
Thank
meme.
you.
I think the AI got confused with the
All
I
right.
can't really follow
Next.
and find each element in her face.
Do you see that?
That's hilarious.
Let's go back.
You're gonna age well.
Oh my gosh. Definitely still doing poetry at that point too.
For sure.
I definitely am. Yeah.
That's what's up.
I'm Maya Angelou.
Wait, so okay. So let's say that other one that's like 20, 30 years in the future, the middle one.
No.
You said you didn't know. I don't know.
I still don't know because
You
my
really-
mama looks
Wait, hold on.
nothing
Wait.
like that.
Here's where we test this out. Which of these three is the best looking?
Is the best looking?
Yeah.
Depends
Is
on
it-
who you're asking.
Huh? I'm asking you.
She's great at not.
I mean,
Don't hey, look.
Just pick one,
all
just
I'm
end all
gonna
the
say, all
suffering.
I'm gonna say is, don't be mad when we're here super late because you guys can't answer a question easily. Okay, so which one's better looking? The
Depends
left,
on-
the middle. Wait, did you say the middle?
subjective.
Yeah, your subjective opinion. You think the middle one is the best looking?
I don't know.
Pickle lane, James.
You got to pick one, bruv.
Bro.
Bruv.
Bruv,
say
pick
I
a
literally-
fucking one.
Am I in a better mental space in the middle or the last one?
I don't understand. What is wrong? What is wrong with becoming old from a woman or man's perspective and remembering the time when you were youthful and beautiful?
There's nothing wrong with that.
Then why is there something wrong with saying, back when I was youthful and more beautiful and vibrant, I remember that time. I love that time. That's no longer the time, right?
Is that what you say as a boomer?
What? No, I'm saying that from
Wait,
from
aren't you a millennial?
No, but no, she's reading my spirit. It's a boomer spirit. So, but that's the point is that there's nothing controversial about a woman saying when they're older saying, "Oh, remember to be young again." This is like not a controversial statement, but you're like fighting it for some reason.
I'm not fighting it.
You're like, "No, I could be totally hot in 79.
I said I don't know.
I'm going to be wearing 79-year-old lady thong."
I said I don't know, and I will be wearing thongs. I'm sure of
Probably,
it.
yeah.
What the fuck? Oh boy.
You just pick a number, just end all the suffering.
To
All right.
whom though? Don't forget, there's also
All right,
males.
next.
And
Oh my god.
Someone's getting into politics.
For sure.
I would be a cute granny. Like
Okay.
that.
True.
I'm okay with
All right, let's do next.
Why are we looking at her like that?
I want mine to be like that.
How do you feel about that?
So Tiffany, you
It makes
said
me look like Coraline.
who is that?
Oh, yeah.
Like bug eyes.
You said better looking in like 30 years, right? That's you in 30 years.
That's not accurate.
Tiffany. That's you. The middle one, that's you in 30 years.
Supposed to be.
You should look at my mom.
Is she
My mom-
single?
No.
Oh, never mind.
Do your parents know about your boyfriend?
Yeah. They love him, so.
They do now.
They love him more than I do.
All right. Next.
Ew.
Did you just say ew?
Yeah. Why not? Oh my God! Look at the last one. That's not good.
You look like a librarian.
I look awful.
But like a librarian at an elementary school, not like
Like a chain smoker.
like a reputable librarian.
I appreciate that.
last
Oh, not a
one looks like- kinda
reputable
looks
one.
like Bill Gates.
I think I appreciate that
The
more.
middle one is
You know,
super
not like a
adorable. I'm not
university
gonna lie to
librarian.
you.
I appreciate that.
I've seen a couple like 20-year-olds that look like that. So
Like in a
Yeah,
high
same.
crime urban library.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. Next.
That's awesome.
bad.
That's
Oh,
awesome.
No, this is the worst one ever, Felicity.
Stop. What is this?
Why is the middle one?
This is the worst one by far. On all the other episodes, like this one is the least forgiving.
It's learning. The AI's learning.
What does that mean?
They really did not do you any. The neck. They
Yeah.
totally destroyed your neck too.
Yeah.
By the way,
What the? No.
Felicity, you have a fantastic neck. But
Thank
the AI just came in and
Maybe that's
Yeah.
gave you an
They
Adam's
literally-
apple.
I
That's
mean,
crazy.
yeah.
how,
like a
the
zigzag.
middle one. Like how many
They even
years
changed
in
the
the
hair.
future
Have you
do think
ever
that would be?
done a swoop, Felicity?
Like my bangs?
Like instead of like just bangs straight down, you like swoop them to the side. Is that no? Like all, emo swoop. Here, help her out. Kind of like hers. Oh, too bad.
I think she's got it. Look, she's got it.
Wait, let me see.
Kind of.
Looks good.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Kinda
All right, you
like
just need a
Justin
little
Bieber.
pink dye and you're good to go, or green or blue or some shit.
Yeah.
All right, next.
Oh boy.
Oh
See,
shit.
if you look at the last picture, that's what's talking inside of me.
Wow.
So,
Wow.
Oh, actually, the middle one. That's what's
Yeah.
talking.
You look like Santa.
Oh, nice.
I like the middle.
Actually, the last one, I'm gonna have a long white ponytail, so it's not totally accurate.
All right, next. What are they gonna do? Okay. They used like fucking 10-year-old photo.
The middle
Okay.
one's great.
Looks like a denture commercial.
Damn.
Damn, bro. The fuck? I look like a racist mayor of some like small,
Yeah, like a mayor. Yeah, definitely.
like on that last one. I look like I'm a mayor of some small.
No, you look
Middle-
like one of the guys
middle of
from
the
the X
country.
Factor.
Look at the twinkle in your eye in the first one. Where was that?
Yeah.
I was looking. The sun was beaming into my
You look,
eyeballs.
you
Yeah,
look
it wasn't
more
a
like
twinkle.
the middle one now than you do the first one.
Thank
Wow.
you, Tiffany.
Wow.
I appreciate that.
Alien
I appreciate that, Tiffany. Thank you.
Alien was
know
saying
what?
you look
Let's
like the.
pull up Tiffany's again really quick. Let's just actually never
Brian, you
never
look
mind.
like you would be at a
That's
golf
not
course.
fair because they use
Wait, I look what?
your Instagram.
Like you would be at a golf course.
Agreed.
I look like I'd be on a golf course.
Yeah,
Okay.
I could see it.
That
I
checks
said
out.
that you look like the X Factor judge.
X
It's like Louis Walsh or something.
Simon Cowell.
No, Louis Walsh, like I just said.
Oh, I know who you're talking
Yeah.
about. Yeah.
Who the fuck
can
is
see
that guy?
Louis. I
He's
don't know.
the Irish
I don't
guy
watch
that
Like
was
the
on
old
there.
Q-tip on there, the white hair.
Oh, the
Yeah.
Q-tip. Okay.
He was
All right.
The one that
adorable.
looks like that.
All right. I don't know where else. Oh, we need to do the gender swap too. But first, we have a couple chats coming
Oh
through.
God.
We have Slim Stream. He just sent in 100. He didn't even send a message. Slim Stream, thank you so much for your $100 contribution. You're a fucking legend. Can we get some W's in the chat for Slim Stream? Thank you so much, man. You're a legend. Slim Stream. The real Slim
Shady.
Stream.
He deserves a freestyle.
Do you know Slim Shady's now a grandpa? His daughter has a kid now. Okay. Inquisitor Zeal, I sent 100 last time because I knew I wouldn't get an answer and I'd love to repeat the question. When in your life did what you believe become more important than the rules created by others? What caused this? I believe that's directed to you guys. Go ahead. Take it away.
I still don't know. What do you mean by that question?
Like rejecting traditions, established norms that over time through generations have been established, and where does this impulse of just just rebelling, like she said, this like innate rebellion to the established norms. It seems to be the trajectory, at least where we are.
I think we're on a podcast and all these questions are being directed to us for us to state our perspective about whatever the question is. And it's our perspective about whatever the question is doesn't mean that it's more important or a better perspective than societal norms.
For instance, when you were talking about your Instagram, you were saying this is empowerment. And I guess, if we swap it out, the question is asking, where do you get the notion that your individual sense of empowerment is basically more imperative, more important than a collective standards for what behaviors are and should be in society?
I never said it was. It just is. I never said my perspective and what I'm showing on my Instagram is more important than...
Well, you did in a way, because if we transported you into a Muslim nation and you said you were Muslim, certainly if you maintain the position you have tonight, you would be going against what the question asked, the established norms and traditions of the society.
And I would bet every person in that Muslim nation has a specific sin, and they would also be going against Islamic law in some way, shape, or form.
Well, would they correct it or not? They wouldn't keep doing it, though. Like, that's the difference we came up with, was that the difference is between people, if they call themselves religious, whatever it be, if there's some sort of corrective aspect of the religion, to say you're practicing it correctly is to say that you're self-correcting or you're going to correct something.
I never said I was practicing it correctly. There are Muslims who still call themselves Muslims who did not fast at all during Ramadan. There are Muslims right after Ramadan who went right back to drinking.
But would they say it's empowering?
Depends. I don't know.
But that's the difference we're talking about, is like those people, if you ask them, were you being a good Muslim during Ramadan? They might say no. But they wouldn't say, well, no, but it was empowering. I'm empowered.
I feel empowered because that's how I feel. But as I stated, it's not right.
Right. Well, that's the answer to the question. If the question was, why is it you, where did you get this notion that your preferences and urges and wants and needs are better than whatever the collective is that you're in contrast to, in this case, Islam? The answer to the question to the person who sent in the chat is, I just basically want what I want. I want to follow what empowers me, and that's it. You're following yourself, right?
I think, well, yes, to your last point. But also, I think what I'm disagreeing with in terms of the question is the better part. Like, I never said it was better.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess what he's saying better, he might mean takes precedent over. Would you say that your idea of empowerment at this moment, your concept of empowerment, is more important? You're putting it as a priority over, let's say, an Islam perspective of what empowerment is. You're valuing your concept of it above Islam's, right?
Valuing?
Yeah.
See, it's the word selection that's throwing me off.
What are you following? Which one are you putting up more on a pedestal?
Look,
yours or Islam's?
I'm going to end this discussion with this. I'm a revert, and so in being a revert, there were things I was already struggling with prior to becoming Muslim, and I'm working through those struggles and those sins, however it is I'm choosing to work through them. And if posting pictures is a part of that, then it's a part of that. And I'm not going to sit up here and not take accountability and ownership over what it is that's on my page.
Right. So it's going to be by your standards that you're even
It's going to be what Allah wrote.
What he wrote. Yeah. So, well, he already wrote that you're taking those pictures. So
just like he wrote for you to ask me these questions.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If I was Islamic, I should just be quiet because the questions were already answered. Right. Now, I mean, for someone else to answer their question, it's a good question because this applies to men as well, is that if you are in a system that's ordered, let's say they have some standard for ethics, decency, public decency, how you ought to talk to people, not talk to people. If someone said, well, I just disagree with it all and I'm just going to reject it, how would you guys determine whether that's like empowering or good, like are they being bold, like, or is it more valuable to actually follow rules in society?
Intention. What's the intention behind it?
I mean, how would that matter if the actions, like if an action crosses a line in society. Like if someone's a nudist and they go to some place that's public and there's children and they just like, get a raging erection. Like if you said their intention mattered and not the action, if I said, should we use force to take that guy off of the streets? And you said, well, it depends on our intention. You wouldn't say that, right?
I also stated that some sins are worse than others.
I'm not talking about the scale of sin. I'm saying if your measurement is intention, I just gave you an example where intention wouldn't matter, right? In that instance, right?
If you're harming others, no, intention doesn't matter.
Well, no, he's not. Just like your ass is out, it just happens to be his penis. It's
No,
the same.
you
It's a
can't-
part of the body. No, it's a part of the body. How
But
is it
I'm
different?
not. I don't even know if I can't say this on stream. But
Just use a code.
If I am self-gratifying myself online,
No.
you can't do that.
No. Who said you're doing anything about it? Getting an erection is a natural thing that happens. You're not doing anything.
No.
It's like yawning.
No, it's not like
Yeah,
yawning.
it is. It's like waking up and yawning.
Okay, but a normal person would hide their erection immediately.
A normal person, from my view, would hide their ass.
Would they?
Yeah.
There's a lot
In
of
public.
ass cheeks about to be out.
Yeah.
It's about to be summer.
I know.
There's going to be a
I
lot of
know.
ass cheeks.
And
on Aren't we close to a campus?
I'm saying
Shout out to
what I'm saying
UC
is the
Santa
intention.
Barbara.
The intention can't be the determining factor, because if someone just happens to get an erection in public and they just happen to be a nudist, right? They're just like you. They just have less clothes.
Just like me?
Yeah.
Don't you
you're
dare compare
It's a type of nudist.
So what is your intention then?
What?
What is your intention? When we're talking about intention, what is your intention by posting those pictures?
We already touched on that. I said I'm empowering myself as a woman based on what I went through prior to me getting married, me becoming Muslim, and all that stuff. All that plays a role. Just because you revert into Islam or whatever religion doesn't eliminate, as you stated, the sins and things you did prior to,
Okay.
right? So,
All right. So, are you a mother yet?
no, I'm not.
Do you want to be a mother?
I'm not answering that.
Oh my gosh. So okay.
Wait, hold on. What? Why would you not answer that?
Because if I say no, I don't want to be a mother, and Allah wrote for me to have a child, I'm going to feel bad.
That's
that this was
impossible.
Well, just
recorded.
answer the. What?
It's not an impossible.
It's logically
There's
impossible,
a lot of
what you just said.
women that have children that did not want to have children.
Logically impossible what you said from your Muslim view. If Allah wrote that you're going to have kids, He just simply wrote that you're saying you don't want them right now. That's it. It doesn't change anything from your view.
But He didn't write that. He wrote for me to say, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
wanna
fine.
answer that.
So if He wrote that,
You will make a great politician.
I feel like this is how Christian
I think-
conversation started.
okay, so this is the
That's
problem
for sure.
with this is what I'm trying to attack here, is that if you, let's hypothetically say you had a child and they were a female, right?
Mm-hmm.
At what age would you teach them that showing their body is empowering?
What age? I would teach them at all ages to be comfortable with who they are and how they go about doing that. I'm not going to judge them.
Okay.
As long as they're not harming anyone or breaking the law.
Okay, if they came to you and said, Mom, your pictures online, I just found them on accident. Some kid in the class actually brought them up in class.
Mm-hmm.
That harms me. Are you going to listen, or are you going to say, oh, sweetheart, you just don't understand. I'm empowered?
I would say that those pictures are how I chose to express myself. That's what I would say.
And the kid, the daughter or son says, Mommy.
And just to clarify, I have to say this, just to clarify, because you're taking the pictures too far.
I'm not.
I don't do sex work. I don't have any OnlyFans, and anybody who does, I have nothing against them, but that's not something I do.
Great.
I have sensual photos online that do go along with my poetry.
I'm taking your standard, right, by the way, and not other people's. And doing what you do, I'm asking you a direct question. If you tell that to your own kid that that's empowering, right?
I didn't say I'd say that. I would tell them that that's how I chose to express myself.
Okay, and then they say, Mommy, how you're continuing to express yourself hurts me. Mm-hmm. Are you going to respond to that, or just say, well, no, I'm empowered?
I'd take that into consideration.
Okay.
Because you should care about that. That's honestly, when you ask me if I want to be a mother, I'm thinking about that when I'm thinking about children. I'm thinking about the fact that you have to consider someone else's feelings and emotions and all of that. Fortunately,
but
I'm
not what
not in
Allah
that
says.
position
But not
right
what
now.
Allah says. So your opinion,
Allah hasn't come down and talked to me about my Instagram.
A kid's opinion, in your own view, you are declared a Muslim, right? That's what you say.
Yeah.
You're saying
La
that your
ilaha
own kid's
illallah.
opinion saying this is wrong, I don't like this, mommy, is actually, it takes precedent over your own God's view of it.
No, because I've never had a direct conversation with the law about my Instagram.
So you've never had a direct conversation that Islam is true either from Allah.
How would you know that?
What do you mean? When did Allah tell you Islam, you choose Islam?
I don't want to talk about that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You don't know my spiritual experiences.
I never said I did, but your standard is if Allah has to talk to me directly to tell me something's wrong, then Allah would necessarily have to talk to you directly to know that Islam's true. Otherwise, why are you following it?
And maybe that happens.
It's written down the road.
All right. We're going to do the gender swap. So before we pull these up, I want you guys, we're going to ask you, would you date the male version of you? So, is it all ready to go? Okay. All right.
Oh my God, that looks like my aged brother. So no, I would not. Oh my God.
That looks like your Asian brother?
I said aged.
Oh,
He's
aged.
younger than me, so I was saying like older.
You have a brother, though.
Yeah,
and he looks like this.
Yeah. Well, he's
So-
12 right now, so he doesn't have
That's
a beard.
a yikes. Okay.
That just looks like him if he was 20.
But would you date the male version of you?
No.
Are we talking about look-wise or like personality-wise? You know
Where's the-
yourself.
what?
What are we?
You
What are we
date
talking
yourself?
about?
Fucking, it's pictures. What? It's fucking pictures. Okay. All right. Next. Wait, what the fuck?
Oh my gosh.
Would you date the male version of this one's fucked up?
Just
Would you
cut
date the
off the
male
shaft.
version of you?
Would you date Dennis Rodman?
I guess, yeah.
Okay. All right. That's.
Would you date someone with all the same exact piercings as you? I feel like that'd be pretty cool, actually.
I mean, I wouldn't care for the most part. I don't have preferences basically, right? So I can date like the most basic looking guy, or I can find another guy that is like super body mods. I found this one guy. He's so hot.
All right. Next.
Yeah, split tongue and everything. I was like, fuck, dude.
Would you date the male version of you?
Does he stimulate me mentally?
Probably.
Bro, this is like actually retarded. Can you just answer a question, please?
I'm serious. I don't know.
Wait, you honestly don't go around like being a single person and you go, oh, I'm attracted to that person over there. Caught my eye. So everyone catches your eye equally? That doesn't make sense.
I didn't even say that. Just because it's nothing doesn't mean it's everything.
Is that your poem? Is that a poem?
She doesn't.
I just-
It's a fucking haiku.
Sorry, like-
Some lame ass haiku, man. All right. So, would you date the male version of you?
What is wrong with you? I answered
What
the
is
question.
wrong with you?
I
You didn't
answered
answer-
the question already.
You said, I don't know.
That's the answer.
No, I said, does he stimulate me mentally?
Is he attractive to you? Do you think he's attractive?
Do you think he's physically attractive?
Isn't being attracted stimulated mentally?
That was my question.
Wait. How is
This is another way of
Yes.
directly
Do you think,
asking
how about
that
this?
question.
Do you think that the male version of you is physically attractive? Sure.
That's
Look,
the question.
when you're attracted to someone physically, isn't that a stimulation of your mind?
Whoa.
Do you find
Good
the
argument.
male version
No.
of yourself,
Yes, it
that
is.
picture, do you find that picture, male version of yourself attractive?
That wasn't the question. The question was, would I date that person?
Would you just talk to him?
Fine. Okay. I'm changing
you
the
talk to
question
him?
then. Would you? I'm changing the question then.
Acquaintances.
Do you find the male version of you is like attractive?
That's
I think someone in the world would find that picture.
Bro, I don't care what
attractive.
someone in the
Do
world.
you-
Are you
do you
a
find
slur?
that-
I'm a sapiosexual. How many times do I have to say that?
Just throw an answer out there.
No, you're not going to force me to
Look-wise.
just
Wait,
answer.
Doesn't
so you're
know.
not sexually attracted to anyone then?
That's not true. I'm a sapiosexual. I'm attracted to like.
So on right at face value, you see someone.
No, that's the you're
There's
correct.
zero attraction that triggers in your brain.
No.
Zero. You're not drawn to anybody unless you start talking to them.
Correct.
How are you drawn to talking to people then?
People talk to me. I'm not invisible.
So you don't read their energy at all? So you just
Big on
Do me a
energy, too.
favor. Scoot your microphone this way. No, that you turned it. Scoot it that way. Scoot it to the very edge of the table. Edge of the table. Mic clip all the way at the bottom, please. All right, moving on. I'm not going to deal with that anymore. Next.
Yeah.
Would you date?
I think he's attractive.
He is okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And a programmer, so he has a lot of money.
Yeah, definitely.
Next.
Nerd.
Nerd.
Fine.
Would you date the male version of you,
Show it
Tiffany?
to me again. Why are you flashing?
But yeah.
Because I'm. Okay.
like subliminal
I'll pull them
messaging.
back up. Don't worry. But
No, absolutely not.
Why?
you wouldn't.
Almost
feel
like
like
David
AI's on a roll.
Archuleta.
Are you attracted to Asian men?
Yeah.
Haven't you only dated white guys though?
I've only dated one guy.
Oh, okay. All right. Cool story. Didn't you meet him through the podcast?
No.
Kind of. Come on.
What are you talking about?
Didn't you like meet him
No, I
through the
didn't.
podcast?
No, we met through Instagram. He DM'd me.
Yeah, but how did he find you?
TikTok.
He found you on TikTok.
Oh, okay. Actually, that could be the case. Okay. All right. I shouldn't take too much
He
credit
found you
then.
on TikTok.
Not going to take all the credit. Next.
Ew, no.
Did you say ooh no?
Just me with facial hair. That dude was right.
That is
that
true.
dude
It
was
is
right.
actually just they didn't
Yeah.
really. Not much has
Whoever.
changed.
He looks
It's
like
literally just me with facial hair.
It looks like who?
he looks like
Yeah.
brunette Jeffrey Dahmer.
Yikes.
It just
I'm a
it
little
doesn't look
terrified.
right. It doesn't look.
Okay.
Say it
Uncanny
ain't
valley.
right.
All right. Next.
Wow.
Oh,
Damn, that's like way different. Mine's like the same, and hers is just like a totally different person.
I mean, the eyes are all fucked up.
Yeah,
but,
eyes are
It's a
fucked
little
up.
strange.
Wow, you kind of.
Like better version
Looking
of
a
that. You could imagine.
Felicity, you look at. Is that a yes?
Yes. I don't look like my dad in that one.
Okay, so this is an upgrade from some of the
Yeah,
previous.
I would.
All right. Okay. Next.
What the
Damn.
Why did
Wait,
they
what
give
the
him
fuck? How did it even take my...
That's
Listen, this is
scary.
unfair. Why did it take my beard away?
Please.
I'm scared.
Oh, you
Take your
Wow.
beard away?
bearded women.
Would you?
I don't even know what that is.
You look like a comic.
No,
book
I would
character.
run from that. I would run from that.
Yeah, you look like a comic book character, like a super.
Run. I would
hero.
extinguish that.
Please, no.
Next.
God, no.
She beat your ass. She kicked your
Oh,
ass.
okay. All right.
That's actually
curly
not bad.
things.
Which
The
one?
second one looks very realistic.
As a
Wow,
woman?
that looks.
Yeah, like a
I mean,
dorky,
fucking
sort of
cross-eyed.
dorky, likable, like, yeah, I play pickleball.
Yeah, easygoing fun.
Yeah, I would date.
Middle?
Yeah, I'll take middle.
Why is it-
I'll take.
yeah.
I'll take them both. Why not? Looks a little like a trans woman, but whatever. If it's a female, I'm down. All right. I think that's it, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. Okay, guys, if you want, get a TTS and Kaibaka. Did I pull this up? I think I did. Kaibaka, thank you for the gifted 10 subs, man. Really appreciate it. All right, we're going to get into the questionnaire here. Actually, yeah, why not? What would you want the minimum yearly income to be for your future husband?
I put 30 grand minimum. I think that's enough to live off of.
Sure.
It's actually kind of a little bit more than what you would need. I don't know. I was making less than
Where
that,
do
and
you
I was
live?
doing
Florida?
just fine. Yeah.
Okay. All right, what about you?
Yeah, I guess I can't agree with that. Like 30,000.
30,000. Okay, what about you?
It was a month,
A year.
A year.
a year, 100K.
100K? All right. What about you?
Well, I would go with. I wrote it down there as 250K.
You said depends on when I get married and his age, but you
That's
want.
not me.
I think
Oh, that's
mine.
Tiffany. Wait. Oh, my bad. Okay, sorry. I
Yeah.
got my things mixed up. You wrote what, 150K to
250.
250K. All right. And wait, what do you do for work again?
Well, I'm a business owner. I have my own business.
Okay,
but-
so you make around that much then? Okay. Tiffany,
200K.
200, but hold on, you said 200K to 500K.
Yeah. Depends on when.
What
I
if you don't get the
married.
nose job though?
What?
Like if you don't get the nose job, are you going to stick to 200K? Like do you feel once after the nose job, you're like 500K?
No, the nose job wouldn't change anything.
Oh, okay.
But that's not changing anything with the money. It has nothing to do with it.
500, half a mil? Half a mil?
Yeah, if
Tiffany?
I'm getting married at 30, I would want the guy
You-
to make
you-
500K.
So like, let's say you're marrying a guy who's 32. He's going to be making 500K
Yeah.
at 30. I mean, you can make 500. So that's like top 1%.
Yeah.
Do you think you're a top 1% girl?
Oh my God.
Yeah, honestly.
Wait, why do you scoff at that? Do you think are you like yeah, she's not a 1% girl? Is that what you're saying? Wait, are you saying she's not a 1% girl?
I scuffed at you for even asking that question.
Why would it hold on, why?
Because I think it's degrading.
But how is it wait, hold on. How is it degrading?
Do you think you're a top 1% girl?
Yeah, why would that be degrading?
Because you're implying.
Wait, so hold on. Do I need to affirm her as a 1% girl?
You don't need to affirm or deny or anything. It's just the question that was even asked is like degrading.
So, but if somebody thinks they're a 1% person, whatever metric you might use for that sort of evaluation, must we affirm their self-identity?
No, you don't have to affirm.
Okay,
it's
so
the
I'm
fact you even asked the question.
What? But if I'm asking her, I'm not even affirming or denying her own self-assessment. I'm simply asking if she herself thinks she's a 1%.
I didn't find it degrading, so.
Yeah. Okay, so what's the answer?
Yeah, I am.
Why is that? What makes you a top 1% woman?
I guess I come from a top 1% household in terms of income. Like my dad makes around that much. I'd want my husband to make more.
So you said your dad makes like $500,000 a year?
Well, our household income, yeah.
Well, okay, so you and your mom,
yeah,
the mom and dad combined.
Yeah.
What do they do for work? Do they run a business?
No, my dad's an engineer and my mom's an accountant.
Okay. So just to be clear, you want a singular person to bring home the combined income of both your parents, of two people? Because you said your household income.
My dad makes majority of it, so.
Okay, sure. So I get that you
and
from.
I'd also make that much or more.
What are you studying?
Poli-sci and econ. I'm pre-law.
So you're going to become an attorney?
Yeah.
What kind of an attorney?
Probably corporate.
Like you are the internal counsel or for a corporation?
Like a part of a legal team at a company.
Or would you work for a legal firm and you would do corporate law?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want children?
Yeah.
Okay, let's say you find the top earner guy and he's making, let's go to the peak, $500K. And he said, well, I'm doing the $500K, it's increasing, I want you to be my wife. Will you abandon law school to have children? Will you accept that?
Yeah, totally.
Oh, cool, nice.
Yeah.
Okay. But wait, so I'm not sure though, like you said that you believe that you're in the top 1% because you come from your parents are in the top 1% of earners. But you realize
I'm saying I'm already part of the statistic.
Genetic entitlement.
Your parents' wealth doesn't necessarily have anything to do with.
I'm
like they could just. What if they just write?
Though.
You have siblings?
Yeah.
Yeah. What if they just write you out of the will and you never see a penny of that? Or they're just like those hardcore parents that are like, you're gonna have to make your own way in life.
The only angle I could see that being a type of sort of attribute that the man would like to see is that if you are a part of that class, it's a class thing actually. It would be that you know how to operate within a higher, socially. Almost like snobbery. Like you're already up there, so you understand how that works.
Yeah, but show us your Kanye tattoos.
Yeah.
You want me to take off my shirt?
No, like roll up your sleeve. Come on.
It's gonna be hard.
So
okay, that lowers the class a little bit. So
I have 3.
So at least the guy can, $500K. Yeah, he can burn those off. He can.
But wait,
laser them off. Would you let you, if you said laser those off, would you say
yeah? If he pays for them, yeah.
Okay, cool.
But, so I think even going ahead and granting, like, okay, your mom and dad, they make X amount of money, that puts them in the top 1% by extension, that like elevates you a little bit. Most men don't really care about your money. Like men don't care about your career success, your career ambition, the money that you make. Men don't really care about that.
I don't want to become a lawyer. That's just my plan B.
Okay, sure. That's what you're pursuing in the event that you're just forever alone or whatever it is.
If my husband can fund my business, then I don't want to work.
Wait, what do you mean fund your business?
I want to make a clothing brand for skinny people.
innovative.
Wait, hold on.
Because
I
So
could actually get on board with that
she's
Because
gonna help you out with that.
Because sizing is just not inclusive for skinnier people.
Wait,
It's
hold
not just
on.
the kids
one.
section.
That's true. That's true, dude. It's hard to find.
Like an extra small is like a medium these days, and I hate that.
I mean,
Like
I
I'd make the
I guess I
sizes
kind
like
of
you know how
agree.
like Yeezy does it like 1, 2, 3.
no, I don't
Like,
know
I-
about Yeezy. I listen to
Like, I do
fucking
it 1,
Leonard
2,
Skinner. Do you
3.
think I buy fucking Yeezy? Buy? Oh my god.
Is your shirt currently extra small?
It's brandy, so it's one size.
Wait, so hold on. Okay, but I was asking you if you think you're a 1% girl, and you cited to the fact that, well,
I mean, I
my
think I'm
parents.
pretty rare. I think.
How so?
I guess my political beliefs.
Your political beliefs?
Yeah.
You realize Trump won the popular vote? Trump won the popular vote. Your political, like, there's plenty of conservative women.
I guess
Did
Brian's.
you even vote for Trump, by the way?
Yeah.
No.
So you didn't even, wait, okay, so you're, oh, okay, sorry.
Brian, I was going to say, Brian's kind of asking, like, if you get a top earner, he gets, it would be true that he would get a larger selection of women to choose from, right? So in people, let's ask, if there's 3 other women who are in the exact same class as you as far as income, kind of adopted in for their parents, shares political views and all of that is included. What are you offering that man that you think the other contestants, if you will?
So basically, like, what do I
What do you bring?
to the table?
Yeah, what do you bring?
What do you
to the table?
bring to the table?
Oh my god, the
Tiffany?
classic.
It is classic,
me,
yeah.
Just
Me, just you. That's also a classic answer.
That's
yeah. I
classic.
mean, what do you want me to say?
So it's like this. The man
It's like
brings X, Y, Z. Guess what? Like when you say 500K, that's not identical to him, right? So he doesn't say just me, right? Because if the man uses your standard and says, "What's your name?" Sorry,
Tiffany.
Says Tiffany. I want to get married, and you go, "Oh, cool. How much do you make?" Because I have a standard, and they say, "Oh, I make 50K." And then you say, "Well, what else are you bringing to the table? What are you bringing to the table if it's not the money and the support?" And,
My jeans.
and then, no, the dude says, "It's just me." Like, that's not going to work, right? If the man says it. Yeah.
Definitely not.
Yeah. So that's why it's like, we've heard that answer before. I think the correct answer in this climate for men, especially in your sort of political and social status, is what they want to hear is, "I'm going to mother a lot of your children." That's what you bring to the table.
Yeah, and my
dinner
and my jeans, like my
Jeans,
children,
yeah.
Children would get my.
Actually, jeans might be a good answer,
Jeans.
depending on how you look at them.
Wait, when you say you're rare in terms of your political beliefs, what does that mean?
Honestly, I mean, I realized that politics is just not for me to, like in the last couple months, but I
Wait.
just don't really have, like, I don't know how to explain it.
Wait, did you say politics is just not for you?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Okay.
No, no.
I agree. That is rare, and that's actually what men are looking for.
Because, okay, if you're into politics, you actually
true.
you actually have to stop laughing. You actually have to have a lot of love for the people to be in politics and be passionate about it. And I don't have love for the people, so I really don't care.
Wow.
Like I like keeping up with it. I just like don't have the passion that I'm willing to devote to it.
Well, the thing is, the man doesn't care about your political beliefs. So
Yeah, but,
in a
like,
sense, you do have the right perspective, just not care about
Compatibility is
politics.
really important, though.
Mhm.
And your political beliefs, like, kind of say a lot about your personality and how sensitive you are.
I thought you said politics are not for you.
So a guy that doesn't like politics?
Like working in politics. I like politics as a hobby, but I
What does
just
politics
don't.
mean
It
to
is
you?
for you.
I just wouldn't ever be a politician or go into that field.
I don't blame you.
Or like
You
kind
wouldn't
of
go
brand
into,
myself.
You wouldn't go into politics?
No.
Any of you ladies want to get into politics?
I think we got some
Poetry.
Why are you
Poet
laughing
lady.
so much? I mean, I just don't
I have
understand.
3
It's so funny.
degrees relating to politics.
You have what?
3 degrees relating to politics.
Yo, I can't tell. Wait, okay. So hold on. Where were we?
Were you talking to me?
Probably not. Wait, we were
Correct,
going
okay.
around the table. Oh, what would you want the minimum? Oh, okay. So $500,000.
Yeah.
You want a 1% guy. You scoffed at it. You think you're a 1%
scoffed
girl.
at
Here,
you.
let me ask you, Tiffany. Let me ask a couple questions here. Okay. How many children do you want?
2.
2. Okay. Are you a virgin?
Yes.
Are you going to homeschool your kids?
Yeah.
Are you submissive?
I could be.
What do you mean you could be?
I'm not a submissive person in general, but I could submit if I chose to.
To your boyfriend or husband?
Yeah.
Will you take your husband's last name?
Yeah.
Will you, I don't know what, shit, it evaded me. The question left my brain.
I think she wins.
Is that a 1%? Is it, that might
Does
be,
your-
chat, is it 1%?
Does she win?
Is she 1% girl?
What's the major of your boyfriend?
Virgin.
He's also poli-sci.
Will you get
But
rid,
he's going to law school.
will you have the tattoos lasered off?
Yeah,
If he pays for the removal, yeah.
If your boyfriend, will you stop listening? Never mind.
to Kanye?
He says you can't get a nose job too. He says you can't, even if you want
get
to.
a nose job,
you can't get one.
and you got to stop listening to Kanye. Will you do it?
God forbid he loves you for who you are.
Okay.
Or how about you can listen to his first 3
wait.
albums?
Oh,
If
it's
the
the
guys,
nose job,
if the
yeah.
guy's like, oh, you shouldn't get a nose job and stop listening to Kanye because of what he tweets and stuff like that. Like, I already don't like you. Like, we're not compatible, and he's probably kind of gay.
Wait a second. If he says don't get a nose job,
Yeah.
you're not gonna. But you'll let him remove the tattoo, but not get in the way of the nose job.
I mean,
What is this passion for the nose job? That's a crazy hill to die on.
It depends on the reason behind why he doesn't want me to get a nose job. Because most men don't care if women get plastic surgery as long as it doesn't look botched. If it
I'm
looks,
still
if
against
it looks good, men generally don't care. But if my boyfriend's
but there's,
like,
like,
oh,
no
don't
such
get a
thi-
nose job because you look fine and perfect already, that's like such a woman thing to say. Like, you're so gay.
Okay,
I think
how
it's
about
gayer to
how about
be
if he says
enthusiastic about it.
you can get a nose job, but I get to determine the shape of it? Like,
Why would you want to?
like, what if he likes a
Because he
piggy?
pays
What if he
for
wants
it?
a piggy nose
Schnoz.
for his wife?
Because he thinks that's attractive,
Yeah.
more attractive.
Yeah, what if he says that? 500K. He's the man of your dreams.
500K is not the man of my dreams, because I would also be making that much.
Oh, there it is.
You should do a one-size-fits-all store. I feel like you could corner every market with that.
All
At least in the
right.
section.
What would you want the minimum yearly income to be for your future husband?
Depends on it depends on the zeitgeist at the time.
The what?
The zeitgeist, whoever's
Oh,
president,
zeitgeist.
the economy, things like that. As
How
long as
about-
I'm comfortable, 50 to 80 would be nice.
Okay. Felicity, what about
Very
you?
least.
150.
150. All right. How tall are you, and what's the minimum height of a man you would date?
I'm 4'10". The shortest guy I date is like 5'5".
What about you?
I'm 5'6". Shortest guy I would date is like, I don't know. I don't care.
Profound.
I'm 5'5", and I think I put NA.
You did put NA.
What a
Yeah.
surprise.
All
At least
right,
I'm
no surprise there.
consistent.
What about you?
I'm 5'2", and I think the shortest guy was 5'9".
Okay. Tiffany?
5'5" and 5'9".
Kill me.
Yeah, that's kind of how it works.
5'9". My apologies.
I'm
How tall are you, and what's the minimum height of a man you would date?
Oh. I'm 5'1", so it's pretty
So 5'9".
diverse there. Probably
Okay.
5'5", if I had
Okay,
to.
sure. Felicity?
I'm 5'5". Shortest I would date like 5'8" or 5'9".
Sure. All right. Would you rather cross paths with a random man or a random bear on a hike?
Totally a man. I could probably take him out better than I could a bear.
Okay. What about you?
I'm gonna say bear.
What about you?
I said bear.
Definitely a man. Why would I cross path with a bear? Man.
Okay, man.
I don't know, but I think man.
Okay.
It's a tough one, but I chose man.
Man.
So wait, bear for the two of you. Okay, why do you pick bear? Or why don't you pick man?
Listen, you're gonna think I'm bad faith for saying this, but I just adore animals more than anything.
Cool. What about you?
What about trees?
I've just been in too many SA situations, too many stories. I don't want to be on a path alone with another man.
Okay, so like sort of your own anecdotal experience. You've had a lot of bad experiences, so you pick a wild animal over a man.
Bears have needs too.
If you had to attribute, like, let's say the likelihood of risk, or a risk percentage, if you had to say, okay, I think 50% of men would do this, or maybe 20% or 80%. If you had to put a percentage to it, what would it be?
A percentage of men that would...
SA, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I know. Why don't you how about a guess?
I don't even want to say because that's just insulting to the male species. Like, I don't want to assume a percentage of men that would...
Do you think it's a majority of men?
I don't know.
Okay,
I would hope not.
Here, do you think it's a minority of men?
There's some sort of percentage, of course, but I just don't know what it is.
Yeah, just take a guess. Your guess doesn't have to be correct. It could just be a guess.
I don't want to guess because it could, if I guess too high, it can make me look bad. And if I guess too low, it can make me look bad. Like, I don't know.
But I think in a way she actually gave you the answer.
Did she though?
She doesn't know.
What?
Yeah.
No, I didn't give you an
answer. When she
What's the
picked
answer?
the bear, she gave you the answer. That says how she thinks about it.
No, that's not giving it the
Wait,
answer.
are you saying...
It is because you picked the bear.
No, that's what I'm more comfortable with. He asked me in generally saying, what's the percentage of all men
We got
that
a
would
champagne
SA?
pop.
That's like a
This is
completely
crazy.
different question. I'm just not comfortable alone with men.
Wait, but you're comfortable alone with bears?
With the bear. That's the answer.
At least I won't end up in a SA. So there's not a possibility.
Well, it'll eat your
that-
face off, though. But like, that's the thing is, if you know, as long as you're not gonna get SA'd, the danger of a black bear, let's say, attacking you.
Why does the bear have to be black?
Because they commit more of the attacks.
It's not an
statistically.
African-American bear.
Bears aren't asexual either.
No, but it's actually true that black bears commit more of the attacks. So the question is, how did you, like, you're just going from your experience that this has happened to you before, but Brian asked you a fair question is to say, like, well, a lot of things happened to other people before, and
Yes.
isn't it fair to say statistically that there's more people who don't commit aggression against other people than there are who do, just for any given violation?
A lot of SA cases go unreported, so I don't know.
Yeah, based off of the data that is out there, you could look at like the DOJ, the FBI, crime statistics. So you could base it off of, well, what we do know. So based off what we do know, based off feminist propaganda that you've likely heard, what do you think?
I'm not answering. But I did answer
meeting?
the question related to comfortability, and I would be more comfortable in the face of an animal than I would a male alone in
Wait,
the
I'm
woods.
just a little confused. You said you don't like to be alone with men, yet like there's a video of you in the pool, like letting the dude pour alcohol down your throat.
There was several people around. We were not alone.
Okay. So, have you ever had a one-night stand?
I have had one, yes.
Okay. Is that how you met your current
And
boyfriend?
actually, I wasn't alone. I had a friend.
The friend was a witness to your sexual encounter?
The friend was in the vicinity of...
It was an orgy?
No, it was an orgy.
Okay.
I didn't go alone to a man's place.
Okay.
So you're saying that, let's switch up the scenario. Let's say at the zoo, there's a section, it's just a man at the zoo, right? And you're at the zoo alone, and you're like looking at all the animals from afar. You're telling me that you're more likely to get into the enclosure with the bear than the man? If you were to choose?
A zoo is a really bad example.
Why?
To use.
Yeah,
because
just engage with the hypothetical.
I don't know.
You don't know.
Bro, how do you... Yeah, if you had to pick one, do you get in the enclosure with the bear or with the man?
Seriously, I don't know.
You gotta use those poli-sci.
Bro, what do you mean you don't know? Here, do you need... How about this? I'm going to give you 10 seconds to figure it out. 1, 2...
I don't know. I did figure it out. That's my answer.
Yeah, okay, think about it, though. Here's the hypothetical. You can get it in one or the other, and you have to choose. Which do you get in? Here, watch. Let me make it simpler.
Is a bad, like, just question in general.
No, it's testing for logic.
No, it definitely is, because a lot of times that people are going to commit violence or whatever when people are alone, right? So if you're saying a zoo and there's other people around, of course the man's not going to be aggressive.
I said there's no one there but her. It's just her. She's the only patron at the zoo.
For sure, I understand what she's saying then. For sure.
What do you mean she's saying she doesn't know?
She says she doesn't know.
If only it was opposite day.
So, okay. How about this?
If they're alone, if she's alone, she goes into the bear enclosure, whatever, right?
So good.
Yeah.
She could get eaten, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if she's alone and she goes into the male one,
what's worse?
Get S8.
What's worse, getting S8 or getting eaten?
I think getting S8, to be honest. So there's a bunch of people that's always trying to gaslight you, tell you that that's not what happened, and blah blah blah. This, that, and
You'd rather die than the low percent chance of getting S8.
It's not a low chance.
How did you determine the percentage? That's what Brian asked you. How do you determine the percentage of going into an enclosure?
Me, I mean, she probably won't say it, but to me, I feel like
50%,
whenever I'm around like majority of men,
okay, how many times
I am not.
Yeah, what percentage? Give us a percentage.
Me? Okay, 80.
80. Okay, so
80%. Yeah.
4 out of 5 men are essayers. Do you have brothers?
Yeah, I have brothers.
You have multiple brothers. How many brothers?
I have 2.
2. So okay, one of them, maybe even both of them, are essayers.
Okay.
This is just an extension of your own logic. Okay, so you're just throwing.
You're acting like that's gonna hurt my feelings or do something to my brain, but it's just a possibility. Anyone could be.
I'm not really concerned if it hurts your feelings or not, but typically people like
you're like trying to get a getcha moment.
It's not really a gotcha, but so just to be clear, your own blood, your 2 brothers, one or both of them are essayers.
If one of them is a piece of shit, I'm not gonna sit here and defend them.
What about your father? Is he 80% chance he's an essayer?
I mean, could be.
Uncles, cousins?
Could be.
Your
I don't
entire
know.
Family? Okay.
I don't know, but from my perspective and like my experience, most people are just like that.
This is why I try to bring this hypothetical into more realistic things. The path in the woods is actually common enough, but I would say the most common example of a man and a woman in an enclosed area that happens every single day would be a man and a woman in an elevator. Would you agree?
And how many women have felt uncomfortable?
No, first, I didn't ask if they're uncomfortable. We're talking about the reality of something happening, not what you feel.
Okay.
So, would you agree that one of the most common habitual moments where men and women are together alone, it would be an elevator? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so if you were to take 100 elevator trips with men and women, there's just a man and a woman in there, like you could take a live feed of like a security camera. You could probably collect this, right? Is it more likely that we would find an essay in that example? Is that more likely than if we introduced a bear?
It's still not a good
example.
What do you mean?
Because you get off the elevator. There's going to be 100
What are you talking about?
Or whatever, like you're still not.
What are you talking about? The man can
of course,
hit.
someone's not going to essay you in an elevator. If someone's if there's like a possibility that someone's going to come in.
What are you talking about?
Why would they essay you in a?
What are you talking about? You can stop. You can stop the elevator.
If a man stopped the elevator while I was in it alone with him, I'd freak out.
I know. How many times on like CCTV and all these security cameras, how many times do you think it's happened where a man and a woman were in an elevator and the man didn't do that versus when they did?
The reason why there's those
Answer the
videos and
question.
it stops happening is because they're not even in the elevator
Answer
long
the
enough.
question.
If I'm stuck on an elevator with a man, like
I just told you he could push the button. You said you'd be scared at that point. I'm asking if the first step of essaying in this instance is pushing the button and stopping the elevator and doing this thing. I'm asking you, what's more likely to occur? A man in an elevator attacking you, being that you're both alone in the elevator, or a bear attacking you if you're both alone in the elevator?
both would attack.
Both, same likelihood.
Because because now we're talking about an enclosed space versus I'm alone in the woods.
Oh, so men are more likely to aggress you if you're in an enclosed space?
I mean, yes.
What?
Bear?
What do you mean?
No, I'm saying they would both attack you at that point.
How many?
Now I'm in close vicinity versus we're in the woods and the bear's over there and I'm walking on my path.
Well, so is the woods an enclosed space or not?
No, the woods is not an enclosed space.
Oh, so that's not consistent then.
That's why your example was bad.
Well, a field isn't an enclosed space. You know how many people get aggressed in an open field?
I mean, I don't understand
what your standard here is, like how you're measuring this stuff.
We're talking about a field or a wood space.
I just gave you an example that happens every single day in every building right here in this city, right? There's an elevator.
Where there's literally like a 7 to 10 foot different space.
No,
me
hold on. They are in.
I just have a question.
You're enclosed in the same place, and what you said is
how many bear attacks happen versus essays? I just want to know.
Also, what if the bear is in the elevator?
That's what I said. I said at that point they would both likely attack me because we're close together. Now there's like a 5
not
foot
really.
difference.
A bear is not guaranteed to.
Okay, here's one more follow-up question, and we can move on.
I'm just saying that it's like
one more question. If a bear was in an elevator with you, right, or on a path, if a bear was on a path with you, would you want another bear, an additional bear, or a man?
What?
If a bear was on a path with you and you thought, look, if you were on a path with a bear and you looked at the bear and you were fearful of the bear, would you want an additional bear or a man?
I would want a man.
Okay.
At least the bear could attack the man. Like I'm not.
That's
the
reason.
That's the reason.
That's the reason.
Myers donated $200. I can't believe it, but Alien is the sweetest and most honest soul on this panel. She can answer a question. I know you like trees, and I'm working with a twig. Let's make it happen.
Wow.
You want to think he's shooting a shot, to be honest.
I don't know what to tell you, dude. I'm not looking for a relationship, but thank you.
I don't know, this whole man versus bear thing, it's just all cap. Like, have you guys seen a woman's reaction to a spider?
Mm-hmm.
I have a spider.
I just think it's unlikely for a bear to attack you and, you know, like, actually delete you. I feel like they're going to maul you, and then you're just going to be left like that, you know? It's gonna
No,
be
they're probably going to... They eat you alive. Bears
not
eat
you.
you.
Never know.
Yeah, not always, and men don't always
I
essay
was
women.
agreeing with that. The fuck?
What the
Damn.
fuck?
I was agreeing
Yeah,
with
it's
the
just going off on everyone.
Yeah, that's what everybody can get the smoke, I guess. How about this? If you could, this is sort of related to the two women who answered bear. If you could get rid of all men, and this would mean that women would never experience essay from men again, would you do it?
I don't think it really matters because you can still get essayed by women too.
Yeah.
Listen, I've been there, so I'm just
okay, fine. How about in this hypothetical, essay becomes impossible. So women couldn't essay you either, but they get to kick it. But all the men got to go.
What? I mean, of course, I would want to be in a world where no one gets essayed.
Okay. So just to be clear, you would get rid of all men if it meant that another woman would never experience essay from men again.
If they were going to go anyway, I wouldn't just voluntarily be like, hey, all men need to...
No, you have the power. Like, you have a magic button. You press the magic button, all men disappear, and that means no woman will ever be essayed again.
How about essay just disappear?
Huh?
How about essay just disappear? How about that?
Cool. Answer the actual question, though.
Done.
Just
Done.
answer. Why can't you? Just answer the question.
If it's in the sake of essay, then I would say yeah. I mean, to me, it's kind of a betrayal because my best friend is a male, right? But like I said, for the sake of like essay, I probably would say yeah, men can get the fuck out of here.
Okay, what's your answer?
I answered it already.
No, you didn't. Answer the question.
What is going on? Like, I feel like I'm saying words. I'm speaking English, right? I said, well, how about essay?
You didn't answer the question. Here, 2 + 2 = what?
Depends on the person.
You're actually retarded.
I'm just kidding. I'm
You're
just
actually
joking.
fucking retarded. Okay.
Relax. Calm down.
No, just like, can you be good faith? Answer the question.
I did answer it. You just don't like my answer.
You said, I wish essay would go away. No, that's not an answer.
I said, how about essay just go away? If you're going to, imitate me, at least get the sentence correct.
It's a hot take.
Wow, great. Maybe war can go away too. I love these empty platitudes.
A hypothetical, you know what I mean?
Yours isn't bad.
What's
her hypothetical answer? So just let her.
Yeah, I did give a
answer.
hypothetical.
Yeah.
I answered your question with a hypothetical. I was like, how about essay just disappear?
Yeah, that's not an answer.
But it's a hypothetical answer.
Wow, I don't even know what the fuck that means. Why don't you answer the actual question? Holy shit. Don't be pissy when we're going fucking late because y'all can't answer a question. Answer the question. This seems like an easy answer. Like, no, I wouldn't fucking eugenics the entire male species because like 1% of them are criminals and predators. Mm-hmm. But okay, your refusal to answer the question further points, I mean, you won't actually give an answer, but I'm just going to assume then that your refusal to just immediately knee-jerk, no, I'm not going to kill 3 billion people so that some people aren't victimized. Yeah, you're a sexist. Against men.
Why are you attacking me?
Why are you refusing to answer the question?
I'm just being myself. What you told me to be at the beginning of the show.
Annoying?
Then I'm annoying to you.
No, you're just annoying, period. Just, I don't understand what's so difficult here. Do you not understand the question? I can clarify. Would you like me to provide a clarification?
I understood the question perfectly.
Okay, repeat the question back to me.
You were asking me if I'd get rid of all men if that meant that essay didn't exist anymore.
Yep.
Cool. I said what I said.
Yeah. Would you?
Why are we going in circles?
Yeah, you said essay bad. I agree with you. Essay bad. Do I need to repeat the question again?
What?
Okay, there's 2 possible answers to the question.
Uh-huh.
Yes, I would get rid of men. No, I would not get rid of men.
And I answered it.
Which of the 2?
I just didn't answer it the way you wanted me to.
Yeah, it's not answering the question.
I thought this was a podcast and I could answer questions the way I like to answer questions.
Yeah, but there's an expectation that you participate in good faith.
I am participating.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. I've actually been contributing more to the conversation.
Oh, you've been contributing,
yeah.
But you haven't been actually contributing in good faith.
What? These are my answers. Now I'm lost in the sauce.
Okay.
I'm confused.
If a question is asked and buried in that question is 2 possible answers, and you refuse to pick one of those 2 possible answers, and you just say, well, a component of what is inside that question, I disagree with that specific thing, that's not an answer to the question.
So like, look, chocolate or vanilla ice cream?
Chocolate.
Okay, you didn't say strawberry.
No, I didn't.
Why not?
Because you said chocolate or...
Okay, that's his point.
But those questions, that's a simple question. These aren't simple questions.
I'm not saying it's a simple question. It is actually presented as a simple question. The answer, I mean, to most people, I mean, anyone else want to answer the hypothetical? Do you eliminate an entire section of humanity because just to eliminate the minority of perpetrations that are done by that group, or do you not? I mean, to me, it's a simple not. It's not justified, right? You don't
Yeah,
justify.
no, I think you try to make the circle small as possible, though.
Yeah, you don't eliminate, right? There's all sorts of crazy consequences and entailments for eliminating the male sex, right?
Right, but of course, consequences should be done, for the guys who do that.
Sure, but the question isn't that. The question is simple. Do you use elimination as a tactic to get rid of a small aspect of that population's behavior? The answer is no.
No, yeah.
Why is that hard to say no? I mean, it's a reasonable answer to say, no, I wouldn't eliminate everybody.
Because then that's also implying that you're okay with a small percentage of the male species.
No, it's not.
No,
that's
logically
not.
No, logically
That's
it's
not
not.
it.
That's how I think. You're asking me.
Okay, but now that we've gone ahead and granted that, no, if you were to say, I would not get rid of all these men, how can I...
I think it's extremely unfair that I can't say what I'm thinking. That's just how I'm thinking.
That there's a logical failure and we're trying to correct the logical failure.
Logical failure of my opinion?
Yeah, because your brother and your dad and your grandpa and all that can be eliminated too. And it's just not an answer. What you're giving is not an answer. It's just, there's a lot of it that you're not even considering. It's like you're coming from an anger.
What?
Most of your reactions is coming from a
Wait, hold on. Here,
towards
I'll make this
men.
super simple. Stop.
What?
Okay, do you think littering is bad?
Yeah.
Here, let's put it split, okay? Put it split. Do you think littering is bad?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think we should end the entire human species so we can stop littering?
Of course not. But littering
Okay,
is not
but-
SA.
Hold
How
on,
can you
hold
even
on, but
compare those? That's a
I'm
horrible
addressing your
comparison.
previous. Hold on.
What the-
Stop. I'm addressing your previous statement. So your previous statement was, if I choose to say no, I want to not eliminate all men. That means that I'm justifying this action of SA, right? But you were very easily you saying no. Hold on. Let me explain it. Now it's about to make sense. So I asked, would you eliminate all humans to get rid of, we all agree littering is a bad thing. Would you get rid of all humans to stop littering? No, you wouldn't. That doesn't mean that you're saying that littering is okay because you would preserve all of humans. In this case, you saying that you would preserve all men doesn't mean that you're saying that SA is okay. That's not what we're asking.
It's simple.
You're
just saying that humans existing is more valuable than eliminating littering or eliminating SA.
Both of you guys' examples that you use, which is chocolate and vanilla, and now you're comparing it to littering, is absolutely horrifying. SA is a completely different topic.
Those are two different things. The chocolate and vanilla thing was to demonstrate how to answer an either-or question. The analogy he's using demonstrates that if you don't take some crazy measure to eliminate something, some sort of consequentialist view, where you just eliminate everything. For instance, if someone's a vegan and they're vegan because they don't like harming animals, well, the best thing to do if you want to eliminate all harm for animals is actually to eliminate all animals, right? Mm-hmm. Now, if a vegan says, no, I'm not going to eliminate all animals, I'm going to work on reducing the existing harm on animals, right? It doesn't follow that they support harming animals if they don't hit the elimination button. That's all we're trying to say.
Got it. I understand.
Wait, question. Question. If we could, are you pro-choice or pro-life?
Pro-choice.
Pro-choice Muslim? I didn't know. Okay. Okay. Well, this won't really have. I was gonna say, if we could stop all abortion. Wait, that's such a dumb.
Some people die because they can't get an abortion. It's like a medical need for some people.
How about this? If let's say we got rid of all women who are pro-life, like you just deleted them. And then like the next election cycle, that would mean that if we got rid of conservative women, it would mean that there would just be, it would pretty much mean Democrats would just continue to win. They're pro-choice. So if we eliminated all pro-life women so that you guys can maintain abortion rights, would you do it?
If I say,
just go ahead. If you say, go ahead.
if I say yes, we'll eliminate all pro-life women just to keep pro-choice, that's also not, that's me killing off a good number of women. But then if I say we'll keep all pro-life women and get rid of pro-choice, that's also killing off a percentage of women, because some people need to have abortions to live.
But
it's a medical need for some
people. You're
people.
not killing off the pro-choice women. It's just the pro-life women that you'd get rid of.
I know. If I said that I would kill off the pro-life women, then that's a good portion of women that die. But then if I keep the pro-life women and get rid of pro-choice, some women also die because it's a medical need for some women to get an abortion.
Not killing pro-life women doesn't mean that abortion would go away.
What?
Like, your ability to get an abortion in a blue state would remain.
Oh, no.
I'm lost, is what you just said.
So how does this question is different than the other question that you
I
didn't
still said I wouldn't decide. I basically still said.
You still can't decide.
Yes, I was saying if I
Got it.
choose to keep
But you
all,
were leaning towards not killing. But when
I don't want to kill anyone.
Okay, there you go. So she doesn't
I
want to
think
kill anyone.
context is very important to you. So what if the context was always, you have to decide or the world's gonna end or something. Nukes are gonna go off, but you have to decide. Would that context be helpful? Is there any context that would be like super helpful?
No.
Okay.
So how about this? There's a bullet, there's a gun to your head. If you don't decide, you get popped.
That's a good one.
If you don't give out your yes or no answer, they would kill
If there
you.
was,
How
if
would
you had to.
Yeah.
So now are you asking if she would sacrifice herself?
That's basically
No.
what he's saying at
I'm
this point.
not sacrifice herself to have that.
No, actually saving herself. That's actually saving herself. That's the opposite.
Not by actually enacting the thing necessarily, but simply by giving your opinion.
Yes.
In this
You're not-
hypothetical.
Okay, explain it to me.
In this hypothetical, you're asking her whether, gun to her head, right? Gun to her head. If she wants to kill off one group of people over the other, I think at this point I would just, if I was her, I would just be like, I would rather die. Because why are you giving me that?
But hold on.
That choice, that power.
No.
Exactly.
Oh my God, let me. Okay.
How did we
she
get
doesn't
here?
have. Hold
How
on.
did we get here?
Because he's attacking me for whatever reason.
She doesn't have the power to see said thing through. The gun to the head is simply, if you don't just state an answer, then you get the bullet.
Exactly.
So just to be clear, and you're not actually changing anything. Nothing actually happens. You're just giving your opinion on something.
Got it.
You would rather take a bullet to the dome than just say, than just answer a question.
I'm just confused
Clearly.
why my life has to be at stake in this scenario.
Yeah, have you heard of a hypothetical?
Why am I getting all the hypotheticals?
The reason we got to the gun to the head is
Oh my
because it's
God,
the
bro.
only way we can get an answer from you.
That's not true.
Even that is
point.
not actually working.
That's a good, even that doesn't work.
That doesn't work.
Yeah, it still doesn't work.
And the thing is, I'm answering the questions. I'm just not answering it the way you want me to, which is
Do you prefer red or blue? I prefer fucking orange.
red.
Yeah, but it's like, I gave you two
That answer
options.
doesn't affect anyone's life or leave anyone at risk or no one dies in the answer I just
Yeah, but
gave.
if you answer any of the questions that we've asked you tonight, that doesn't have an impact either.
It does on me, on my image. I don't want to say anything wrong.
Bro, whatever you're doing right
And
now
also I
is
feel bad.
worse.
Like I'll feel
Whatever
bad.
you're doing now, trust me, it looks worse than just... Okay, look, well, since you're just being stubborn or whatever, I'm just going to assume you're a sexist then.
Whatever.
Okay, cool. Some Arabic or whatever. I don't even know what that means. But
Literally, like the name of the podcast, whatever.
okay, cool. Let me change it really quick. I'm assuming you're just going to struggle with this one too, or just be intentionally malicious. But let's change the question from... let's change it from black person or bear. Do you think that if somebody picks a bear over black person, that they're racist?
You should spice it up and say it depends.
That's literally, I don't know, like another I don't know. And also, I feel like you're intentionally giving me more complicated questions and then getting more upset that I won't answer the more complicated questions.
It's not complicated. Okay, it's super simple. If a white person is like, oh, I pick the bear over being in the forest with a black person, would you think they're racist?
Wait, a black man?
I would ask them why.
It's random. So the person is like, it wouldn't matter if it's a black man or a black woman, I'd still pick the bear.
And I'd understand.
But would you think you understand. Would you think they're racist?
No, I'd ask why. I'd ask why do you feel that way?
Because I was victimized by a black person.
Well, then I'd say that depending on the race. Well, you said white person is saying this, so then yes, I'd be like, okay, well then you're generalizing all black people.
What? That's literally what you're doing with men.
How?
Exactly.
What?
That's exactly what you're doing
That's
with men.
exactly your reasoning with men. You said...
No, I said I don't feel comfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what if a white...
I don't feel comfortable. I'm not saying that all men would rape me because... Sorry.
That's
great.
Okay, just say SA.
white
Just say
person-
SA.
not saying that either.
I'm not saying that all men would SA me. I'm saying I don't feel comfortable. So I'm
white
flipping it
person
back
doesn't
on
feel
me.
comfortable.
This is how I feel about that.
Well, you're saying you're more comfortable with a wild beast than with a man, but the way you come to that conclusion is a generalization, correct?
No, I'm flipping it on me, and I'm saying I don't feel comfortable.
Yeah, you don't.
I'm not looking at a man and being like, oh, he would probably
Look, I know you don't feel comfortable. I'm going before that. How you came to the conclusion that you're not comfortable is that's a generalization. You're taking from particular things that happened
to me.
Yeah, and you're making a general statement, right?
And that's exactly why I said you're coming from anger towards men. That's how you generalize, and in your head when
why are you using the word anger?
Because
I think that's weird. I'm not angry at all.
It is. It has to be.
I'm
it has
uncomfortable.
To have a source. Yeah, but the
fear.
source of that is fear, and then
resentment.
Anger and resentment.
You
and
can
all
be
of it
angry.
Has the same kind of negative feeling towards men.
A negative feeling, and I'm kind of offended actually that you're using the word anger, because I think that as women of color, black women specifically, they're always viewed as angry, and I'm not angry. I'm uncomfortable. And you said negative feelings. Those negative feelings all have different statuses, different emotions.
Listen,
you can't generalize anger. I'm not angry at all. I'm uncomfortable.
You generalized men.
No, I did not generalize men. I flipped it on me and said what I'm comfortable with and what I'm uncomfortable with. I didn't say all men would do that to me. That
was me.
But that's your core
Thank you.
belief. when you pick a bear instead of
my
man.
core belief is based on me, not me saying that all men would.
I don't care about the base of it.
You just said the core.
Answer.
That's the base. Your core belief. If you're gonna debate with me,
your core belief is picking a bear over a man. Period. End of the story.
My core belief is that I'm uncomfortable being alone.
Wild bear that could kill you over a man, because deep down you believe men are worse than wild animal.
No.
What if she just feels that way about just people in general?
No, we actually talked. The question was a man and
not
a bear.
just people, yeah. But I have another question.
But they are people.
If you got to know
even if it was
how many minutes to get to know somebody, in this case a man, on the path, would then you determine you'd rather be with him than a bear? Is there you think there's maybe a threshold at which you decided, oh, okay, I trust this person?
No, I don't think there's a threshold.
It's just still the bear no matter what?
It's just the discomfort of being alone.
Okay, do you have a brother?
I do.
Do you have a father?
I do.
Okay, so let's take your father. You would choose the bear to be alone on the path you'd be alone on a path with a bear, and you would choose the bear over your own father.
No, I choose my father.
But why?
Because I know my father.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking. Is there a threshold where you learn that the person earns the trust, in this case a man? What's the threshold at which the man earns your trust such that you'll pick him over the bear?
Probably a few days, weeks, months.
How much money does he have to make? I'm just kidding. Well, that's what I'm asking. It really, this question comes down to trust and knowing people. And what the initial question is asking people to generalize. It's actually forcing a generalization. But it is wild because if you look at it reasonably, it's especially with the second hypothetical, where you actually encounter a bear and now you're in danger. Who do you choose? You said a man.
Right. And I disagree with you. I don't think it's forcing you to generalize because you're still asking me and you asked me why. And then I brought up a personal experience of mine. Right. So it's subjective. It's based on what I went through. That's why I answered it the way I did.
Right. But because someone like your dad exists, is it fair to say there's people like your dad? There are people like your dad?
Sure.
Okay. So if there are people like your dad, you're hedging your bet that there's less people like your dad that are kind, that aren't going to do this terrible thing to you, right? You're actually assuming that there's more people who would hurt you than less.
Yes.
Why would you assume that?
I'm not assuming that. I'm choosing a safer option.
That is
regardless of whether they would hurt me or not.
Okay, that is choosing that. Like, for instance, if it's not the general question of a man or a bear, if there's a collection of men, there's 100 men, and you don't know which man you're going to get. Mm-hmm. Like, let's say that it's 100 people. You just have no idea which man you're going to get. But there's men like your father in there. If we ask you bear or man, your choice is still assuming the worst of the collection of men. That you're assuming the statistics that your bet, right? You're making a bet. Your bet is on that you're going to get hurt if you choose the man, and you're risking getting hurt with the bear. You already know there's a high likelihood of being hurt by the bear.
I disagree with this because a generalization would be me saying right now that everybody at this table as a woman should have chose the bear because all men are dangerous in some way, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm more uncomfortable with being on a pathway alone with a male than an animal. That's what I'm saying. For me. But there are people at this table that said they'd be more comfortable with a man on the pathway. Okay, cool. Why? Because they have their own personal experiences. So it's not generalized. Well,
no, there's a way to take their personal experience and see if it maps onto reality, and to take your personal experience and see if it maps onto reality.
That's what I'm saying. So like it doesn't match onto reality because I'm subjective. Like
you're admitting that you're admitting that your own experience is inconsistent with general reality, that most men actually don't do that.
It could be, because that's why when you asked me about the percentage, I didn't want to give a percentage because I don't know the percentage. It could be a small group of men are capable of SA versus a large group of men.
Well, that's why I used the elevator example, because the elevator example demonstrates that 1,000,000 times a day, more than that, I couldn't even put a number on it. Everywhere around the world, there's a man who gets in the elevator with a woman. And more of the times that happens, by a lot, the man doesn't harm or even threaten the woman, okay? But if you swap the man in the elevator with a bear, what do you think the percent difference is going to be with someone being hurt?
I don't like the elevator scenario. I don't, because it's a freaking enclosed room versus the woods. Like, what?
Do you eat dinner? And if so, how do you decide what to eat?
Don't compare SA to dinner.
Oh,
We're
no,
comparing
I'm not.
SA to dinner and
I'm
freaking
talking about your indecision. The pattern of your indecision. I'm not talking about...
Just because I have an indecision to these complicated questions that also have emotional reasons behind them doesn't mean I'm indecisive in my regular existence.
Understandable.
Okay. But you agree that you're a sexist?
I'm not a sexist.
I mean, you kind of are, though. Against men? Kind of are.
I'm not.
I mean, you'd rather be with a wild animal than alone with a man. It's kind of a sexist statement.
No, it's just I'm more comfortable with that. That doesn't mean that I think all men are capable of SA.
Yeah, what percentage?
I don't know.
She doesn't know. But I mean, you weren't even able to definitively say if you would save the entire population of males in the hypothetical.
I'm lost. I'm over. What?
The hypothetical was, Okay, if you could stop SA, but it meant you had to just get rid of all men, would you do it? And you didn't give a yes or a no.
Correct. I did not.
Right. The fact that you don't give an immediate knee-jerk, no, I'm not going to delete 4 billion people or whatever, how much it is. It's pretty crazy.
Well, that also sounds like you're like attacking the people that didn't choose the answer that makes more sense to you as well. The people who wanted to delete the 4 billion people.
Wait, can you repeat that one more time?
If you're getting
upset.
Are you upset? Is that the right word?
Yeah, I would.
Frustrated?
Sure. I mean, I'll put it like this. The fact that you are essentially unwilling to save, like, give an affirmative that you would save 4 billion men, but the entailment is, well, this crime that has to, like, the fact that you won't give an affirmative on, I want to save 4 billion people. Yeah, that's pretty.
So would you debate?
That's pretty damning.
So
that's pretty damning.
So would you debate with a person that definitively made the decision to eliminate the 4 billion people to get rid of SA? Would you be attacking them like you are me?
I would be attacking them worse, but
okay.
Your refusal to answer the question points to the same answer.
No, it doesn't. It's you don't know what I would choose.
So why don't you just save us a bunch of time and make things really simple? Which one do you choose?
Or we could just move on to the next question.
Or you could just answer the question.
I'm so confused. I have answered the question. You just didn't like my answer.
I have another one. Man or man?
Like what?
Man
she
or
just is still gonna choose the bear. That's her.
What is it? Man or man, bear, pig from South Park.
And also, even when I did make a decision, now we're debating about the decision I made, which was the bear.
No, but you didn't. Okay, here, I'll ask you a different question.
It's like if I answer it, or if I don't answer it, you're still attacking me. I'm so confused.
I'll give you a fucking preamble and make the question.
I don't need you to give me a preamble.
Here, in this question, there's only 2 options. There's only 2 options. So, in order to get portion 1, in order to get rid of SA, you can do so, but you have to delete all men from the planet. Or 2, you keep all men, but the current reality of some women are SA'd by some men, that would remain. Which do you pick of the 2?
I don't understand why you're repeating the question. That was the question originally.
But I'm giving you only 2. If you had to pick between one of those options.
Does someone want to answer for me so we can move on?
Nobody can answer for you.
I would keep things the same.
Okay, I'm gonna make it really simple for you. If you had to pick one or the other, which would it be?
One is like
You know what's interesting is none of the women are calling you out on your fucking bullshit. This is what I call the sisterhood.
Aggressive.
No woman here is calling you out on your fucking ridiculous
She did a little
bullshit.
bit. She did. I'll give her a little bit.
I've been trying because it makes no sense to me, and I said that a couple
Literally
of times.
incoherent. It's incoherent. I've refined the question where the answer you have to give is one or the other. So pick one.
I just wouldn't listen
Now
to a former or a
look,
latter.
you're trolling. You literally signed an agreement.
I'm not trolling at all.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not. This is really genuinely how I feel, and I actually feel like uncomfortable because I'm genuinely answering the questions that
You're not
the way that I want to answer
the
them.
question.
So I'm not trolling. This is genuinely how I feel. So I'm a bit thrown off right now, and I don't know if you're being serious or not.
I'll repeat it. So you have to pick one of the 2.
You don't have to repeat it. Like, are you being serious? Like, what's happening right now?
You have to pick one of the 2. Answer the question.
I did answer it already.
No, you didn't.
No, you just didn't like my answer. Are we being
cool. But you said, well, I wish SA. Your answer was, I wish SA just didn't exist. The question is, if you had to pick one of, okay, do I have to fucking draw this shit? Here.
You already repeated
Multiple choice question.
Thought he was going to draw a bear.
We might need a Venn diagram.
Okay. So you know how there's 2 options here. Sometimes there's 4, right? So I'm going to hold that up. I don't know. Hold on. Let me put it. All right. Multiple choice question. My fucking penmanship is dog shit. You see how there's those 4? I don't know. Here. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And then I'm going to just check mark 3. Right? Check mark 3. I can't just, in the middle, I can't just write 5. I can't just add in 5. That's what you're doing. It's a multiple choice question. Pick one.
You're making me really uncomfortable. And as someone who's been essay, that's why I don't feel comfortable choosing between 1 or 2 of the answers. So I said I didn't feel comfortable
choosing. How about this? If you could take back...
I'm so lost, and I'm
How
actually,
are you lost?
Because I'm participating in your podcast, and I thought I was adding great conversation, but instead you're attacking me.
Because you
and
refuse
I don't know
to
if you're
answer.
Being serious
You
or not.
refuse to answer a question, and I think you're honestly trolling.
I'm not. Well, lucky I'm not trolling. I'm not trolling. I've been completely honest about who I am and my opinion since I got here.
Do you know what a multiple choice question is?
I do.
Okay, so there's 2 options, right? If you ever taken a multiple choice test?
Yes, I have.
Okay, can you just write in like a different answer?
No, you cannot. That's why I didn't answer it in the first place.
Yeah, but so you now have to answer.
You can't force someone to answer a question.
I guess I can't. Yeah, I can't force
what is
you
happening?
to do it.
You could have moved on
but
to
you
the
didn't give a fucking answer, lady. You didn't give an answer. You're claiming you gave an answer, but you didn't.
No, I didn't claim I gave an answer.
You literally just said you gave an answer. No, you were.
One would depopulate the entire human race.
Cool. I'm.
Did she give an answer, Jimbob?
No, she gave a third answer, but she did give an answer when I brought up, well, what if it was your dad? And you said, I would choose my dad. And so we were trying to get to the bottom of, okay, if your generalization about men is given by your experience, you don't generalize your own dad given your experience. So what's the difference? And you said you'd know your dad, right? But if we told you that statistically, it's not the case that the highest percentage of men that exist are aggressors. So what we're telling you is that your failure to answer is, what I'm seeing here is your failure to answer is given by your experience. Your instinct is to say, no man, scary, bad, they could hurt me, right? So that's fair. If I give you that and I say, okay, from your experience, you're reserved about being alone with men. We understand that. But not all men. So your dad's not included, right? There's probably other people you know that are men. So we're trying to get to the bottom of, okay, well, what is your impulse to say man versus the bear, pick the man? Is it justified? What we're telling you is it's not. It doesn't actually comport with reality. But you're holding on to your experience as the arbiter. Does that make sense?
Because you asked me about what I would choose.
Yeah, it got
so
to this.
That's why.
Well, it got to...
But I'd really like if we could move on because I'm starting to get uncomfortable.
I'm uncomfortable that you won't answer the question.
Okay, well, what?
It got to the point where Brian was asking, okay, well, how far would you go to eliminate SA? And it seems by the way, these kind of hypotheticals come up all the time to test people's logic. Mm-hmm. So it's not like you particular, it's anybody.
Well, it is in particular because there's other people.
That's right, but other people answer,
waiting to answer the question and have conversations with you guys.
But they did answer it.
Pointing it.
Yeah, but you're the only one who couldn't answer the question. Why is that?
I mean, you're also not giving everyone the same questions to answer. You guys gave me so many hypotheticals.
We already answered that question. That's why. And it made sense because...
I'm glad you think you make sense. That's perfectly fine. I think I make sense too. So
we said hell no.
Of course you think, but
of course you all think you make sense too. So everyone thinks they make sense.
A non-answer is not an answer. I'm not going to accept.
There are some logics that you have to base your answers to that logic. You can't say all men are bad.
And I didn't say that.
Bullshit, right? Straight up bullshit.
Didn't say that.
You can't say I would
don't repeat things.
Men.
Don't say things I didn't say.
No,
I didn't say all men are bad.
You said exactly that. You say
no, I didn't.
I would eliminate all men.
I didn't say that.
I said that.
What are you confused?
Here,
I
just stop.
No, that's exactly what's happening right now.
Just stop. Let me take care of this. A non-answer is not an answer. I gave you an A or a B question. Okay? I gave you, if you had to pick between two things, and you saying, I don't like this component of the question, you pick A or you pick B. If you had to pick one, which is it? If you had to pick one.
Like on a mass scale, if you think about it as like a mass scale.
I don't need you guys to tell me. I understand
Guys,
the fucking
just
question.
allow silence until she answers.
What?
Don't just answer the question.
That's really weird. Just like,
Yeah, what is happening right now? Like, I thought that...
Yeah, you can keep, or you could just answer the question.
You're being extremely disrespectful.
You're being disrespectful.
I'm not being disrespectful.
If I
I've been
ask you a
contributing
question,
to all of the
if I
conversations.
ask you a question,
I've been nice to everyone.
No, you haven't. No,
yes,
you haven't.
I have.
You're fucking late. You're super rude. If we want to talk
What
about
was
rudeness,
super rude?
you were
I
super
apologize for being late. I
Didn't
drove from
apologize
LA to
me.
be here.
Didn't apologize to me. So anyways.
I
do you
did.
wanna
When
just
I
answer
walked
the
in, I said,
question?
I'm so sorry that I was
That's
late.
cool. Do you want to answer the question?
And don't just say shit on the podcast for the sake of the podcast. I wasn't rude to you. I apologize to both you and...
Yeah, cool. Do you want to answer the question?
I feel
What
uncomfortable
is this
now.
called? Obfuscation or whatever? Is this rage quit? Okay. Cool. I think that's a rage quit there. Well, hey, you know. Yeah, you got to leave. You just got to leave. You just got to leave.
I'm gonna leave.
Yeah, but you got to leave the studio. You just got to leave. Hold on. What's she asking? Mary, what is she asking? No, just say it. Just say it. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, you just got to leave. Nah. Adios. Yeah. Yep. Go for it. Well, rage quit, I guess. Oh, wait, hold on. Sweet. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have you take that seat, okay?
Got you.
And then just stay there. That's fine.
Sounds good.
All right. Okay, guys, hold on. Oh, wait. Oh my goodness. I don't understand. I don't understand
what's lost. I don't understand what's lost by answering the question. Even if it was a wrong answer, I don't understand what the hill to die on was.
I guess let's assume she did have an answer to the question. It was either she would not get rid of all men, and it's just so it'd just be the current status quo, or she has to eliminate all the men.
Yeah.
I don't understand. Does that her refusal to answer it? Does that mean that she would kill all men to prevent this particular crime from happening? Is that eugenics or what is it? What is
yeah,
that?
basically, yeah. I mean, not. It's like it's just like a utilitarian,
I don't think so.
approach.
And by extension, wouldn't this be the end of the species? Because
I think she's just scared of sounding like she supports SA.
But we already granted to her.
Yeah,
that this
I
wouldn't.
mean,
It
I
doesn't
don't-
mean that at all.
I think she just didn't want to change her answer no matter what. She just predetermined how she wants to answer it, and she did, and she just didn't want to change that for the sake of even argument. And it's, to me, made no sense.
Yes.
It's
Well,
just being stubborn.
now we can, it's good that she left because now we can actually get back to the show and get through some of the other stuff. Okay, we have, wait, she's sending in? Is she, wait, hold on. Oh no, I've been essayed twice. No, this isn't her. And I can tell you I'd keep men around, could have answered it directly. Ridiculous, dude. Yeah, totally. Well put, Aaliyah. Okay, we have some messages coming through, guys. Give me just a moment. We have Ben here. I apologize to Chair 1. The tarred Muslim who doesn't understand the hypothetical is Becky, L's in the chat. D's Nates, no woman has trashy tattoos like that and still has her V card. I think this is directed to you, Tiffany. Born again doesn't count, LOL. She claims to want 2 kids, but will remind her children every day of their undesirable nose with her surgery? What? Not top 1%, just average, mildly attractive Asian woman? Why did you put a star there? Do you want to respond, Tiffany?
I'm not born again. My tattoos aren't that trashy compared to other tattoos some women get. And then...
At least he said you're mildly attractive. That was like a bonus at the end.
Yeah, that's a compliment, I guess.
Yeah.
It's a big deal for these chats.
Tried hard to say that.
Okay, we have, thank you, D's Nates, for your soup chat. And then we have Libertariat Prime. I'm so nervous that Chair 2 will sneeze and Chair 3 will have to stick in her hair. What? Brixan is a brave man. That the true black and white cookie of whatever would have rather made it via Streamlabs, but apparently the Jannies blocked me from it in addition to the Discord. Not sure. Libertarian, I don't think you're blocked on Streamlabs, but if you send me a DM, I can try to resolve. I don't know. Maybe you sent in some troll shit or some TOS shit, possibly. I don't know, on Streamlabs, but sometimes some people get banned or whatever. Okay, here we did the gender swap, right? I'm pretty sure. Mm-hmm. Okay, bro, that was crazy. I don't know. I'm shocked that her first marriage didn't work out. I don't know why that would have happened. Okay, let's see here. Okay, one sec, guys. Here, we're going to get back to some of the pre-show notes. One sec. Okay, we did Sammy. We did... I didn't do the Muslim girl's notes, but what's her name? Sarah? She's legally married to someone who won't divorce her. Okay, I don't know. There's nothing else there. Here, going to Nazanin. Did I say that right? Mm-hmm. Apparently we had you scheduled on the show before, but then you said you're Iranian and a war just broke between my country and Israel. I was really looking forward to coming on the show, but I need to be able to focus and feel better.
It was, remember what happened?
Is there a war?
No, it was...
there was an attack.
It was an attack. It was just, we were just sitting and waiting for it to become a war because it was just the first time ever that Iran basically threw those missiles. Like, I think it was hundreds of missiles to Israel. Nothing happened, thank God. But that just was the first time that happened. And I was just like, I can't focus on anything else. It's just way too big.
It's terrible.
Because my parents live in Iran. Everybody lives in Iran.
Okay.
And I couldn't just sit there and talk about dating when that was happening in the background. Yeah.
Okay. Christopher Murphy with the $200 super chat. Thank you so much, Christopher. Fucking finally. Thank God Chair 3 is out. I've never encountered that, man. I don't know. Usually you're like, it simply goes like this. But if you had to pick one, which would you pick? And then they just answer it. Like, it didn't have to be that complicated. But, yeah, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird.
I don't know how she made it this far.
I think she wanted to.
Decisions.
I think she wanted to kill men. That's what she wanted to do.
That's why I said you're coming from anger, you're coming from fear. That's the resentment toward all men. Like for you to immediately think, okay, that man should be a bad man. So bear it is. That says a lot about how you think about men. And she's like, no, that's my experience. And I was like, yeah, that's in your head. This is how you see men.
Yep.
Yet at the same time, you're okay with some sort of stuff that you put out there, which would somehow bring make the chance of being subjected to those problems higher.
You know what? Jimbob, tell me if this is a good comparison. It would be like if someone asked us, well, if we could get rid of all women to stop abortions, the murder, I mean, maybe she wouldn't view it that way, but if like by our worldview, it's like, okay, if abortion is murder, you're murdering an unborn baby, an unborn child, we would both be like,
hell no.
No.
Yeah.
No, we're not, that's ridiculous.
Even something more subtle like eliminate marriage because there's some sort of situation where women run, they run free with all the money after the divorce or something. Something horrific like that's in favor of them. Yeah. Anything that makes this like sweeping remedy that's that brutal. I mean, it was not a hard question to answer. Even the other gals answered it quite quickly. No, I would never eliminate everybody. Would you?
I would, yeah.
Oh, you would?
You would eliminate everybody?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I think it definitely insinuates the worst when you don't answer.
Wait, so you would eliminate everybody to stop anything?
To stop, like you guys said, SA.
Would you stop, well, I mean, that's SA. What about, like, theft?
Theft? Probably not. I mean, I don't give a fuck about that, right? But SA, stuff that actually matters, like, no, dude.
So you would get rid of you'd delete 4 billion men?
I would, if I had the opportunity to just delete every person off this earth, I would.
Oh, okay.
FBI, open up.
Who laughs after saying some shit like that?
That's a clip. Wait, so that's like a version of her thing. You just have it about humanity. She just had it about men.
I don't think she feels that way about men. That's why she was having a hard time answering it.
But why do you feel that way about humanity, though?
For me personally, I just feel like I've seen the worst in majority of people.
But have you seen the best?
No, not really, no.
Wait, you've not seen good in people?
No, not really, no.
Really?
People don't show me their good side for the most part, so.
Really?
Yeah, for the most part.
Do you see the good in yourself?
I mean, yeah, but at this point, it doesn't matter
don't
if,
you like
the
essay
majority of
trees?
people.
Aren't you a tree essayer?
I mean, if you consider kissing my hand and then putting it against
No
it.
consent.
I mean, the tree didn't give you consent.
Yeah, you don't know that. You don't know that.
What if a tree?
What will you do?
I mean,
Hey,
but
what
if it's like if it's growing towards me, it must love me, right?
Wait a second. Wait a second. Other things can grow towards you.
Yeah.
And that can be involuntary. So I don't know if that's a good system for you.
But for like plants and stuff, it's a whole different thing. It's a whole different system.
Wait, can we get a TTS from like maybe redwoods or cedar tree?
Cedar.
What's
Cedars
like
are hot.
what's Canadian hemlock or some bullshit? I think that's a type of wood or a tree or something. Can we get maybe? Can you tell us if you consented to her kissing the?
we got Allah sending chats. We're gonna get different types of trees.
We're gonna get some trees. Can we get some? What are the?
Stop! That's so cute, like the little roots and stuff. Oh, Groot, dude, yeah, that would be so cute. Do it, please.
What's your preferred terrain in Minecraft? What's your preferred
maybe like
terrain
an oak
in
tree or
Minecraft?
something?
You messed up by thinking I play Minecraft.
Maybe like a maple tree.
A maple
Chestnut.
tree?
Chestnut tree.
Lately, I've been like into like junipers and probably
that's dope.
walnuts, but
I love that for you.
yeah.
Very niche.
Slay queen.
But I mean, for the most part, I'm into mushrooms right now. I think they're beautiful.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
I love that for you.
Okay.
Let's see here. Notes. We have Val. Tell us your catfish story.
Oh my God. You can just read it out loud because I wrote it really well.
Okay, fine. You said that you were catfished in 2010. Your older sister, her boyfriend, and you agreed to meet the man of the hour at a movie theater. You were 16 at the time, and he had just turned 18. He was a solid 300 pounds at least. All blubber. You were honestly impressed that he was able to crop all of it out on Facebook. You went on the date, but you were too naive to realize that you had absolutely no reason to feel bad for him. Due to your own apparent predilection for masochism, you proceeded to invite him back to your house. You ended up in the backyard where eventually he broke your mother's lawn chair in front of all your cherished loved ones. Apparently, humiliating you with his optical falsehoods wasn't enough, which you frankly still find to be quite unfair. Moral of the story, sympathy is hell's favorite pavement material.
Yep. And then I said all blubber, baby. Not just all blubber.
Oh, all blubber, excuse me.
All blubber, baby.
All right. That was cool.
That was the only thing.
And let's see here. Oh, you said how to leave an abusive relationship? You had some advice?
Oh, yeah. So I basically dated a guy that was a mean girl. And it was like, he would just say backhanded things to me all the time. And obviously that could easily wear you down. I feel like a lot of guys do that. So what I did was anytime he gave me something, if I found any truth in it, I would take it and I would change it. And by the time I was ready to leave that relationship, I was fully healed, way better person than I already was. Yeah, I feel like it just helped me a lot. And I feel like that's just good advice if people are in like, I don't know, like mentally or emotionally abusive relationships. I feel like that's the one solution that worked for me.
What were you doing to him that was abusive?
I wasn't doing anything.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought you said you were in an abusive relationship, so I thought you might have been the abuser.
No.
Did you hit him?
No. That was
Financial abuse?
a reasonable question. No, he was just a mean girl.
Oh, he was a mean girl.
Yeah.
What was he doing that was
how mean
abusive?
girls act? He would just say, like, I'll give you an example.
Sure.
We're in the grocery store and it's crowded, so I make sure to stay out of everybody's way. And then we'll get in the car and we'll be like, you're in everybody's way. Like, just make me feel incompetent over time. It got to the point where a few years into our relationship, I felt like if I didn't have him, I'd be homeless on the street.
Wait, but hold on. So
I feel like
wait, hold on. So wasn't my question, what did he do that was abusive? And your first example was you went to a grocery store and you yourself were like, oh, I don't want to be in people's way. And then he said,
No.
whoa, you really got in people's way? That's the first example you give when I ask how you were abused?
No. What I said was, this is an example of like what he would do.
Hold on, let's explore that thing you just described though. Is that abusive?
So
him saying you got in people's way?
It's kind of condescending.
If
Yeah, I don't think condescension is abusive.
If we were in the store and you were making sure to stay out of everybody's way, and then we left, and I was like, you were literally in everybody's way the whole time
was
you were
he
there.
saying it as a joke?
No.
So he was getting on your case.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of
like
weird, but I don't
constant,
think
like,
that's
little
abusive.
shit. It's like death by 1,000 cuts. It gets old, and
Well, okay, hold on.
it's
So
like
he's
a
annoying.
One-off. Who
Yeah, I don't
cares?
think being annoying or a jerk is abusive.
I feel like over time, if it's intentional, I
Okay,
feel like it
what-
can definitely be mentally abusive.
So wait, he was like, "Whoa, you really got in well, did you get in somebody's way?"
No, I literally.
That's what she's saying. She didn't. She
You know,
was
that's just an
actually-
example, but it's
I
like.
mean, you
all-
kind of seem like
of it.
someone who gets in people's way, though.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I kind of.
I'm just kidding. I'm totally kidding.
Yeah, I'm pretty
You
burly.
fucking abuser. Oh my
I'm pretty
god.
burly.
Wait, did you like these little pecks? It sounds like there's a bunch of pecks at you, right?
Yeah, it just
So
gets
wait,
old.
do you say things back like?
I actually didn't for a long time. I was just like,
So he doesn't even know that it's bothering you.
well, at first, because I just thought something was wrong with me. There was another time where.
Well, that's not. Wait,
Oh.
he might have been a jerk, but that's you thinking. When women think something's wrong with them, that's actually not a good excuse to make it about the person. Because let's say it's not a dude. Let's say it's your friend. If you don't say it, hey, don't fucking do that.
Yeah.
Like, what if they just don't know? Like,
No, I
you know what
agree
mean?
with that,
So,
yeah.
so what's like the threshold? Because you're saying it's abusive, but it sounds like you're abusing yourself by not just saying something.
Yeah, and then it just adds to it because it's just like you're stupid, basically.
Yeah.
And I remember one time after work, I cleaned the entire kitchen, I redecorated it, whatever. And then he came home, I was so excited, and in the back of my mind, I was like, I know he's gonna fucking ruin this. And he came home, and I was like, hey, like, I have a surprise. And he was like, what, you cleaned the kitchen? You know what I mean?
Hold on. Wait.
Like, he didn't
hold
give
on.
a
He was
shit.
like, "Isn't that obvious?"
Yeah,
Wait,
and I
were
spent
you working?
hours.
Were you working at the time?
Yeah, I worked full time.
Did you guys shared You guys were living together, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you guys splitting the bills 50-50?
Yeah.
Okay. And so what did he say exactly? He said...
He just didn't give a shit.
Wait, hold on. He didn't... So what... can you be more precise in what happened?
Yeah, so say you...
No, tell us what happened. Like what actually happened.
Sure. So
you cleaned the whole
afterward-
apartment.
Well, no, I cleaned, so our kitchen, like, I redecorated it. I cleaned every little fucking, like, crevice of the kitchen. And I was really excited about it. And I knew in the back of my mind when he came home and I told him, like, if I got excited, it would just be, like, stupid. So, yeah, like, when he came home and I was super excited, he just was like, who gives a shit, basically.
No, not basically. What did he do?
He said... He came in and he was like, I was like super excited and I told him, I have a surprise for you. And he's just like, what, you clean the kitchen? And then I was like, at least, it just sucks because if somebody does something for you, you could at least entertain the thought of like appreciation.
I mean, I understand, but...
I mean, I'm not entitled to anything.
It's not abuse, but I mean,
like over
really
time,
condescending.
if it's deliberate over time, that's a,
Is it-
You're
that's a
choosing
lot.
to stay with him though.
Wait, but
I agree. But
Sorry. Is it possible that you didn't clean that well?
Possible. I tried my best. At least I tried my best, though. You know, that deserves something.
No, that's valid.
She laughed. She's a comedian.
That deserves something.
See how lighthearted she is? Look at her eyes.
Yeah.
I'm very jovial.
Hold on.
All right, that was
Look, so it's like, it's kind of, wait, did you ever get a haircut and he came home and he didn't say anything? He didn't notice that you got a haircut? Is that abusive?
No, he's constantly up my ass, too. So it's like he was constantly on my ass. I couldn't really do anything. That's a whole different
okay,
facet of
here's
it.
the thing. I feel like when you lead with, my ex-boyfriend was abusive,
That's a little
You're
dramatic.
thinking assault.
no, that's what you literally said.
I know.
So it doesn't matter.
Wait, hold on.
I'm not
Okay.
accusing you of being dramatic. I'm saying what I said was dramatic. I'm saying abusive.
That's what we're trying to focus on. Like,
What?
Are you being super hyperbolic then?
Wait, how can you be hyperbolic though about?
I feel like abuse was a dramatic term for me to use, for me to choose. I'm not saying
Abuse.
that
Crystal
what you're
abuse.
saying
No,
is
but
dramatic.
in the this wasn't just some sort of like accidental slip of the tongue. In your pre-show notes, you're like, how to leave an abusive relationship. You have advice, and you're now talking about this guy who said that you got in people's way at the grocery store, whether you did or not, whatever. Let's say you didn't even, and then you cleaned the kitchen, and he didn't acknowledge. I'm sorry, that's not abuse. That's not abuse. Maybe he's a jerk.
Those things build up and make you feel incompetent and stupid. So it is kind of abusive to her.
Wait, it's what?
On a consistent
Her
basis.
personality, it is.
On a
Because
consistent basis.
the way she would take it is personal.
No. So why do we have to coddle?
Because
What?
at the
You
end
don't.
of the day, I mean, the fact that he probably had no idea
it's the same way with
that
men.
his words are
don't-
so
well-
affecting her
Wait,
in a
stop
very
playing with it.
negative
Just
shit.
put
way.
it on the ground.
Wait, why isn't? Oh, look. If she doesn't say something, is very clear with something like, stop doing that. That doesn't work for me. Like a man could just as well, using your standard, say that's abuse and be like, it's abuse for you to let this all build up against me and not say anything. I mean, I wouldn't say that. I'm not going to
Have
defend
you
that.
said something? Have you confronted him about
So
it?
eventually he was like, obviously he was like, I can't read your mind. So I would start saying things like that. And then, things wouldn't change with him, but whatever. Like that's why I wanted to bring it up, because a lot of people deal with that shit. It doesn't have to be your significant other. It could be somebody around you that's just constantly knocking you down. But if you find the truth in what they're saying, why am I insulted by that? You can change it, and then you can become a better person. And by the time you're a better person, you don't even want to be around that person anymore. Does that make sense?
Well, now you're just going to know if, earlier on with people. Like,
Yeah.
But
I'm
again,
just
I
saying
agree
it
with
helps.
Brian. I wouldn't say that's abuse. I think
Sure.
that's, I hate to shift it all on you, but I think the toleration of things is actually I wouldn't call it abuse, but if you're going to call that thing abuse, I would just say that's like self-inflicted abuse. Really.
And I feel like people take advantage of that. Not that it's still your problem at the end of the day. And that's what I meant by everything I just said.
Yeah.
Is you do have the power. Like if somebody's doing that, you can change it.
It is
basically,
abuse.
and just how to
Wait,
do
what?
it
You-
simply.
Oh my
It is
god.
abuse.
What?
This is literally like.
It's just
Wait,
verbal
you think
abuse.
you
If
think
she says, "Hey, I don't like this. Please stop," and you keep doing it, and you keep harassing her with those same
Bro.
like behaviors, that is abuse.
Well, there's a form
so
of
just to
verbal
be
abuse.
just to be clear,
though.
hold on. So just to be clear, one of the examples she gave when I asked her to give me a better example of the supposed and alleged abuse was, I cleaned the kitchen, my boyfriend came home, and he did not to a satisfactory degree
Yeah, because some people
acknowledge
do that
me
on
cleaning.
purpose. They do that
Yeah,
on
sorry.
purpose to
Hello.
manipulate you.
Let's go back down to reality. A boyfriend not acknowledging that you cleaned the shared living space, that's not abuse. Maybe I'll accept it's inconsiderate, maybe. I actually don't think it's
But
even
she's saying that it's also on so many other levels that this is happening.
Yeah, like it's like.
Like it's not just like her.
Yeah, but your
Okay.
standard for abuse is super low. Like you
Yeah.
said, doing something and someone asks you to stop and you keep doing it. I crop dust my wife over and over again.
What does
She
that-
says stop.
What does that mean?
She told me to stop.
Talk to me like I'm dumb for a second.
I fart
Explain crop
and I
dust.
trap her. Okay.
So you don't have any responsibility.
Oh, boy.
in-
No, I will
Because
not
you-
stop.
Okay, well,
Is that
Well,
abuse?
yeah, I mean, yeah.
yeah, because you know she won't leave you.
Like, I
And there's
have a-
crop dust in her.
What? That's
there's
why
crop
it's
dust in her
not-
all the
what?
time.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
What?
Like, I'm gonna come on here and be honest with you. I like to say a lot of like weird slurs or whatever sometimes. You know what I mean? And I use that against my men. And they tell me all the time, like, hey, stop. Like, this makes me, uncomfortable, blah, 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 this, that, and the other. And it's like something that I just do. And I understand that it's abusive in their head because they don't like it. They don't.
But
they
you keep
ask
doing
me
it.
to stop.
But you keep doing
know?
it, right?
Sometimes it just slips out. But if I feel like it's too disrespectful, like the other day I called one of my dudes the B word.
Okay.
And he was like, whoa. And I was like, yeah, no, dude, I'm sorry.
Can I
But
add?
like even
I mean,
to this
Wait.
point, it is
B-word.
abusive.
Now I want to know what the B word
It is abusive. It's
Biatch?
degrading.
Wait, biatch?
Wait.
Yeah,
Or is it?
bitch.
Oh,
nah,
you can
that's
say that.
that's probably okay.
But
We try to avoid it, but it's probably fine.
No, you're
Wait,
fine.
what
but-
were you saying?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a form of it that it could be verbal, but I wouldn't go to the extent and say it's just straight abuse. Kind of like you said, that makes your standard low. Because what does that make other people's situations? Like, I used to get like beat the shit out of, dude. Like,
Yeah.
that's abuse. Like someone could be mean to you and be inconsiderate, not think about how you're feeling, whatever. But that's kind of just mean. I wouldn't say it's abuse. Like, verbal abuse is one
Yeah,
thing,
it's been-
but
Yeah, so it's in a
Still
different.
Well, it's kind of-
assault is different.
Are you saying you ain't seen shit?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
A
I
little
get
bit,
it.
man.
You don't know
Like,
that.
You know what
That's
this
insane.
reminds me of?
Harassment is still abusive, regardless.
It's just annoying.
Yeah.
No, it's
I think-
still abusive.
I think
I'll be right back.
being annoying or being inconsiderate. I don't think these are good
So if
things,
someone
but I don't think
started
it's
just
abuse.
popping up outside the door like every day, you're not saying that that's abusive.
No.
That's scary,
That's
right?
No, harassment is
No,
illegal.
that's harassment.
No, it's legal.
therefore-
That's illegal. That's
It doesn't matter if it's illegal.
You,
it's still
no,
abusive.
no. You don't go to court
It's
and the
still
hold on a
abusive.
second.
Some people
Hold on
don't give a
second.
fuck about that.
When did we even forward the position that it's acceptable to stalk somebody?
Right.
We never said that.
You guys are sitting here saying
Does the
harassment
judge
isn't
does
abusive.
does the
we didn't
judge
say that.
does
What?
the judge say, and we order you this fine or this jail time for abuse or harassment?
It's the same thing. What are you talking about?
No. There's certain activities and you call them harassment, right? It's not. You don't let there. It's like,
Harassment still is another way of saying abusive
I don't-
actions.
well, you're violating
Are
something.
you-
No, you're violating something.
You're
Abuse.
abusing-
No. You could do legal abuse, right? From your perspective. Legal.
Yeah.
Okay. So
do it all the time.
So the thing that makes harassment a thing is that it's illegal. It's a legal problem.
Okay.
But you can harass people online, and you're gonna have to find this threshold of when something's abusive or not. And she's telling you, you're really diminishing what abuse actually is for
I
other
hear
people.
what you're saying.
Really.
And I'm sorry if it comes off to
No,
you
I
that
see
way,
what,
because
I
I'm
see
not
what you're
saying
trying
that
to say.
whatsoever.
I'm just trying to make it clear. Abuse is assault. Abuse is putting hands on someone. Abuse is hurting someone else physically. Abuse is not annoying somebody and pissing them off. It's hitting somebody, dude. It's hurting them. It's trapping them. There's so much shit. It's crazy. You're calling being outside somebody's room of fucking abusive. It's crazy. Really?
Yeah, no. A lot of times whenever people are that crazy to actually continue to give you a reaction or whatever, or try to force you to have a reaction or whatever, it's because they're trying to hurt you in some sort of way, whether it's physical, mental, whatever.
Sure.
Like, that's part of, like, cults and stuff like that. They're literally doing abusive shit to you to get you into the cult. So, like, make it make sense to me.
Wait, hold on. So, okay, people showing up at your place of residence uninvited, you ask them to leave, they keep coming back.
That's abusive, yes.
Yeah, that's harassment.
That's harassment.
Abusive.
But it's
that's
a scale,
not what we're,
right? It's a spectrum, right?
Yeah, but we're
so
not.
So it's on still the thing of abuse.
We agree
like,
with you.
Matter.
We agree with you. But the example she provided where the boyfriend didn't acknowledge her cleaning and maybe was just like, that's not abusive.
Or shit communication.
I just don't think that she wants to devolve into, like, actually stuff that happens to her if it triggers her. But something like that, like, I can understand.
Her boyfriend didn't abuse her,
time.
but the relationship long term was abusive to her.
I'm
Because
not
if
going
she
to
asks
grant
you to
that.
change,
I'm not granting
what
that.
I don't care.
My take
I'm not
is
granting
that
Tiffany. Sorry.
the only way that comes to my mind is when she started thinking that he's doing this on purpose to hurt her feeling, to be able to have control over her. That is the only way that you can say that's abusive, because she got to the point that she felt like, okay, so you're doing it on purpose to hurt my feeling, knowing this kind of communication.
Yeah, but this is where women never take responsibility. If they're the ones who know what's happening and they're describing it as XYZ, in this case abuse, they have some weird excuse to stay in the situation, right? Every time.
She left. She said that she left, but that's how she got to the conclusion that he was trying to abuse.
Was she abusing me?
Her.
I felt abused by this woman
She was not answering.
who refused to just like answer my question.
Is that
Yo,
abuse?
yo,
you were
chat. Am I
abusing
an abuse
Wait,
victim?
she says you're abusing.
I heard that. She
Yeah.
says that I was abusive towards her.
Because she already told you, like, even
Yeah, she didn't
if
answer
it
the question.
was
She didn't answer the question.
Let's say, like, she said, even if
Wait.
it was a question
Oh,
on a
perfect.
fucking quiz,
Let me ask you a
right?
question. Do
She
you know,
wouldn't
yeah,
answer it
I love
if that
this.
was the
I
question.
love this.
So she already answered
Sure,
it.
I love this. Do you know what stonewalling is? Is stonewalling abusive to do in a relationship?
Wait, I don't know what that means.
You don't know what stonewalling
Yeah,
is?
no, please
Here,
explain.
I'll Google it for you just so I give you the perfect definition.
You got to remember, I have never been in a relationship, so is that just like someone
It's like, the silent treatment, a destructive communication
for
pattern
sure.
where someone emotionally disengages and becomes unresponsive, shutting down a conversation or interaction can be a form of emotional abuse. I was being abused
that
by that
standard.
woman because she was
But you
stonewalling.
also hounding her, and she already gave her
Non-answer.
I think it's a perfectly, when you've been invited to come on a conversational discussion show, hold on. There's an anticipation that questions are going to be asked. I think it was a reasonable question to
understand.
ask her. It was a hypothetical question. And I was like, hey, look, answer one or the other. She didn't do it.
I understand. I think that her problem is that
Tell us
the
her
question
problem.
had
Tell us her problem.
SA involved in it, and therefore
Bruh.
she didn't want to answer it whatsoever. She didn't want
Here, wait,
to.
let me-
It doesn't
wait,
matter.
hold on. Let me ask you-
what angle.
I wish I did this. I'll ask, this is what I should have asked her. I'll ask you. If you could get rid, would you get rid of all men?
I already
hold
said
on,
yes.
wait, hold on. Here, I'm changing it.
Okay.
I'm going to change it. Okay, so would you get rid of all men to prevent one essay?
Well, if it's just one, no.
Okay, so then, like, I guess, where's the threshold? Like,
Well, like I said, from my experience, most people have taken advantage of me. So for me and from my experience, I'm like,
So what's the number though?
Most people-
If it's not one, he's asking what is the number? Is it
about-
I
5?
already said 80%.
wait, no, that's not what we're talking. How about, let's say, to prevent 1,000 different women being essayed once, would you get rid of all men?
1,000 women is a lot. I'm gonna be honest with you.
That's crazy. I wish I asked that to her. That would have been
Yeah, that's
that would have been interesting.
yeah. The threshold is really the question. In the end, it's like, what's the threshold?
You know what? what do you think, Jimbob? Do you think for the question of to prevent one essay, would you get rid of all men? Do you think she would have granted, like she would have been like, well, no, I'm not for one? Mm-hmm. Or do you think she would have still been like?
She would have said, no, I'm not answering. Yeah, I can't answer that. She would just avoid the.
Good times. Okay, we have a couple chats here that I'm going to pull up. That Birchwood. Keep this one away from my wood. Are you a fan of what do you think about like driftwood? You know, that the beach that washes up on the beach?
Is that
it's
dead
cool
to you?
look at, yeah. I like nature just a lot.
Do you have any never mind, I'm not gonna answer
No,
that.
ask it, please.
Christopher Murphy says, I have a friend named Sugar Maple. He said he was trunk deep in you, alien. He filled you up with syrup and you never called him back for round 2. He feels abused.
Sounds like me, yeah.
Wow, that's really abusive of you, alien. That's crazy. Okay, well. What is going on back there? How many people do we have out of their seats? We got
3.
They're getting antsy.
Oh, wait. Yo, Naz, do you want to call? You got a daughter, right? Do you want to call her to come be on the show?
I'm trying.
Yeah, get her. Let's have her join the show. We got an empty chair. Get her to join the panel. Get her to join the panel. Boys, this could be guys, chat. This could be the first ever mother-daughter appearance on the Whatever podcast. If she got chat, help convince Naz to bring her daughter on. Mother-daughter, good times. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. It was the winter of my discontent. Okay, I don't know. That's like 2 different fucking things combined. Tiffany, do you have any statements, thoughts, feelings, opinions? Didn't think so. Okay, anyways, next.
About what?
Wait, what?
About what?
I don't know. Just anything.
No.
What do you think about like Trump's immigration policy?
Horrible.
You want more people deported?
Yeah, Obama deported more people than him.
I see. Okay, you think Trump's slacking on the immigration?
Definitely.
Okay, that's cool. All right, I think that's pretty much it for my pre-show notes, but we have the questionnaire. So, Sammy, you circled. So the statement. By the way, chat, I changed it. There's no more double negatives. It's just agree now, not disagree. Men are not physically stronger than women. You agree?
I agree because I think it can vary. You know, I feel like it really does depend. Now, in my personal experience, that one guy used to beat me up. Like I said, I got some of my hit in. So sometimes I won, sometimes I didn't. So sometimes it just varies, you know. And also, it's not also just about like weight and stuff. Like
you gotta be careful with like
some
short chicks.
It's always like, oh, my personal experience, me.
The fuck does that got to, what does that mean?
Yo, Tiff, yeah, why are you talking shit on my girl Sammy?
When he asks me a question, you don't want me to talk about from my point of view? You want me to talk about from your point of view? Or you want to answer yourself?
You're answering the question from your point of view.
Because he asked me, not somebody else. Dirt.
He's asking about
Sammy,
men and
Sammy,
women.
you gonna let her talk to you like that? She's been disrespecting you. She's been putting disrespect on your name all night.
It's okay because she's the epiphany of a pick me. Like I'm not worried about it. So.
Are you a pick me? Tiffany, are you gonna let her? She just called you a pick me. Are you gonna let her talk to you like that, Tiffany?
I mean, why are you instigating?
I'm just clarifying.
That's what he gets paid for.
You need a cat SFX. It's like,
well, I have.
So you're saying that men are.
We will both mash you. What?
Men are stronger generally, but women sometimes can get in a good hit.
Right. So that's what I think.
But generally speaking,
men are going to be stronger.
Men are okay. Yeah. All right. So you don't really have a disagreement there. Oh wait, we have this girl. Oh man, this would have been good. Fuck. Should I tell her to come back? Wait, hold on. I'm telling this chick. Fuck this. Come back, boo.
She's definitely gone.
If you ask her to come back, she's gonna be like, it depends. I don't know.
It's like halfway to LA now.
Come back.
Of course.
Yo, if you're watching this, Sarah, come back because we gotta. Oh man, we gotta get it. This is some good stuff, Sarah. Come back.
Let her cook.
Come back.
I'm not coming back.
I don't know, Felicity. I mean,
I don't think so.
I think she might come back.
I don't think she
She
will.
seemed pretty upset.
She's
well,
very indecisive. I don't think
listen,
she
we
will.
moved on from the bear conversation.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
think
but
that
why did we
matters.
move on? We moved
So
on because she
complex.
walked out.
That is true.
Mm-hmm.
I was planning to move on very soon, though. I just had to ask her
just
one more.
unbelievable.
I just had to ask her one more time to answer the question. But
It
okay.
just seemed deliberate at a certain point. It's like, how do you just, like, what do you know? And I'm not trying to be mean, and I was going to say that.
Oh, well.
Like, with all due respect,
Rip.
what do you know?
True.
Because you don't
wow.
know a lot.
There's like actually almost nothing here. I don't even. Y'all just agree with it. Sorry, guys. I'm looking over the. Okay, Tiffany, you said you would not date a police officer. You would not date a soldier. Why would you not date a police officer, Tiffany?
They're just not my type.
What's
I like skinny guys.
If they're skinny.
They could be
They're
skinny,
usually
right?
not
No,
skinny.
the skinny police.
you like
officer.
skinny
Yeah,
guys?
I don't like muscle.
So you like femme boys?
No, I just like
Decadent era.
model skinny, like stick skinny guys.
Need some crisp.
Like they're dying a little bit.
That's a good question,
I guess.
Felicity. She likes
Good juju.
the dying. Wait, leave it on the table. Leave the power. The crystals must be left on the table. We must protect the energy,
I
the
can
sacred,
eat every crystal
the
that's
sacred
up here.
energy.
Sacred juju.
Okay, Tiffany. What about soldier? You won't date a soldier?
No, because they're probably
'Cause they're
really muscular.
Muscular. Okay. All right. Well, then I have nothing for you then. And that's not even okay. Naz, you said dating is harder for women. Why is that?
I guess we have to. I guess I'm talking about my experience. Let's say that's.
Wait, actually, I agree with that too.
Yeah, because there's just it's I believe it's getting harder and harder because there's so many different layers or just keep adding to the equation that you have to go through and sift through. At least this is how it is for me, and I think commitment is just not a thing for men, especially in LA. It's just I guess it used to be easier to even talk about commitment or being in a relationship, but now it's mostly people want to just have fun and have a quick encounter and just leave and try other people. It's just becoming a trial competition.
Wait, but
I think for men,
are these firsthand experiences from you, or this is what you've heard?
myself and what I hear,
But
because
I thought you said you've been you haven't been in a relationship for
Yeah, I have.
and you've been celibate.
Yeah.
Oh, so the guys try to sleep with you, but you don't want that.
It's mostly because of that. It's just it doesn't sleeping with people. It doesn't come first for me. It's something that comes later when you start to getting to know people, but that is pushed really at the beginning. And I don't think that's something that I would want to that I would be comfortable with.
Well, men have always attempted. I mean, that's what that's driving them, and it's actually been the women who's basically putting up the segments of time. You know, like putting up the barriers, and you have to win them over. Courtship and all of that.
Yeah.
That's why I always bring up women's liberation. I think that also didn't help. Is that suddenly women were like, "Oh wait, I can sleep with a lot of people, and that's my power." Well, now you get the worst of both worlds, right? Because now the men expect to sleep with the women because it's empowering for the women to be able to sleep with men, and there's no ties, there's nothing, no commitment. You don't even have to fear getting pregnant because you can just get rid of it. This kind of scenario, the liberation of both sides, is really producing really shitty fruits, in my opinion. And it's worse for you at this point. Not just age, but you have a kid, so that adds another aspect, right? So
yeah.
I remember back in 2012 on Instagram, my peers, like my female peers, would post pictures in lingerie and then they'd be like, don't objectify me. And it's
that's funny.
Yeah, that was like a whole phenomenon.
Mm-hmm.
Very strange.
Very strange.
Indeed.
Very strange indeed. Okay, so do you think men are insecure if they care about body count?
Not exactly. I just think it's a little weird.
How so?
Because why would it matter? You know? Depending on the situation, you know? I don't know. But some guys will have, like, super high body count,
Sure.
and then they go after a girl who's, like, virgin, and then I think that's
that's another thing, but we can get into that. I actually have a good way to reframe this question, but just to have everybody answer. Do you think men are insecure for caring about a woman's body count?
Yeah.
Yep.
No, I mean, I don't think they're insecure.
Okay. Do you think it's, like, lame to care to?
I think it's stupid, and I feel like the people that ask don't want to share theirs. You know what I'm saying? I think, yeah, I mean, that's about it.
Well,
I don't think it's necessary.
Maybe I should change it. Do you think it's a reasonable
Question to ask.
Is it a reasonable metric by which men can choose to reject somebody?
Yeah.
Like, for example, the guy's like, oh, your body, he's not like talking shit. He's just like, oh, okay, your body count's 30. I don't want to date you.
Yeah, whatever. But, I mean, if you're blown out, you know what I'm saying? But if it's just
Blown
like,
What?
if you just
How
like,
do you know someone's blown
if
out?
it's,
I don't think that's how
if
sex
you
works,
ask,
but okay.
you know what I mean? If they're just like,
Blown out.
whatever. I'm not going to go down that path, but like,
Okay, sure,
if it's
whatever.
too much, then it's too much. I
Okay.
don't know, like 30.
Do you think
I'm
men are
rambling now.
insecure for caring about
I don't
body
think it
count?
has anything to do with being insecure. It's their preferences and it's respectable.
Sure.
to me.
Tiffany?
No.
T-Dog? No? Okay. Here, I'm going to change the question a little bit. So you said yes, kind of, like...
Yeah, I don't think it's insecure. I just think it's like an odd kind of preference to worry about, unless it's dramatic, you know?
What if it's... I kind of want to maybe move from body count to promiscuity. So, for example, what if it's a man's preference that the longest period of time has elapsed, like the longer the better, has elapsed since the last time she's had sex with somebody? So, for example... I don't know if this is the case for you, but I think a lot of men would be grossed out by the following. The fuck? A woman who you're interested in had sex with a guy the night before. I think most men would find that gross.
Yeah.
Is that valid or not?
No, I agree it's valid.
But so how far back, though, until it becomes, why do you care? So like a week, she fucked a guy a week ago. I still think that's gross.
Yeah, I think that's too
A month ago, not as gross, still kind of
Yeah, I'd say it's still a little bit too, yeah.
But it's like, so for most men, I think it's like, we want that period to be as, I mean, ideally she's a virgin, right? But if most women aren't, so it's, we want that period to be the longest. Oh, it's been 3 years? 7 years? Like her? Good for you. I'm proud of you. Especially in LA. My goodness.
I know.
Good for you.
I know.
Props. There's a lot of
I mean,
dick slinging
crazy.
going on in LA.
It's an insanity.
Very insane.
I feel like it insinuates too that they're not in your life anymore, you know, like the people that you slept with a week ago,
Sure.
you know,
yeah.
things like that.
Like the likelihood of you still being involved with somebody and you slept with them a week ago
Yeah.
versus you have been celibate for 6 months, a year.
They
So I
can
think
just,
that's
like,
what
yeah.
body count is pointing to, though. Oh, and then I also had another revelation. There's body count, but hear me out, fellas. Chat, I want you guys to weigh in on this. There's body quality count. Maybe not count. I need to find a good name for this, but there's the body count qualifier? I don't know. So, okay, here's the example I'll give. A girl has sex with 10 good dudes, 10 men, 10 good dudes. And those dudes, let's say they're just virgins. Somehow she fucked like 10 virgin guys. Or she fucked one scumbag fucking, you know? Like she fucked one dude that's just a fucking dirtbag, and you know he's a fucking dirtbag, and you know.
I think that's the 10 men theory. I think that's what you should call it.
I don't know.
10 men theory. If they're like just disgusting, you mean like
she
a health
fucked-
hazard?
I'm trying to think. Like if she had sex with, I'm trying to think of like a famous person, like
Flavor Flav.
Pete Davidson.
yeah, Pete Davidson, or like she fucked
Sorry, Flav.
like Lil Xan.
Magic Johnson.
Well, he's got HIV, right? Or he's clear now though, right?
I mean, if they're like the male equivalent of a slut and they're disgusting.
But chat, do you know what I mean? Like it offsets, like even if her body count is lower, but she fucked a dirty dude, that's like 10 bodies, right?
It's just gross. Yeah. I mean,
like
I feel
the
like
10
it does make it worse a little.
Like I'm not saying that like, you know what I mean?
like, what are we talking about though? Like, does he have like barnacles?
If
At that point, that becomes kind of.
Does he have like?
It's more of a judgment of her judgment.
And also bias.
When the guys like could be, you know what I mean? Could be.
I think it might be beyond that. It's almost like you
dangerous.
You judge. You're then judging her discernment. It's more than just the activity. You're judging her judgment.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right at that
100%.
point.
That makes sense.
You're saying like, oh, you choose me, but you chose that person. Am I on the same shelf as that person?
It goes both ways though. For sure.
It goes both ways to some extent, but the question of body count is definitely different in value for the two, and the reason is that women are the gatekeepers of sex. So I hate to reduce it to this, but there is an economic aspect to women's chastity and virtue and their virginity.
And biological.
Yeah, because it's less put on men. That's just how it is, because men aren't the gatekeepers. You ladies are the gatekeepers. So you actually, in a way, determine, absent being part of a culture that just says, no, we're going to, by force, take your bodies. Well, if that wasn't the culture, right, you get to determine that. The problem is, I keep coming back to feminism, is that you've been sold this shitty deal that tells you to use basically the main leverage tool that you have and just throwing it away and just be like, have it for free.
Yeah.
Have it for free. It's liberating. It's awesome. No, terrible mistake. That messed up so many things in our traditional structure, because the men are out there trying to seek good women, even if they had a string of sexual encounters with not so good women. They're still looking for the good one.
Yes.
And then the problem is, if the woman in her liberation racks up 30 plus bodies, what is a good woman anymore? Like, it goes both ways. And so it's not a great situation. I think the best thing, the most empowering, I wish the other girl was here, the most empowering thing a woman could do is hold on to her virginity. And if she was smart, she would leverage it for a good man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not wrong.
A couple of people in the chat don't like my whole
handwriting.
Well, that too, but the body count quality qualifier. Maybe I got to think of something better. But like here, I'll give you an example. So I would almost rather a girl have an additional 3 bodies, but they're like good dudes, versus she slept with like Tekashi 6ix9ine.
Yeah. Well,
you know what I mean?
Like a resume.
Or like
you'd want
NLE
better-
Choppa.
Yeah.
If a girl slept with NLE
I don't know who that is.
Choppa.
Whatever. Some rando. Okay.
He's a rapper. He's a rapper.
Oh,
This guy
okay,
fucks a
some
bunch of
rando.
chicks, right?
Awesome.
I'm like, I'd almost rather her have slept with more men that are good men. I know that sounds weird.
Yeah, it's like a resume.
But it's like the quality of the dude they're fucking with.
Sure. Because then you feel like a scumbag. Or you just feel
Sort of.
dirty.
I feel dirty by extension, by proxy.
By proxy.
Wait, Brian, are you saying it's also a one-night stand with the so-called good men? Because I would think those people are still kind of gross. Like, it sounds like, when you say good men, from my perspective, it's like they were in a relationship, they got to know each other. Like, unfortunately, that's the standard we're working with. But are you saying one-night stand with the good-hearted, they're a bunch of Mormons? Like, the chick is just like, well, they're all Mormon? You're like, yes.
So even in that scenario, there's a bunch of ways you can paint the scenario. Like, okay, she's had sex with 3 guys, but they were all in a relationship, versus like she's like friends with benefits with some like rapper who does drugs and has fucked a bunch of chicks or whatever. I would say that even though in the scenario you presented, the one body, but the dude's a dirtbag, still, I think that's kind of worse.
Yeah. Well, in the back of your mind, you're thinking STDs too. You're like,
yeah.
That's why
And
it's a
that's
health hazard.
there.
That's why I think that's the most important thing. And then that is revealing about the person, because how are you treating
people
yourself?
that aren't tested? Like, that doesn't make any sense to me.
I mean, people do.
And the
People fuck
possibility
people.
when people sleep with people
They're
that are
scumbags.
basically
But are you
they have
asking them
no
about
guy,
their, like,
Well, scumbags would
their
just lie.
STD stuff? Because I do that, so maybe just be smarter. I'm sorry.
You do what?
You do
You
what?
just-
I
lie.
ask people about their STD like testings and stuff like that. And
I mean, people lie. Most people don't do that in a casual sexual
are you
encounter.
asking
know?
them to show you it then?
You
Because
really-
I
how
do.
you know? How do you
I-
really know?
Yeah, but if
How many
somebody-
people get
Like
the
I
test?
said,
mean,
just ask them to show you it. What do you mean? How do you
Are they
know?
at home?
Show me the proof. What
Yeah,
the
I know,
hell?
but sometimes like some of these STDs can take
Okay,
a
then
long
don't
time
fuck
to.
that person. Like, be smarter. Like, do you want STDs? Like, actually use your brain.
I'm sorry.
that's exactly
Wow,
what
that
we're
was
saying.
that was cool.
Happen.
No, because like people like don't actually take that shit seriously, and it's dumb as hell. And then
show.
you're gonna come on here and just say like,
show.
oh, da 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 da, this and the other, and it's like, no, like actually take it seriously. If you're gonna sit here and say that you're taking it seriously, are you asking people to show you their testing? Then don't talk shit about them. Like, that's crazy. If you're gonna sit here and just start fucking people and not ask them, like, that's crazy.
The problem is people lie. Unless, I guess.
Then
do
ask
you
them to show you. What's the problem with that?
Do you have like?
It's like if a man comes up to you or a boy or whatever, and he's like, he looks like he's 19, but he's not fucking 19. He's like 17.
Yeah.
Okay, ask him for an ID.
Sure. STD tests, I feel like they're not as common.
It's common sense, honestly.
As IDs.
So it's like,
It is.
Yeah.
And so
Like-
you wouldn't fuck someone if they
Sure.
don't have an STD.
Bro, just to be clear, you think like rappers are getting like
And that's why they
providing
end up with
STD tests?
STDs. So like that's why you think that they're dirty, because they're not going out and actually taking care of their actual sexual bodies. You know what I mean? Like they're just going out here and like just giving it all, not giving a fuck whether
Wait,
they're
so what
bringing
are-
stuff in and like giving it to other people.
What are we arguing about? I'm just not.
I don't know.
I don't know. What do we?
just lost
Because
the
I
plot.
just feel like it's just so stupid to sit here and be like, I feel like it's stupid that people would just sit here and say like, but what if they're not like STDs and all this? Then ask people to show you that. And if you're not gonna go and get like, if you're not gonna ask them, just don't fuck them.
So-
if that is a problem to you, like I don't understand how you guys are sitting here and acting like you disagree with me. Like go out there and have STDs all you want.
we actually no,
But
we
that's
we actually do.
I don't
I
think
think
actually
so.
do.
We're talking about.
We actually
I don't
do
know if
agree
we're-
with you.
Yeah, I don't know if we're.
We're actually talking about the judgment that we have
Yeah.
for a partner who, Brian's scenario was, sleeps with the rapper who doesn't give a shit about any of it,
Then
right?
don't fuck him. Like that's the whole thing.
if their body
So
count
if
is
you
high.
know a girl that fucked him, then don't fuck
I
her.
don't-
Like
I
I
don't
don't
think-
understand what the problem is.
We agree with you.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're talking about whether that judgment is valid of those people.
Yeah, if there's a high body
Yeah,
count,
you
you're
just-
just in the back of your mind. That's what I said. In the back of your mind, you're going to have that thought, and it's going to make you feel weird.
Look, all I'm saying is that when it comes to the body count question, if a girl has fucked a dirty dude, that's like not every body is equal.
Yeah.
Not every body count is going to be equal.
Oh, that's fair.
So,
I
like,
think
there's
that's
another
very
component.
fair.
Now, I think even if they're all good dudes, but she's got a high body count, there's still going to be a judgment there. But what I'm saying is there's an additional qualifier on top where it's like, oh, her body count is this, and she's fucked a bunch of rappers, and she's fucked a bunch of, like, scumbag, dirtbag, fucking drug, whatever it is.
Yeah.
She's dealt with dirty dudes. That's, like, an additional, like, disqualifier.
Which is gross, yeah.
It's dirty.
It's just, yeah.
Dirty birdie.
Yeah.
Okay,
And then
good
you have to
talk,
check
guys.
your
That
own
was good.
hygiene. You're like,
That was one.
am I dirty?
You guess?
Is this like a
I mean,
type?
I guess.
Wait, question. Oh, well, nah,
I think that there's a lot of men out there that don't like to admit that they get prostitutes and stuff like that. So
Wait.
I mean,
Oh,
like,
I love this. No. This is great. So I think this can go both ways, though. So as a woman, would you be turned off by a guy who fucked prostitutes?
I don't
Yeah.
care.
Oh,
no.
100%.
Okay, well,
gross.
a lot of girls,
sorry. I'm
let's say a guy has been with like 10 girls. I don't think, probably for most women, that's probably not like the end of the world for them. But if the woman finds out that those 10 women he's been with were all prostitutes,
No, if it's all prostitutes, I'm like, why are you out here just paying for sex? Like, that's a different question for me.
but it's kind of similar.
No,
like
it's not.
prostitutes are,
I don't
they're
think it's
kinda dirty.
similar.
They're greasy.
they're dirty. They be fucking
They're greasy.
thousand
Not
plus
all.
body
Because,
count.
like, honestly, people are out here calling just OnlyFans models prostitutes. So, like,
No,
you're
I'm
gonna have
talking
to tell me-
street. I'm talking street
That's different.
street walker.
Yeah, no, for sure.
I'm talking
Streetwalker is
$30
definitely
BJ
different.
in the back of a 7-Eleven.
That is definitely different, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. And then that's
I think
when-
women would be grossed out by that a little bit. Like, oh, you just fucked.
I think
Well, not just fuck. But like for me personally, if a man came to me and was like, "This happened in my past, da da da, I had sex with a prostitute," I'm like, okay, just show me that you're clean, and that's where I can go from there.
here's the real question for men and women: is it ideal or even preferred? I'm not saying it's realistic. I'm just asking if it's ideal or preferred that that your partner has no other sexual partners, and that's the same for them.
I don't care.
And all else was equal. It was a great relationship. You know, it was potential to turn into a marriage and all of this. Isn't it ideal when we're really thinking about it that it would just be a one-to-one no, that you had no other partners?
For sure.
Because
100%.
what is really gained for either way? Some people I've heard even on the show try to argue, well, what's gained is you get to know what you like. Well, no, that could be true for the person you're with.
You can still,
Oh, you learn how to have sex properly. That could be true with the person that you're with. So what is actually gained for men or women to be promiscuous? I don't understand what the actual benefit is ultimately.
Short-term gratification, validation,
Yeah, that's not. It's just
ego,
what's
shallow.
there.
It's just shallow bullshit. And then, especially when you're young, it's like if everybody else is doing it, it's like
just-
you feel weird. You're like, what's wrong with me? I
Yeah.
don't
You're like
want
you're
it.
messed up. You're the messed up one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still haven't had that question answered because they always go to like practice. They're like, well, I was practicing. I was doing this.
Can you ask that again? Because I don't understand what
the
you're
question
asking.
was, isn't it ideal for two people, a man and a woman, who they're in a relationship? It seems to be something promising. Isn't it ideal from both of their perspectives that they've only been with each other sexually? And the second question is, what else would be gained by having multiple partners for either person?
I mean, it just really just depends on that person's like in their relationship. Because I know for me and myself, like I don't care. I have boo things. Like I said, like I'm not here to have like an actual relationship. So for me to like sit here and have a situationship, I'm not going to sit here and demand you to only be with me. Like that's something that you're going to have to make your decision on. If you're going to make this just inclusive for yourself or whatever. But also, I also don't expect you to think like,
No,
I'm
it's
gonna
for
be
it's for
exclusive as
people.
well.
The hypothetical is for people who want to be with each other, who want a relationship, who want to potentially get married and have
And if
kids.
I wanted a relationship, yeah, then it's just us. But I don't think I would care about their body count regardless.
Well, you might not care, but if you could have a choice, and now you're in the either or hot seat, is if you had the answer, no, they had no previous sexual partners, or
No,
they
I
had
wouldn't
many.
care. I would prefer that they have sexual partners.
You would choose that they had a long
because
list
like
of others.
if you're gonna look at other, like I know that you're gonna look at other people, so like why not just like go out, have the fun that you want to, and if you're gonna come back or whatever, like that doesn't bother me. No.
Yeah,
No,
I just
like,
don't understand what that adds, though. Like, what's the value of that?
It's like just for me, it's just not a problem. It's not like a value or whatever. I don't really see sex as like a valuable thing. For me personally, I just do it just because other people like it, but like that's really it.
So there's no value.
There's no value in sex.
No, not for me.
Okay.
I value people for how they are and how they treat me, but that's it.
I think at the younger age, you could say that people would do that to figure out their type.
Yeah, someone tries to say that.
Yeah. But in some point, you know.
But
you already know.
yeah, but even that, you
know
could
exactly
find
what you're
your,
looking
you
for.
can find your type without having sex too, right?
If you know your body enough,
Yeah.
it's not hard to figure out if that energy would work with you.
Yeah, because if you
Because
get
it's the energy.
yeah, I'm saying I'm saying that you still wouldn't need to have sex to find your type. In fact, if you got to know someone to the point where you would be willing to have sex with them, you've already decided without having sex with them. So, you know, all you're really adding to the equation is doing something that you really want to do that's actually not necessary to do, but just both people want to do it. And that, I think this is why we're in such a predicament here, is that people are having all sorts of sex and they're able to avoid the consequence, which is a birth, and they're able to avoid another otherwise required thing, which is trust. So, you know, again, it goes back to the women giving this away to men and calling it liberation, where what you're saying is like that's never built up, like where you actually earn it, you know, that you earn these next phases of your intimacy. There's no earning anymore.
No,
you know,
that
at all.
is a big problem.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
Okay, we're gonna do a $20. Let's just we'll go ahead and just leave this up. $20 TTS, guys. We're gonna go into the roast session here. Then we're gonna get wrapped up pretty soon. So, $20 TTS roast. There's a lot of subject material here for roasting. If you want, you can roast me. You can roast. Felicity needs a bit of a roast. She got a little.
I mean, look at the shirt. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, look at that shirt. Oh my god,
unbelievable.
Tiffany needs a big roast. The 1%er over here, Tiffany, the 1%er, she needs to be.
She's asking for it.
She's asking for it. Yeah.
Why did you look at me? I'm easily roastable. I get it.
Bunny Rabbit, guys, can you, if you can though, thank you for the super chat. Try to send it through Streamlabs. It's just a bit easier for us. People don't lie if they show you. I get regular checkups. My results are on an app. Also, don't date men or women. You know, F a lot of people, just like you say about women. Don't do it unless you make sure. Show me the vag facts. That's a great idea for a business. Show me the car facts. Thank you for that, Bunny Rabbit. Appreciate it. Yeah, man. That's crazy. The vag facts.
Big if true.
The big labia matter. That's all. I'll only date a girl with. I don't date these any chicks. You know.
That's the foundation of.
Any's good. Yeah. Just kidding. I'll date a girl with an any. I wonder if like that throws shit off though. Like if a girl watches this show and they're like, oh, he has a thing for like Audis. And then like she's insecure the entire relationship if she has an innie.
It could.
Probably happen.
Probably.
You know, it's like imagine like if a girl, that probably happens to men.
Oh, for sure.
Like the girl's like, oh, my ex, bro, he's ruined. He's done for.
Yeah.
You tell a guy like that your ex had a huge peen, it's over.
Why would you? Yeah, that's fucked up.
That's a terrible thing to say.
That's fucked up. Why would you do that? Then that's just a red flag.
I've not had that happen to me, but it probably has happened.
See, but wouldn't you? Okay, we're gonna go down this really quickly. Wouldn't you consider that somewhat mentally abusive, to be like, or emotionally abusive, or whatever, to be like, my ex was better than you, constantly in the back of your mind, you're like, oh, I'm not good enough. I gotta try to be better. I gotta be in competition.
That definitely is abusive because that's intentionally ruining somebody else's.
Okay, so Brian,
hold on.
It's dropping a bug in someone's mind constantly, and it's just not fair.
What would you consider mental and emotional abuse, Brian?
I can get that, but like to say, oh, my ex had a bigger penis, that's not necessarily abusive unless they're saying it in a way to purposely hurt you. Like they'll be like, oh, my was way bigger, or my ex was way bigger. You know, to hurt your feelings, make you feel like bad, like body shaming you. I think that's when it can become abusive. But to just flat out say, if they ask.
It's shitty, but is it abusive? No. I think it's just a pattern. I think if it's a continuous, deliberate pattern, that's when it becomes abusive.
Yeah.
What
Wait,
would
so
you say?
so what? Sorry, can you repeat the question?
What would you consider mental abuse, emotional abuse?
So the girlfriend is saying, "Oh, my ex was better in bed."
Just in general, like just little.
I wouldn't categorize. I think that's a terrible thing to say to somebody in a relationship.
Sure.
I would not categorize it as abuse. You're a jerk. You're an asshole. They should dump you. I don't think it's abusive.
So what would you consider abusive? And what I think about that really quick is that if it's a one-off, that's shitty. If it's a constant, deliberate pattern, that's when it becomes.
Sure, I can agree with you if it's like bombardment.
Yeah.
Then yes, if they said it one off, but like every time you fucked them and then they were like, "Whoa, you're really bad in bed. My ex was so much better."
That's horrible. That's abusive.
That is abusive.
That is mentally and
because
emotionally abusive.
You're messing with somebody else constantly, and that was your choice to be there.
Sure, I'll grant that if there's a pattern,
Yes.
then yes.
That's
I think a
abuse.
one-off thing, again, terrible thing to say. I think just on that one thing, that could be that's breakup.
Yeah.
That's a breakup.
Yeah.
But I think people can do breakup-worthy things that are not abusive.
Sure. I agree with you.
Aren't there dudes who like demand that the woman tell them that they're better than their ex? Or
like
their exes
cucks?
are,
Or like degradation or
so is that
they're
abuse?
scumbag. What if they ask for it?
If they demand that.
If they're no.
No, but the thing is, it's like all of the shame and the ridicule is still there. It's not like it's not the same thing.
It's like what happened with me when I was talking about the death by 1,000 cuts earlier. Is like it ultimately was my responsibility. You know what I'm saying? Like if they're prone to like
it sounds like it's only abuse if you just don't like what they're doing, but the same exact behavior for someone who likes the terrible feeling, it's not abuse.
No, it's not. It's ultimately their responsibility, and if it bothers them eventually, then that's their problem. I don't think that that's abuse because they're asking for it. If anything, you're doing them a favor.
Leave this one up.
For example, if two bullies are in a relationship with each other, they back and forth doing it to each other. So it doesn't hurt either of them because that's their game.
And
but if this is not...
Wait, can you just leave your drink there? Just stop playing with it.
If that's not the dynamic for the person who is actually taking it personally and it getting hurt by it, that becomes an abuse.
Yeah.
That's how you can basically look at it.
All right, guys, $20 TTS roast session. We have Andre, Canadian 20. Felicity looks like she's being held against her will. Chair 4 and 5 are based. What are your X handles? Chair 1, trust me, bro, I can fix her. Bro, she's got a 39-year-old giant BBC boyfriend.
I think he's talking about her, like he can fix her.
Oh.
But if that's what you meant, I hope you make 500 bands.
Boom. Sweet. You know what the whole the conversation though around abuse reminds me of? Did you hear about this whole Harry Sisson thing where he was texting 10 different chicks or something, and I think it's kind of a jerk. Maybe he's a bit of a jerk. Maybe he's a bit of an asshole, but these women are like, wow, we're victims and it's abusive. I'm like, no, he's a jerk. He's an asshole. He's a fuckboy.
He's famous.
You guys got played, but it's not abusive. Okay, he's like got a roster. And even if he lied about it, I don't think that's abusive.
If he was like in a relationship with all of them and he was like, yeah, you're the one.
I don't
that's
think that
different.
was,
no,
yeah.
Then it's not abusive. He's just a player. Or whatever.
Don't chicks have rosters now? That's like their power move. They're like, I have rosters.
Oh yeah, most of these girls are dating.
Can you elaborate on that? What is
like they have a roster. They have like a list of dudes they can call and put into the game, so to speak. And that's like they're managing now. Like they're the team owner, and it's like that just works against the women especially. It actually works against the women more so than it works against the men.
Yeah, we're at the tail end of the decadent era for sure. Now we're entering the dark ages again.
Yeah, never forget. You're the gatekeepers of the vagine.
Yeah.
Oh,
True.
Going around the table, what's your body count?
11.
I think so, 15.
15 or 50?
Yeah,
okay.
15.
12.
4.
4? Okay.
0.
2.
Not saying.
Neither am I.
Of course not.
The patriarchy wins again.
Of course not.
The men.
That's what I'm
women.
saying.
What are you saying?
Just like bullshit.
What's
But y'all,
bullshit?
okay, I understand if a dirty dude, like that's different. But it's like if you're gonna demand that, not demand, but if you're gonna ask somebody that question, it's like, and then they ask you, and it's like I don't want to tell you. It's like kind of fucked
You
up.
didn't have to tell us.
Yeah.
Probably
Well,
would've-
yeah, I did.
Wait, you
yeah,
acted
I did.
earlier. Like,
No, you have to
You
answer.
would have
it.
forced it.
And which is fine, and I know what I signed up for. I'm just saying that's
really
there's
care
just
about
a
Well,
double
here's the,
standard kind of a thing.
this doesn't apply the same to each of us, but I think that once you're married and you've been married for a while, like talking about that stuff is just like is nonsensical.
Yeah,
I mean,
know
I
what I
can
mean?
see that for you. Yeah.
You know?
it's just kind of like, yeah, it's clearly a double standard.
Well, there's girls that come in here all the time. They say, I don't want to answer that.
Sure.
You can just say, I don't want to answer if you really don't
Oh,
want
there's
to.
a little pushback, but who
Yeah, I
cares?
suppose.
I'm just saying.
They harassed that girl until she left. That's not a little pushback.
That was different, though.
I don't think so. It was happening for a while, way before that question even came up.
Good shit. Good times. That's
We
cool.
have fun here.
All right. We have, wait, what? Eric, prayers for the Wilson family, WJB. Shout out the boys at Made by Jimbob YouTube channel. Jay Dyer next on whatever.
Thank you,
God
Eric.
bless. I've heard of Jay Dyer.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Yeah. Thank you, Eric, for the super chat. Wait, prayers for, is everything okay with? the
Well, they had
Wilsons?
the tornado, and then I know
shit.
Rachel's had some.
Oh
like,
yeah,
throat
Rachel's
thing.
been having some health stuff. So, shit. Okay. There's a tornado. Damn.
There was.
There was.
Yeah.
15 bodies, but how many
R.I.P.
trees?
Just one tree.
Only one tree. Nice. That's cool. So guys, $20 TTS roast session. Get them in. That's streamlabs.com/whatever. Also, quick shout out, guys. If you guys can, go to twitch.tv/whatever. If you can pull that up for us. Twitch.tv/whatever. There it is, boys. Twitch.tv. Guys, drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Undead Monkey, thank you for the Prime. JB, thank you for the Prime. Doughboy, thank you for the Prime. J Brown, thank you for the Tier 1. Encrypted, thank you for the Prime. The Laid Back Squirrels, thank you, bro. You're a Dream Goat. Miss Meeks, I'm not saying that one. Thank you for that, man. Appreciate it. Thank you for the support there, guys, on Twitch. Excuse me, I'm dying. Guys, if you can, check if you have a Prime sub available. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. If you have Amazon Prime, maybe you don't have a Twitch account, you create a Twitch account, you can link your Amazon Prime to Twitch, and then you can support the show for free every single month, one time a month. You just drop us a Prime sub. We don't even have to be live for you to drop it. You can do it while we're live, but you can just go to our channel, twitch.tv/whatever. Check if you have a Prime sub. If you're listening to this, after hours, or when we put it on Spotify or Apple Music or Amazon Podcast, whatever. Yo, Kai Baka, thank you for the gifted 10 subs on Twitch. Thank you so much, man. Really appreciate it. Cal, thank you for the Prime, man. Appreciate it. Cajun Tater, thank you for the Prime. Thank you. Appreciate it, guys. All right, we have Justin Martins. Yo, is my Streamlabs not working or something? Why does Jimbob always look like he just woke up fully clothed?
That's exactly what's happening. That's why.
Is my Streamlabs not working? Because this is kind of peculiar. I mean, maybe you guys just don't want to. Nobody's roast worthy. I should, I don't know. Let me see. Is it bugged?
I doubt that.
Boys, I think it's bugged. Hey, can somebody test out a roast? Like somebody test out Streamlabs or whatever, man, because it's bugged or whatever. $20 TTS, boys. Okay, thank you, man. 6-pack. Chad, thank you for.
Is that Jamaican at the end? Okay, thank you, Mon.
Thank you, man.
Thank you, Mon.
It's Canadian,
Thank you.
It's like Irish.
It's fucking.
And that was British.
It's like
obviously.
Canadian, eh?
Mm-hmm.
All
I was
right,
just
guys.
like, thank
$20.
you.
Bro, I think our Streamlabs is bugged. This is crazy. Okay, well, what else do I have? So you've been single for 6 months, you said?
Yes.
Longest relationship? Mm-hmm. Longest relationship?
Oh, that was it. Oh, 10 years.
From what age to what age? Can you stop playing with the cup, please?
I'm just gonna put this over here.
Yeah, that's a good idea. 10 years, you say? From what age to, like 18 to, or no, 9?
6 months ago is when it ended.
Oh,
so
shit. Who dumb
You
too?
just walk it. Me.
Damn, wait,
That
this
was
is the
the best
abusive guy?
Wait, 10.
The abusive
now,
quote
now
unquote.
You
everything
were,
changes.
you were in
Now
that
we're-
relationship for 10 years?
She
Yeah.
stayed for, damn.
It wasn't bad
Think
at
of,
first.
think
No,
of
no, no.
all the SoundCloud rappers you could
Damn.
have had sex with.
Wait, did he
I know.
become
My whole 20s.
abusive in the last 5, 3?
Yeah, it just slowly started happening. It was just like he just got more comfortable with it, or I just started noticing it more because, you know, at the end of the day, it's just like, yeah, I fucking suck. You know, whatever, like, yeah, I could do that better, but, like, yeah, I suck. You know, kind of a thing. And then it just gets worse and worse to the point where, like, it's just like, okay, I don't know. I don't know. It's just like with people like that, I don't even know. I'm just rambling. I actually ended up breaking up with him. So we never did couples therapy, but I was like, let's go. And then I broke up with him in couples therapy because if I didn't do that, if there wasn't like a third party there, like it would just go on and on forever and I'd just be a piece of shit. So if you have a third party there, that's another piece of advice. A lot of the times they'll just accept it. And, you know, in therapy, I was like, if there's anything I did wrong, like I want to talk about it. I want to know what I did wrong. Had nothing to say. And like, that just sounds like I'm blowing smoke at my own ass, but it's true, like nothing to say.
I mean, he said you were in the way, so.
Yeah, like, you know, things like that, but I am burly, so.
Wait, so is it confirmed that the Streamlabs is not working? Because chat is I mean, some people are saying Streamlabs is bugged. Just do it through Superchats, guys. We'll just do Superchats then. If Streamlabs is actually bugged, just send it in through Superchat, YouTube Superchat. Last one for tonight, Brian. I bet you're a terrible poker player. All I can see is your reactions to whatever's on your screen while everyone is talking. Can I get an Osti de Tabern... I don't... Tabernacle. I'm not sure what that is, but thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you for that. Okay, guys, $20 apparently, guys, the Streamlabs is busted. I'm not sure why. Trying to figure out what could be going on.
Who left works for Streamlabs.
I think that's what happened.
It's Y2K.
That is super weird. Let me see what's going on here, guys. One sec. No, that's still enabled. I'm going to check one other thing. But, so have you had a rebound? Is that too soon? No?
No, I think that's kind of like, I want to just like use somebody. And I also don't.
Why not? You should totally get on some
Yeah,
strange.
Right? I should have been the predecessor to all this degeneracy. You're right.
Wait, what?
I said I should have been the predecessor to all this degeneracy and just sort of just like I could get a rebound for that, and then I could get a rebound for that rebound, and it just never ends.
Yes, the rebound inception kind of.
Yeah, there's got to be something catchier there.
The domino effect of the rebound.
If you take the 10 men theory, I'll take that.
Do you think he's like just plowing through? Like, do you think he's just running through? Where are you from?
New York.
Do you think he's just plowing through some fucking Brooklyn, some fucking Queens chicks?
Oh, no, he lives here, and also...
Oh, he lives in California?
Oh, shit. I'm in California.
Wait, what?
North Carolina, where I actually live. I'm not used to...
Wait, was this a long-distance relationship?
No, we both lived in the same apartment in North Carolina.
Oh, but
I just forgot where I was.
He dipped, and now he's living
He didn't dip. I broke up with him.
Well, but he dipped from North Carolina.
No, he didn't.
So he's still in North Carolina?
Yes.
So is he getting some... What's the city in North Carolina?
Charlotte, Greensboro.
Charlotte.
Just Charlotte? Yeah.
I only know those two
Just
cities.
running through some UNC chicks, you think?
I don't really care.
Northern California.
I feel nothing like I grieved the relationship before I left, basically, because I worked on myself. And by the end of it, I was like, fuck this. I don't deserve this.
Shit.
Yeah. So honestly, if he can do whatever he wants, I don't give a shit.
Have you ever considered having a glow up?
What do you mean?
You should
insinuating
I don't
that
know.
I need
You have
one?
to choose between their standards, but
What What do you?
I don't know, like doing a whole like makeup thing, like just like.
Where did that even come from? I was like, I'm so confident.
Well, what
in myself.
happens is when women, men do this too. Like they'll suddenly break up and get super fit and ripped.
Sure.
Like your reaction is, like not to like get all prettied up and stuff. Why is that?
What is it? No, I'm just kidding.
No,
makeup and shit.
Yeah.
I mean, I lost a lot of weight. I did
Really?
I started taking care of myself, and I focused on myself, which I never did because I was constantly focused on him and how I can be a better person in general.
I love that.
For him. Yeah, so.
For you.
Anyway. Then I started focusing on myself, and it was great, and it still is.
So no rebound?
I mean, I for women, like you say you're a comedian. I know you're just like kind of playing around, but
Yeah, I'm just fucking around.
you don't want to look like a female comedian also.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
don't
like
want
the
two of
stigma.
those things. So,
No, you're right.
yeah.
That's why I lost weight.
Yeah, you're going to have to start getting dolled up. It's just part of the game.
Well, okay, the reason I didn't do anything is because I was on a plane in it took me forever to get here. I'm not going to
No,
wear
not now.
fucking-
I'm saying like to attract future men, eventually your husband, basically.
Sure. I mean, I do get dolled up. It's
Oh,
just,
good.
I've just been on an airplane
Oh, no. Yeah, no
like-
worries.
7 hours.
Yeah.
So I don't
No,
give
I'm
a
just saying in general. I'm
Yeah.
not saying now.
Wait, do you have a
No, I
do you
feel
have a
you.
Twitter?
No. I have a throwaway.
Twitter?
Yeah, I have a throwaway.
But you said you have fans. Like from where? Like
Yeah.
what's your do you have a platform?
I have Instagram and shit. There's people like,
I feel like you're not telling us something.
because I don't know. It's not like super top secret. I just don't know how to explain it without sounding like, I don't know.
You have a cult?
Well, if you want to,
Yeah, I'm
if
a
you want
cult
to find a
leader.
man,
You got me.
the worst possible thing you can do as a woman is try to be a comedian.
I just like making people laugh. I'm like the Joker.
Yeah,
Is that what he says? Does he like making
see?
people laugh?
You're proving your point. They're proving my point.
What?
It's my bad. Shit.
What?
Look,
It's the first time.
Do you wanna
something
be a
went over
mother?
My head. Yes.
okay, that should be your priority.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. Like I'm not. This is not my destiny or my fate. I just.
Oh, that's
just
fine.
funny.
Why?
In my
being
opinion.
a comedian.
Wait, can
is a bad
wait,
Yeah, it's
do you have
just
a
a-
set?
I
No.
didn't have a question.
I don't.
It's just-
I said I'm
wait,
a comedian.
she
It's
doesn't do stand-up.
hyperbolic.
She
It's
doesn't-
Not,
oh,
I don't have.
Wait, do you do stand up or no?
No, she
No,
doesn't.
I.
Wait, what?
We didn't understand your cryptic, multiple references.
Yeah, you
to
should have read my
comedic-
mind. This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you should have.
But wait, where's your platform?
What is
I
happening?
don't have. I'm not a comedian. I have an Instagram.
Yeah, but you have
And
like
that's it.
600 followers.
Yeah, I don't have.
That's why she said I'm an underground comedian.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're
it's
just
just
being.
a
Oh,
like-
so was that a joke too?
Yeah, I'm just being stupid.
She's just a
But
silly girl.
I thought you had like a.
Yeah, I'm just a silly girl.
I thought you had like an audience or something. Like even if it's small, like but maybe
Y'all
it's
are
like
my audience right now.
is it like Truth Social?
Truth Social?
I don't know. Are you a
fuck is
Republican
that?
or what's your political?
I thought you actually were a comedian. You actually look like the type who suddenly brings out a ukulele and
Oh,
does like a cute song, and you're like,
I don't like that.
talk to a sloth today.
You don't like
know?
ukuleles?
I don't like being associated with ukuleles. That's not good.
What about banjos?
That's actually, I agree with
A
that.
little bit better.
Ukuleles are pretty. Like
It used to be
Hips-
cool. There was
hips.
like a moment there where they had like
It's just corny.
a place, and then
yeah, it's true.
Like the type of people who pick up a ukulele, it's just
yeah, you just
you
run.
just don't know who
just
you are.
run. Yeah.
Yeah, you just don't know who you are yet.
No commitment.
Unless you're Hawaiian, that's fine. But if you're making fucking cover songs on YouTube, it's like
yeah, with the ukulele.
a little cringe.
Yeah.
All right, boys, you got to do it through Super Chat. I don't know what's going on with Streamlabs. Jimbob, fight chair 1. The shoulders are similar.
Damn it. See?
What's wrong with your
I don't know.
shoulders?
Well,
Was that supposed to be rude?
On my channel, they started this meme where I have really narrow shoulders, and then I started believing it a
Oh my
lot,
God, we've
and then
been
it sent
so
me
hard.
to the gym, which proves that shame works. So
Nice.
Shaming
I think I just have a giant head. It's not actually totally narrow shoulders. What do you guys think?
I'm getting body dysmorphia now.
I guess we're.
Is it normal shoulders, giant head?
Something like that.
Small
Yeah,
shoulders.
yeah.
Like a caricature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm just messing.
You know what? I'm
It's-
going to have Sammy, you're in
normal
charge of
proportions.
reading these, okay?
Oh, okay.
Into the mic if you can.
Chair 2, metal detectors must hate you, huh? What's it like going through the airport security with you?
Am I supposed to answer that?
I don't know
If
if you
you
could
want.
or not.
Fine. I'm not sure what else to say.
Have you been on a airplane or?
Yeah, of course.
Do you have to take out all the piercings or
No.
they just?
The last time that I went on an airplane, the only reason why they kicked, like, they had to, like, basically strip me down and, like, you know, do, like, the metal detector thing or whatever is because I had a stone underneath my wig.
Why?
Stone underneath your
I
wig.
see.
Oh,
It's
like
a
the
spiritual
stone
thing.
energy
Yeah.
thing? Yeah.
Yeah, and they were like, what's underneath there? And I was like, girl, I forgot it was there. I'm so
Girl?
sorry.
That's awesome. That's so awesome. You're like, what's under this wig? It's just a rock. And you're like, I forgot.
Chair 3
That's so
socials.
awesome.
Chair 3 socials. I need new comedy.
What is Truth Social? What is that?
No, they're asking
God,
what's
never
your
mind.
social-
Okay,
No,
sorry.
just
dude.
tell me.
What's your Instagram?
Oh,
Andrew's
It's
beer?
just
No, they
fuck.
actually have good beer here. Andrew drinks shit beer.
I wasn't listening. It's,
Coors. Andrew's
Yeah.
a Coors guy.
Ugh, gross.
my Instagram
Piss.
is fuck. It's just f.u.c.k.
Sweet. Read this one.
Chat is starting the hashtag Tree2 movement.
Yo, thank you, Kat, for the super chat. Appreciate it.
Tree 2.
Yeah, he's not. No, I'm not. They don't have his
Here,
beer
read
here.
it
I'm
though. You
telling
gotta
you.
read it.
Jimbob, Andrew will literally fight you if you are drinking his beer.
Sweet. Okay. Go ahead.
Shout out to Charlotte, North Carolina. We have plenty of mid chicks here. Don't worry.
He's just running through.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel?
What?
Never mind.
Who, bad?
Okay, read
I don't
this
give
one.
a shit.
Bear or man
wrong.
highlights delusion or prejudice with a woman. It's a bear's nature to kill you. It's a man's nature to protect you. I recommend you remind them of this after they answer the question to test their logic again.
I mean, it depends. The bear could be pretty nice. You know?
Tiffany,
Just-
read
it
this one.
depends.
True.
I'm just messing.
Alien Sugar Maple said he gave you all his branches for DP, yet you're still ghosting him. Personally, I don't think I could eat pancakes with syrup again. Disgusting.
Thank you, Christopher. Oh, Tiffany, can you read this?
again?
These? Yeah.
The test of a woman is childbirth. The test of a man is a woman. A man must be in control of himself and his woman, but a woman cannot be controlled like a man controls another man. It's more like controlling a nervous dog.
Thank you for that. Honest a-hole. I appreciate it. Okay. Tyree Santiago, thank you.
To share it to all it takes is a giant magnet and your face is done.
I have a magnet in here if you want to.
Okay, if you want to. I
Do you-
mean, It's not gonna do anything. So.
Are are
Pewter?
piercings magnetic?
No,
Is
not.
it
not all
pewter,
of them.
steel?
What is
Is it pewter and
metal?
steel?
It's just sterling silver.
Sterling, yeah.
But it's not.
Yeah, sterling's not
magnetized or
magnetized.
whatever.
All right, read this one.
Chair 3's textbook definition of adorable. My favorite Minecraft biome is taiga. I'd appreciate you forever if you organize my chest room. And Chair 2 reminds me of the song Monster by Reckless Love.
That's what's up.
Ah, there you go.
Sounds like a potential
I love you
date.
enjoy organizing
you.
them. So
Go ahead, Tiffany.
Tiffany's nickname after her glow up will be Toothpick Tiffany.
The fuck? Oh, because you.
I take that as a compliment.
I will
Toothpick.
say that adorkable is definitely a ukulele thing.
That is, yeah.
So
Wow.
I'm a little on
Nice.
the fence about that one.
Yo, Seth, thank you for the $20 super chat. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Guys, reminder, we're doing $20 super chat roast session. So if you want, get it in. It's through YouTube. Unfortunately, I don't know why Streamlabs isn't working. So, yeah. Read this one, Tiffany. Por favor.
Jimbob W. Black bears are 13% of the population but commit 50% of all attacks. Girl that rage quit needs to buy a burqa. Chair 1, told status. Chair 2, no words necessary. Chair 3 looks like a feminist lesbian Joe Dirt.
That's what's
Are
up.
you a feminist?
No.
I actually thought you were. I did judge you when you walked in. I was
No,
like,
I'm
finally,
not.
the
It's- you
hardcore
know what?
feminist comes in.
I gave myself a really shitty haircut. I did it myself.
Yeah, I thought you.
and I fucking hate it.
I thought one of you tonight was going to say end the patriarchy,
Absolutely
and nobody
not.
said it.
No,
Is
I'm
there
right-
anybody?
I'm right wing.
Still no, nobody. What?
But yeah, I fucking hate it.
Unbelievable.
T-Dog?
Chair 5 is kind of creepy. Is that me?
Yeah, that's
Why am I creepy?
Justin Martins. Why is she creepy? Bro, are you talking shit about Tiffany, dude? Are you
Maybe I was a creepy
Yo.
one.
No,
Are you
she's
talking
there.
fucking shit about Tiffany, Justin?
Yeah, nigga, we will both mash you. What?
Me and Tiffany, bro. We rep the same podcast.
That was
All right.
scary.
Thank you, Justin Martins. Oh my God, there's so many coming in. They are crazy. Okay, read this one, Tiff. T-Dog.
You should smile more, Sammy, but I wouldn't be able to round them either. However, when are you going to be open that
What the fuck?
backdoor LMAO JK?
Wow.
That's
wow.
haram.
If you're talking about what I think you're talking about, I don't think I'll ever do that kind of content. I'm sorry, guys. I just don't do that weird shit, for real.
Wait, is this... Do you think the first part, though, is... Do you think it's because she's...
I don't know.
Sitting next to
A lot of my people say I need to smile, dude. I don't know if it's the old man white toothpick thing, but I think it's just something they tell me.
Yeah, the second part, I don't understand. I wouldn't want to be around them either.
Yeah, not sure about the beer.
Can you read
Chair
this one?
2, it's hard to take you seriously when you have a single ball, Newton's pendulum swinging from your nose, not to mention the other sharpnel on your face.
Shrapnel.
Shrapnel.
I didn't know I asked.
Shrapnel.
For my new passport.
All right, thank you. We have this one.
My wife asked me why I don't help out with the dishes anymore. I told her that it's illegal for men to compete in women's sports.
Dun-dun-sh.
What? That's supposed to be funny?
I like that one. That's a good... I like that one. Kick
That's like a
rocks.
good old school joke.
That's a... Yeah.
Where can we get that shit hot Aloha shirt, JB? I heard you got it from... Heard
Nice
you got,
shirt. You-
heard
I
you
got
got
this-
some coming
sorry.
soon at Made by Jimbob shop.
I do sell shirts at
You didn't-
madebyjimbob.com.
You bring me books, but no shirt?
But this is from Kauai directly. Vintage.
Oh,
It's
I
a
see.
vintage shirt from Kauai. I just couldn't resist.
Jimbob, Bahama.
So which of you chicks has the fake knockers?
Butthead.
Oh.
That's funny. From Butthead.
Knockers. Shout out
to
Thank you.
Butthead.
Shout out to Butthead.
Love it.
Any fake titties at the table? Tiffany? Are you going to get some?
No.
You said you were getting plastic surgery.
Just
a
the
nose,
nose.
a nose job.
Oh, okay. Whatever. For show. Faux show. Okay, we have...
I have petitioned the court to modify the distance on my restraining order. For the love of God, I'm a tree, not a sex object.
Yo, Otis Driftwood, thank you for the soup chat, man. Appreciate it. Do you want to respond to that, Alien, or no?
No, I'm good.
Allie Archer, okay, thank you for the compliment. Appreciate it.
Hey, Alien, maybe Jimbob could make your next face piece.
It's because I'm a jewelry maker.
Oh, that's
Lord.
I'd be down.
Question for the panel. What's your favorite crystal? Color crystal.
I like rose quartz.
Is that the one that's in front of you?
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
is.
See, I got you.
I know, I appreciate that.
All right, thank you, Christopher. We have this one. Tiffany, I'll have you read it.
Tiffany, your nose is fine. Don't chop it off. Brian, love your show. Haven't missed one for about 18 months. Keep up
Dude.
the good work.
Eh bien, merci beaucoup, Mr. PDD. PTRD. C'est vraiment très bien, ça. Canadian, $20. It is very nice. Thank you very much. Tabernacle.
Canadian Fed.
I don't know. Bro, being cringe. My bad.
Chair 2, genuine question, not trying to be mean. How much weight have you gained since your last appearance? It looks like you ate your way through some redwoods.
I don't know.
Hey, Tiffany, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
So you're very pro being skinny.
Yeah.
If you could get rid of all fat people, but, or wait, what's the trade-off here? All fat. This would include me because I'm a little chubby right now. So fuck.
I wouldn't consider you fat, though. I mean,
I'm chubby. Wait, bro? Don't.
I mean,
Damn, bro. He's like looking at me. Bro.
You guys are getting body dysmorphia tonight.
oh yeah, what's the
wow.
hypothetical?
So get rid of all
Wait,
fat
question.
people.
You're Korean, right?
yeah.
I feel like from what I've heard from people I've known who are Asian, but I've heard this from a Korean girl. She told me that like Korean parents, if their kid's fat, will tell them they're fat. Like, you're fat, you gotta lose weight. Is this true?
Yeah.
감사합니다.
Like white parents will be like, "Oh my God, stop it! You're just so beautiful the way you are."
They're
we
brutal.
love you.
Yeah.
But I feel like Asian parents are like gonna lay down, like
they're brutal.
Listen up, you fucking failure.
Yeah,
You
they
gotta
are.
lose some fucking weight. But I think that's valid, bro. Good.
They're brutal.
Good, and you got on top of it.
Yeah.
So did your mom call you fat though?
No, I was never fat.
Oh, okay.
I was always skinny. I just want to be skinnier.
Did she say like you need to lose a couple pounds though?
Did she say don't ever get fat? Did she say that? Like
Don't ever get fat?
yeah, like the threat of like don't ever.
No.
Like a PSA.
We have Sarah here. Go ahead, read it. Somebody besides
That's
me.
Sarah. That's
Tiffany. Read
Brian, if you're ever in Nashville, drinks on me.
nice.
I'm never gonna be in Nashville. I'm sorry. There's no reason for me to ever go to Nashville.
Well, there's that one street, Broadway.
The fuck is?
I think Daily
there's
Wire's
a street there that's like a whole thing.
Oh right.
What if they invite
It's
you?
Yeah,
boring,
don't you want to
but
get
it's
Ben
there.
Shapiro on? Come on, Brian.
I mean, that'd be good for the show. That'd be an interesting.
I will
episode.
definitely get on the. I will definitely get on the panel with all these hoes. I mean,
Are you Ben?
That's pretty good.
That was too good.
All right, guys, $20 roast through the YouTube super chats. We're switching it up because our Streamlabs is scuffed, majorly scuffed. Streamlabs, what the hell is going on? Can somebody test it though? Again, see if it's still not working because that's pretty frustrating. Let's see what else we have to do. Get them in if you want, guys. We're gonna get this wrapped up here soon. Well then, we did the body count. We talked about that. What's everybody's orientation?
What is that? Oh.
Like pronouns?
tree sexual.
Like, is anybody here bi?
I'm bisexual.
So some of your bodies are women, or you didn't count. Like when you said what 11?
Yeah, I didn't count.
Was it
any
11?
Women. And I only
The body count was 11.
I've only been with one girl, and I did not count her in that because we did not necessarily sleep together. It was actually for an OF collab. I had mentioned her in our messages, but
Okay.
so not really.
All right. Magavelli says, Brian, bring on Alex Jones or Sam Hyde.
Bring on Kanye.
Sam Hyde would be funny.
He would fuck your shit up.
Probably. Thank you, Magavelli, for the super chat. Appreciate it. Excuse me. Appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Okay, I guess sort of final call. Super chat. Send it in through YouTube. $20 super chat roast if you want to roast anybody. Where's the Felicity roast? Where's the Priscilla?
Oh my
Where's
God.
the Priscilla?
I miss Priscilla.
You know.
Oh, what
Priscilla.
is? Wait, I
don't
swear
know.
I had a good
I saw her on
question.
here. It's fucking awesome.
Would
I
you?
wanted to give Felicity a freaking compliment, actually. You look like Poppy
Oh,
to
she's
me.
cool.
You're so pretty.
Who's Poppy?
Who?
Oh, she's a
Flowers?
singer.
Poppy?
yeah.
Oh, wait,
you
I
do
know.
look just like her. She's
Yeah.
really pretty, though.
Who's
Or
Poppy?
she's a singer.
Thank you, but
She's
I
like a
don't know.
rock singer. Don't worry about it. Have you ever seen Camp Rock?
Wow, that's kind of honestly,
Yeah.
bro. That's kind of
Yeah.
an insult. Why are you talking shit to Felicity?
How was that an insult? She's
You're saying she looks
gorgeous.
like Poppy?
I would
I don't
literally
know.
I
get on
just
my knees
Googled.
for Poppy. So I'm.
I don't know who Poppy is. I have to look at a
Poppy.
picture.
You should look it up. She's great.
Thank
She's
you.
great.
Damn, bro, that's an insult.
I think you
That's a
look-
fucking insult.
She's gorgeous. She's
Bro,
a gorgeous woman.
That's an insult. That's an insult to Felicity.
I mean, I'm not insulted. I don't know.
But you remind me
great.
of Tess from Camp Rock.
Do you want to direct maybe a couple compliments towards Jimbob here because I feel like needs some compliments.
I have compliments for like all the ladies.
I love your shirt, Jen.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Your head is proportionate to your shoulders.
Oh my gosh. I am clipping that. That's forever.
Just replay it over and over.
Okay, name taken says, Brian, you're fatter and gayer than DSP. Not just kidding, bro. Love you. Love the. Who's DSP?
No idea. Another rapper or
DSP.
Miranda.
it's like a lot of.
I'm fatter and gayer.
Maybe it's Dolly Parton and her middle name's Sarah or something.
What if I'm straighter than him? I could be straighter than him.
We're having a straight
DSP.
off all of a sudden.
Wait,
No idea who that
DSP.
is.
fat gay guy. I'm trying to think of a fat gay dude. Why are you doing this, bro?
Fat gay
Okay.
dude.
Thank you for that.
Oh, the dude from Mean Girl.
Thank you. Gosh.
Is there anything else we had to do? Tiffany, what is the... Oh, I wanted to ask this. What is of your like girl, maybe you were in high school, girl, this is for the whole panel. What's the highest body count you've heard from a girl? Let's start with you, Sammy.
The highest I've heard from a girl is about in the 50s, and she was my age, and that was last year, so I was 18.
So she was 18 and she had 50.
Yeah.
Damn. Okay. What about you, Alien?
Someone you know, right? Yeah. Yeah. Just confirming, right?
Because there's
Yes, he said someone you know, like a friend.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, someone. Yeah, like maybe you went to school with them or.
Oh, okay. I think about like 40.
40. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever I don't know if anyone's ever bragged about that to me.
Or you heard about like you were in high school and some girl did the whole football team.
Sure, but I don't know. I don't want to give you a fake answer. I just don't know.
Okay, that's fine. What about
Must
you?
have slipped my
Nothing.
mind.
Never had that
Tiffany.
conversation.
I think around the 50s.
50s. Felicity. You know some
I think
strumpets.
Yeah, she said like 65 or 70, somewhere around there.
How old is she?
She was 29 at the time.
Yeah. Oh, Tiffany, just tilt your mic like. Actually, wait, Tiffany. Wait, sorry, Felicity. Okay, nice shit. Do you want to just take that seat? That's probably. It's probably easier to get you in frame a little bit. Okay, cool. And we have Wi-Fi. Wait.
What's up, Wi-Fi?
Andrew said you don't have to replace the beer if you square up with Snot Chain. Is Andrew streaming or?
I don't know.
No, I don't think so. Maybe he was though. Okay, we have Christopher. Brian, California is a huge L. Move the stream to Florida. Get with the program. California's. I feel like California's behind enemy lines. Like that's where you want to be. You know.
What would be the alternative though if you were to choose like one state, city?
To do the show?
Yeah.
Oh, well, to do the show, I would move it to Los Angeles.
LA, yeah.
It'd be way easier to have, like, Santa Barbara's out of the way. 2 hours out of the way.
Yeah.
LA, major hub, entertainment, people are actors, whatever, content creators are out there. I could probably do 3 shows a week. Well, in terms of guest booking, I would be able to book for 3 shows a week. It would be way easier, but yeah.
What's stopping you from doing it?
I want to live in LA.
That's true. That's the downside. That's the downside.
Santa Barbara, while being in California, Santa Barbara is nice. We did here. Tiffany, I'm gonna have you read this one.
Brian, burritos, or do you miss wearing flannel more?
Wow, that's
Shout
a good.
out to
I want to get
Jimbob.
back to the flannels, so that would be nice. This is below the threshold, but why not? We'll do it.
Can Jimbob as Bernie Sanders ask the panel, would you date me, Bernie, for one of my mansions?
Look. Hold on. Look, ladies, would you want to date me if I had $50 billion? You all deserve abortions.
The drudgery of listening to that guy, it's like arduous. It's like hard.
This is for
It's
Jimbob.
work.
If you can read it, Tiffany.
Jimbob, when you shrug them tiny shoulders, does it inflate them ears?
That's true. Felicity, I'm going to have you... Wait, what the... Okay, good luck, Felicity, on this one. Wow.
Tiffany socials, Brian, Osti, host. What is this?
Poste de
This is
viage,
like-
de viage du calice, de cal...
Cubic coasters.
Follow the
Bro.
election we about to become China. Help.
Follow... Okay, Andre, thank you. Merci beaucoup.
My TikTok's real Tiff X NYE.
I love that for you. Read this one, Felicity.
Chair 3, I will take you in and fix you, but if and only if slip my mind was a Kids in the Hall reference.
I don't think she...
Oh yeah, Kids in the Hall. No, I love Kids in the Hall. I mean, it's been years, but that's what's
Their
up.
intro song is dope.
Yeah.
Bang, 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 bang. Okay.
It's all coming back.
Felicity, read this one.
Felicity, can we see that Maddie cap? No simple. Can I put it on?
Nah, you got to send in a $69 super chat if you want to see Felicity in the this one.
You want me to read it?
Yeah.
Top 1% needs to make more than 500K. it's at least 1 million in some areas. You grew up hardly in top 10%. Girl, you need to wake up to reality.
Sassy. Girl. You need to wake up to reality.
Thank you, Maze, for the super chat. All right, guys, if you want $20 roast. Wait, wasn't I gonna ask a question or something? Shit. What was the question I asked earlier?
I think you asked if people were lesbians.
I think that's something that was asked. Fuck,
that was a good memory.
Wait, hold on. I have it in my notes here. One sec. Let me get this
orientation.
Orientation. That's true. Asked about that. Oh, wait. I have something. Hold on. One sec. Lads. So it is. Shit. Damn it. I think I can't find it. That's unfortunate. Wait, what? Sorry, guys. One sec. I'm trying to find. I wrote notes.
Floundering.
Totally dropping the ball here. Well, okay. Can't find it. Go ahead, Tiffany. Read this one.
Trump 2028. The tariffs will work. Give it time. Our republic is worth it. America first. Chair 3 seems based, but looks like a lib.
I know, it sucks. It's my fucking hair.
Who did you vote
my
for?
glasses.
Who did you vote for?
I hate my hair.
Who did you
Trump.
vote for? Oh, okay. All right.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Why is that weird?
Oh, hey, look, it's is this Andrew?
Yeah, that's it. That's Andrew.
Oh, hey, what's up, Andrew?
What's up, Andrew? Can you do a Shapiro versus Peterson debate, but snot nose? Who's snot nose? Is that? Oh, the snot. Yeah.
Yeah,
I thought that.
thing.
Dirty trees. Shapiro is pro. Okay, wait. So hold on. So who's pro dirty with the trees? Shapiro's pro. Okay. Look, as long as it's not hurting anyone, I don't see any problem with molesting the trees. I mean, they can't consent. That means they can't say no. Well, that's really fucked up, you know? It's like, it's not about consent. It's about whether or not there's a hole that's appropriate for your wiener. It's like, fuck.
Jordan sounded like
you forgot to do
this. Yeah. It's like you're going up there in the woods molesting the trees and the bark. Well, I don't see any problem with it. I mean, liberty above all, right? Yeah. It's just...
The Ben was amazing. It's indistinguishable.
We gotta get Jordan Peterson on the show.
Please,
why
God.
not? You could.
I reached out. I tried to get Michaela on.
Now you just got to keep bugging him.
That'd be awesome.
Start. Yeah. I think we need Rachel Wilson to debate Michaela Peterson. That would be a good episode.
That would be good.
That would be dope. Okay, let's see what else we have to get through. Let me just double check my notes here. Do you have a question you want to pose to the panel?
I was hoping to get a super anti-patriarch, but none of you ladies took the position. So
wait, what is it?
You get this common like kill the patriarchy, end the patriarchy. I was betting that was going to come up, but it didn't come up. So I'm at a loss for words.
When you said you sound like Jordan again, I thought you were still in a role.
No.
But
Cool story. Sorry, hold on. I'm still trying to find the thing. I had like a million things I wanted to freaking, not a million things, but let me shout out a couple people really quick. Guys, if you want 100% of your contribution to go towards us, Venmo, Cash App, whatever pod, we have Colin. No, I already did. MC Rocker, thank you for the 12. Matt, thank you for the 5. Thank you, man. Really appreciate it. Merci beaucoup. Let's see here. One sec, guys. Wait. Okay. What? Can you read this one, Tiffany?
Me and my bros think that chair 1 is a 5, chair 3 is a 5, chair 4 is a 5, chair 5 is a 5. The one that rage quit had nice booba and cake, but her crazy, obnoxious attitude put her at a 3. Chair 2, hell to the no.
Wow.
No.
Pasty George, thank you for the Canadian 20, man. Anybody want to respond? He's calling y'all 5s.
I don't care what he calls me.
Yeah, I don't really care.
Wait, can you rate me? Are you down to rate me on a scale of 1 to 10?
You want me to rate you?
Rate me. Yeah.
Rate me.
My looks.
I didn't say rate. Okay, I said rate.
Rate.
It's just my tongue that makes it sound like I'm not saying the correct words. But I don't know, man.
Go ahead. I won't be offended.
Like, and so I'm just judging you off of your looks, right?
Yep.
So you're not gonna be offended.
Nah, you can tell me I'm a 1. I won't be offended. Go ahead.
No, I think you're pretty average. So like a 5.
But you're 15, right?
Yeah.
So like you'd be settling for me.
I don't see it as that, no.
But you're 15.
It doesn't matter.
So you're like, that's 10 points difference.
It doesn't matter.
You'd be settling in looks though.
I mean, if you see it that way, I don't really value looks like that.
How many wigs do you have?
Multiple.
Like how many though?
I don't know. Like I have like
Is it
10,
all
12.
Is it all like My Little Pony stuff, or do you have like a normal? Do you ever do like a normal day?
No.
Never?
Not really, no.
Durandals.
That's rare.
Gifted 10 subs. Thank you so much for the gifted 10 subs. Durandals. Am I saying your shit right, dude? Am I saying your name right? I might be fucking that up real bad. We have Ness NYC. Tiffany.
On the bear question, what bias women usually don't understand, the majority of essays happen with someone she knows, not strangers. Also, Rage Quitter proves higher education is a scam.
Oh, dude, she has a
I was
master's.
gonna say that in USC too.
Yeah, that's a yikes, actually. Wait, what did she have her master's
Public
in? Policy, or what was it?
administration.
Public administration. God damn, she ain't.
Poetry though. Too.
Let's hope she's never administrating something.
Can I just say something? I just think that that's bullshit about like it just being typically someone you know. It's like it could literally be anyone. It doesn't matter if you know them or not.
It's just the majority.
Wait,
I don't. It's like my personal experience is like people I don't know either. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like I said before, it's for me personally, it's been men and women. You know,
Yeah.
so it's not like it's not that simple to me.
I'm sorry, what?
Well, you kind of
We're talking about essay.
Oh,
yeah.
go ahead, Jim.
But you do give off a kind of a vibe that says I don't really care in general about anything.
That's not true, but go off.
I'm just saying, like
go
your
off, King.
your view is like if you hold a view that you just annihilate all human beings, you don't really value life. I don't think you really value your own life that much, and so
I value my life, yeah.
But you don't value human life because you'd be willing. You said in this podcast you'd be willing to annihilate all of us. You don't care.
Yeah.
So why would the aggressor? You know, if you gave off that sort of vibe to people, why wouldn't they take advantage of
I mean,
that?
I don't care to appeal to other people that treat me like shit, and majority of people have treated me like shit, so I don't really care.
Has Jimbob treated you like shit?
I'm sure that he's keeping whatever thoughts he
His
has about
toxic
me to
masculinity?
himself.
Thoughts?
Yeah, whatever.
No, actually, the first thing I thought about was, I was like, oh, this person has probably been through a whole lot.
Yeah, I don't like that misconception. That's also like a.
Is it true though?
I mean, I've been through a lot, but I
Like
don't
a lot
the
that
fact
other people haven't.
Look at like people who look like me and think,
Why?
oh, you have to add this to trauma. Like, this is all because of trauma.
It just happens to be pretty consistent when people sort of like what I would consider some sort of like attack on their face, like people who do full face tattoos or like what you're doing to your face. I think that's like a communication to the world. And so I could either be right or wrong, but what I perceive is, oh, this person is like been through a lot of shit.
Yeah,
that's what I
I'm
get.
telling you that you're wrong. And like, it's not wrong that I've not been through a lot of shit, but I just think that if you're basing your perspective off of what I look like, I just think that you're wrong. And I also think that it's coming from a negative perspective. And
Yeah, but if I can't be right and
placing
wrong.
you.
I asked you, am I right? And you said yes.
Well, I mean, I've been through a lot, but that doesn't mean just because I look like this, that, because I know people who also been through a lot and they don't look anything like me. So
Yeah.
it doesn't matter. What I'm saying is that the way that you're perceiving me for just how I'm looking is actually offensive.
What do you mean? You don't expect people to look at you and have a particular reaction?
No, because I don't look at other people and think that way.
That's
too.
not what determines it. If you particularly look a certain way and on purpose present yourself in a way that's completely atypical, you're actually acting like it's some sort of like transgression for people to go, oh.
Because
how
I see it is that whenever I looked normal, people were still bullying me and treating me like shit no matter what. So I feel like if you're going to just bully me no matter what, I might as well just look the way
that's kind of what I picked up on.
Like, you gave me the space to look like this. So now you're saying, because I look like this now, like, I deserve, like, this type of treatment? And, like I'm saying, it's just...
I didn't say you deserve anything.
It's always been that way. So it doesn't really matter what I look like.
I'm saying that that's what I picked up from you. I could either be right or wrong. I'm totally fine being wrong, but my experience was, oh, this person is communicating something to us with the way they look. And the communication is... Correct me if I'm wrong.
The communication of how I look is just I like art. And that's really
I don't think that's true. I think it's
No,
I
it's
don't
completely
I think
true.
the communication is I don't give a fuck.
No, I give a fuck.
You give a fuck, but in this podcast you said you'd be totally fine annihilating all humans.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
I give a fuck about myself.
Yeah, that's the vibe I got.
Okay. Like, I'm not understanding what you're asking.
So you only care about yourself?
At this point, for the most part, yeah, like, I don't really care about other people that much.
Yeah, that's exactly the vibe I got.
But you're saying that I don't give a fuck about myself.
No, I said you just don't give a fuck. If you don't give a fuck
if I don't give a fuck, like, what are you saying?
If you don't give a fuck about anybody, about yourself, why should anyone give a fuck about you?
Because other people have already treated me like they didn't give a fuck about me, so why should I give a fuck about other people? The last time I came here, the people that I was talking to were saying, like, oh, it feels like you're giving too much of yourself to other people and not really da-da-da-da, which I'm a nice person. It doesn't matter how other people perceive me or whatever. But, like, at the end of the day, like, I just get treated like crap no matter what.
I think you are a nice person. I just think you're hurting.
I'm not. Okay, whatever. I could say the same thing with you wearing that shirt, but
Touche.
Wow, that was a roast. So, Tiffany, what do you think about Sammy?
Typical woman.
Typical? She's not like special or anything? She's just typical to you?
I
don't
mean,
think
she
she's
does
unique?
OnlyFans, so, I mean.
Sammy, are you going to let her talk to you like that?
It's all right. In her head, she's in the top 1%, and I'm in the top 1% on OF, so it's totally...
Oh,
snap.
Boom. Mic drop, Tiffany. How do you feel about that?
Most women are leftists, so, I mean, it doesn't really make you a top 1%.
Tiffany, will you arm wrestle Sammy?
No.
Sammy's strong.
Why not? You think she's going to beat you? How much is it? I mean, you kind of like the weight class is different.
Yeah, you're a lot skinnier than me, like you said. So
Well,
I don't know.
I mean,
You might be a
let's
little
not.
too weak.
Sammy, you're probably lighter. You're probably lighter than she is.
Yeah, probably.
Sorry, this is so.
I'm probably where she wants to be at. So.
Would you prefer? Like, is that your goal weight? Is
How much do you weigh?
Like 93, but I'm also a lot shorter, so it kind of.
I feel like you have that like brute
I
strength
wouldn't
though.
want to be 93.
I feel like you have like I
Like I
can't
used
say
to do.
R strength.
No, yeah,
but
I used to do a lot of sports. Like, don't get me
I
wrong.
mean, gingers are super strong.
Yeah.
Redheads,
Yeah.
super.
I stay
strong.
away from redheads. I don't even let my kids play with them.
You said you fight or do wrestling?
Oh,
I had a
no,
crackhead
just used to
tell
do
me about
sports. Like,
Nephilim.
I did gymnastics and softball and the simple stuff, but.
That's dope.
Anyway, I had a crackhead tell me about Nephilim theory, and it was just like this whole thing about gingers and how they're fallen angels and shit.
I usually don't listen to crackheads, but they are onto something.
They are on something.
Probably. All right, guys. Last call on the super chats. Last call. We'll read these. We'll let a few more come through. Then we're gonna wrap. Tiffany, do us the favors.
Made by Jimbob, one of the best parts of California is In-N-Out Burgers. I hope you go. Thank you for the show, Brian. I love the impressions. Jimbob.
Thank you, Jeff. Yeah, I lived in LA for 15 years, but the cool thing is where I am in Colorado, we got a brand new In-N-Out burger.
Let's
Appreciate
go.
that.
Let's go. Hell yeah. We got this one from Crucible from Andrew. Can you read this?
Jimbob Shapiro versus NASA Tard on why tree boning in Mars is appropriate due to the loss of the technology.
What's going on, Andrew? What's going?
Andrew,
I think
Is
he's
this
mad that I called
it
him.
is. It is Andrew. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I think he's mad that I called him a big mouth character.
Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. So Look, if we make it to Mars and we find life, the best thing to do is procreate, even if it's a tree.
Well, I don't think that that's possible. We shouldn't do that.
You guys wouldn't know who this is. His name is Don Pettit.
I don't think you should touch and diggle trees like that, Ben Shapiro. You're a sick, sick man.
Thanks, Andrew. Appreciate that. Andrew's definitely shit-faced, though, by the way.
Yeah,
Nice.
There's no way he's not. Look at that spelling. I mean, look at that
Yeah,
sentence.
he definitely scuffed.
Just-
Kat says, stats don't care about personal experience. Yo, Kat, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. Jay Eck and Brian, I petition for whatever flannel shirt line. Yeah, that would be cool. Honestly, though, merch is, I don't know, merch is kind of like low priority for us. But hey, shop.whatever.com if you want to get some merch. But yeah, we kind of like don't really prio the merch too much. All right, $20 super chat roast via YouTube. Final call, guys. We're going to get this wrapped up here momentarily. Wow, this might be one of our shortest. I don't know the last time. I'm going to try to just end it sub 6 hours. That's super short. You guys are lucking out actually tonight. Hey, it's good. If that girl was still there, though, it would have been like a 10-hour show.
Yeah.
So
For real.
I actually don't mind having. It's been a pretty crazy couple weeks. I don't mind a little shorter show. Yo, Pakara, thank you for the Prime, man. Appreciate it. Thank you, Pakara. All right, any final thoughts from any of the panelists before we get this wrapped up? Final thoughts. Speak now. Any topic. Final thoughts. Anybody?
Go follow me at Made by Jimbob on every platform.
Go follow Jimbob. Go follow Tiffany's Feet Finder.
Follow my TikTok.
Follow Val's.
Instagram.
You got
As
a
we call it.
Tumblr or some shit. I don't know.
I did.
Yikes.
I'm on TikTok as Alien Spores, and I'm on Instagram as Alien. That's what's up.
Do you do like TikTok live streams where you just talk?
Yeah.
You're just
I just go to work and then I turn that shit on and talk to people.
Love it. Okay, I'd like to end the show by seeing if we can't use this moment as an opportunity to give a call to action. Would you, Sammy, consider stopping sex work entirely tonight?
For what?
Your soul.
Are you gonna pay my bills or what is?
No, but I hear North Carolina has a Popeyes.
I have already
They've
been
got
there.
a Waffle House.
I have already been there for
They've
a
got
collab for OF, so I've already done all that shit.
Sonic.
However,
do they have Sonic in
they
North
have
Carolina?
Sonic in Florida, where I'm from.
I don't think there's Sonic in California, is there? I don't know.
There is.
There's
Missing out.
I've never had Sonic.
I don't know. I honestly, if you want my opinion, dude, I don't view it as sex work, but that's because I don't post like corn and stuff like that.
I mean-
like my OF isn't that. Like you can't go on there.
There's no BG content?
Not
There's
posted.
no, not posted?
No.
So you send it in the DMs.
It's
in
a
the
little
messages.
different though. You know, I
Yeah,
set
so
it up
okay.
different.
You've sold videos of you having sex with men on camera.
No, don't say men plural. Just my boyfriend. I don't do none of
A
that.
man. Okay,
Yeah,
fine. A
yeah.
man.
So just one guy.
Singular.
But it's not. I literally have enough tapes I can count on one hand. Like literally like 4 or 3. Like I don't have like that's not my whole profile.
Yeah, but you sell 'em.
But my profile
it's
is
sex
me.
work.
The profile is me.
Even if you didn't do that, it would be sex
sure,
work.
I did sex work 5 times, and guess what? I'm still.
No, it's not
really
that you did it 5 times. You are a sex worker.
Okay, yeah, sure. If that's what you want to call it.
It's literally sex
If that
work.
is what you want to call it.
Okay.
Bro.
Would you consider stopping sex work tonight, right now, on the show?
For what, dude?
Your soul.
I don't have when I'm ginger, for one.
That's a fair point.
And
She does have a point.
And I mean,
Jimbob.
honestly, like, it's not even just because I don't want to go back to working, because I loved working. I hated having to quit my job, because I only quit my job, like, literally a month and a half ago to, like, continue.
Wait, remind me, how long have you been doing OF?
Since December. So about 4 months.
only
5
4 months?
It's the only reason that it just helps with money and you don't care at this point what the...
So, honestly, I really don't care. I view it as I am, like, what's the word for it?
Don't say poetry.
No. But I'm taking advantage, you know, of what is literally already on my social media. The comments I get, you know, the stuff people say. I feel like my niche is people think I'm fucking 14. I don't understand why,
Okay,
but
that's
they do.
even
That
worse.
might be one.
Don't blame
That's a
me for
yikes.
that. I have a problem with it too.
Yeah, but there's...
Yeah, but you're playing into it.
No, I'm not.
You
No, no.
just admitted that like
I
your
said
niche.
no. What I was going to say is that those comments are there anyway. So it's either I profit off of it and I just make an account and I get paid,
You're playing into
or I
it.
don't.
Jim, you had
Well, it's like
It'll happen anyway. So it's
well,
either
no, no,
I
no,
make
no.
money off
No,
of it, or I
no.
sit there and
Porn
read that
doesn't-
shit no matter
no,
what.
porn doesn't. No, the comments don't make you create content. For
No,
instance,
no. I wasn't saying that. I'm saying like people saying certain things about me are always going to be there.
Yeah.
So no matter what content I do, it's going to be the same outcome no matter what.
Yeah.
So it's I profit off of it and I take advantage of it rather than just
yeah,
sitting
but
at home.
you can
doing it.
pretend to be a dwarf and make just as funny, good content that's not pornography.
Well, my content's not weird. My content has like
Pretend.
nothing to do with that stuff, really. That's what I'm saying. I don't try to post like that.
I think you should just present yourself as a dwarf and do fun things
That's-
that are wholesome.
And I try to do my car stuff, you know.
And then all the little dwarfs who are the real dwarfs, they're
Yeah.
gonna say they're the real ones. They're
Yeah.
gonna come after you. Then you create this big, huge like drama.
Wait, that's smart.
It's seriously, you can be a dwarf, redheaded dwarf, ginger dwarf bakes cakes. You don't have to sell sex. You just have to make enemies with the real dwarfs.
Be the
Yeah.
Shirley Temple of Dwarfs.
Pretty much.
Something
Pretty
like
much.
that for sure.
You don't need to sell. You don't need to do that stuff.
Too lazy to work is crazy.
Mr. Jimmy says chair one is just too lazy to work. Easier to be a hoe for money. Yep.
Actually, I worked till I was like 15 until now. I grew up from fucking nothing and like literally lived in a shed by myself. And now I live completely on my own with 2 cars, one a Supra, one a Toyota 86. I am doing perfectly
You
fine.
sound like Wes Watson
I
right
am
now.
on
though.
the track to make everything I have assets, everything I own, you know, is going to benefit from me. But don't worry about it. It's okay.
Wait, do you your boyfriend helps you out with shooting the stuff? Does he
Sometimes.
get some of it?
He works, so he does his own stuff that he likes to do because he likes automotive too.
But does he take the photos?
Does he blur his face?
No.
Has it already started that he's saying, "Hey, what about this idea?
No.
New chicks."
No, it's all my idea. He doesn't see any problem with it, but he's old enough. I think he's
Yeah.
kind of past that.
So he's into dwarfs, basically.
Sure, and I'm into black men, so we get along very well. I don't see any problem with what I do because it's easy, and I think the world gets mad because it's easy, and I really don't give a fuck. So yeah, you guys can work, or I wouldn't say you because you don't necessarily. But
I just want you to make funny dwarf
whoever
content,
does,
dude.
though, like most people who like say stuff about it, they go and then they work 50 hours working for some man who tells them what to do.
I just think you'd be less defensive if you made dwarf-centric content.
You may be right.
Like,
No, he's right.
I should just fake
He's
it.
not wrong.
Pretend to be a dwarf.
Wait, of the
People love
11
dwarfs.
bodies, how many of them are black guys?
3.
Oh, okay. So you've had variety.
Yeah, Puerto Ricans.
Puerto
I've only
Ricans.
dated one white guy, which was the guy who beat the hell out of me. That's why I don't like them no more.
They do be doing that. I'm just
Yeah,
Understandable.
some of them do.
kidding.
strong.
Yeah.
Asian?
I've never dated an Asian guy, but I love. Okay, this is not
Why are you
towards you,
looking
girl.
at me?
But my type in women, I love Asian women. I literally did a collab with this Asian girl, but she was trash. She was the worst person I've ever met in my entire life, and she was on here. That one girl I told you about.
Which girl?
Kenna. That one girl.
Oh, she's
know her?
Asian.
Or well, I don't know whatever the fuck.
Oh, that's the. Yeah. I know who you're talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah. We literally we collabed. We split everything like
What
price
happened?
or whatever. We go to Colorado,
What
then
was
we
wrong?
go to Miami for
Did
2
it smell?
weeks. It's a 2-week trip.
Did it smell?
Listen to this shit.
The
First of
position?
all, she kisses like this.
Look
What
at-
the fuck is even that?
What the fuck is even
And
that?
I have a
What the fuck
screenshot
is
to
even
prove
that?
it. I am not lying on this. Then, so it seemed like, she really wanted, like, she was like, our content was different. Hers was extreme. Hers was, hey, I do this, 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 this. Mine's not. Mine's mediocre. Mine's light work. It's not crazy
light work.
shit. So, so we're doing fine. And I'm in Miami, I see a Supra that's in my budget, and I go and I buy a fucking Toyota Supra. And she's pissed off and arguing with her boyfriend there, and I'm like, hey, I'm sorry, like, I don't mean to keep you here for that long. Like, I really didn't mean to keep you here. It's a dealership. And then she goes home.
Oh my God, who the hell?
Do you know how to drive stick shift?
Yeah, I can drive
Okay.
5-speed, 6-speed.
Okay, that's what's important.
Yeah, and
here.
it's funny you put that whenever you're the one who fucking asked me. But anyways, no, then then let me tell you. So basically she flew home because she got pissed I bought a car and made a video saying I wanted to be her, but I actually would hate to even look like her, act like her. So yeah, that's kind of what happened. and we're never gonna collab again, obviously. So, yeah.
Damn.
Wow, I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay, but she was on here and she was saying that like girls deserve to get paid to just be hot. See, I don't agree with that. Like, I actually put money and work into my content. Now, like, I still have to go around like all of this, dude. Like, who do you think paid for this trip? I literally funded all this myself. I've been here for the last week and a half. You know what I mean? So it's like I can do things on my own. I've done it on my own. It's not just about hoorah and shit show. So
Let's go.
yeah.
Do you think Toyota Supers are that good of cars, though?
The newer ones are kind of iffy. I don't know yet because I just got one, but the BMW engine does throw me off a little bit. It scares me. But when you have Toyota, they're coming through everything. Maybe it'll be reliable. But I did get the full engine and drivetrain warranty.
So you just produced better content than any pornography. Just a midget with red hair talking about BMW.
Better, but I just don't produce like corn. Like, I like to make it seem like my viewers and my subscribers are getting an inside view of my personal life, not just, hey, this is me with my shirt on.
Do you race?
My car? Yeah.
Have you ever considered racing kids?
What?
Kids race little tiny, when they get trained to do F1 racing, they start with like little
Oh, you mean like
go-karts.
Box car?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I did a little something like that. There's actually an Airbnb in California that's built for that. It has a track all around it.
Yeah.
All right. Natalia gifted 50 whatever memberships. Natalia, guys, W's in the chat for Natalia, guys. Thank you so much, Natalia. Welcome back. Good to see you. Thank you, Natalia. Guys, we need some W's in the chat for 50 gift. Oh my goodness. Natalia is on fire.
Oh, Andrew, you missed one.
I'll get to it. And we have Kat. Oh my God, she gifted 50. Oh, it's like they're one-upping each other. Kat, Natalia.
Battle.
Natalia, Kat. Thank you, Kat. Really appreciate the gifted 50 whatever memberships. W's in the chat for Kat. And then we have Tiffany, can you read this one?
He said Jimbob must read.
Oh, okay, my bad. Go ahead.
My name is Jimbob. You can find me at Made by Jimbob channel on YouTube and all other platforms. I'm a brilliant artist, comic, impressionist, musician, and I'm terrible at marketing. Thanks, Andrew.
All right, we have, hold on. Tiffany, can you read this one?
You're dumb if you think any modern politician cares about you. I'm rolling solo at this point because most people suck. Start your own business. Support small/local businesses. F greedy corporations. Good luck, Crisis King.
Archer, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Ask Sammy about the roaster oven. What's this?
I have no idea. I have literally no idea what that means.
What is the roaster oven?
Oh, wait. It's because I blew up. It's because I blew up my sister's toaster oven. That's my sister.
That's your sister. Wait,
Yeah.
who's Dan?
That's her husband, Dan.
Oh.
I blew up her toaster oven babysitting.
Damn, what the hell?
He's never gonna let that go.
Dan, you need to tell us some more shit that, some more property damage
I was like 15.
that she's done to you guys, because this sounds This is like an abusive relationship. You're just like fucking up her toaster oven. What the fuck? Okay. Cool story, bro. I don't believe you. Chair 1 from Mr. Jimmy.
That $20 was worth saying that, wasn't it?
I think it was super worth it.
Super fucking
Now he's gonna blast like 5 in a row talking
I hope he
shit.
does.
Watch out. Okay, Miyamoto Musashi says, Chair 1, how exactly does one make it to the top 1% of OF while only sending sparse videos to people in DM? Seems a little sus.
Because I know how to market and I know how to sell by value, not price.
Wow.
I was already in sales before OF. You don't think I know how to sell some shit? The fuck?
The fuck? Is that how they talk in North Carolina?
Is that North Carolina? Florida.
Oh, Florida. Where are you from? The mean streets of
No, I'm from like North Central Florida. So like Orlando,
Boca Raton?
What?
What?
That was not English.
Boca, you don't know Boca Raton? Florida?
If that's in Florida, I have no idea.
Hold on. You're from, I've been to Florida once.
North Central Florida. So top middle.
But have you heard of Boca Raton?
I have no idea what that is.
Who here has heard of Boca Raton? Am I saying it wrong? Maybe a little bit?
I don't know.
You're from Florida and you don't know about Boca?
What a dumbass. I'm just kidding. I hate when people do
That
that.
was good. Wait, you hate when people what?
It's like, I'm not in commenting because I haven't heard of something, damn it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
You've never seen that movie? Never.
Like, God forbid I
And like,
didn't
it's so
travel
funny
before.
how. Yeah, it's funny how it's like a phenomenon where it blows the other person's mind, like universally, where they're like, you just haven't seen it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Hold on. That's like if I lived in California my entire life and I never heard of Los Angeles. Maybe that's not a perfect one-to-one comparison,
Well, that's
but
not a really popular city, though.
Okay.
Like, that's like saying I don't know Orlando.
then I've lived in
Cortana is
California
it.
my whole life and I've never heard of Santa Cruz.
sure, but I don't know.
That's probably comparable.
Sure.
You're from Florida.
Yeah.
But it's like with anything.
It's
It's like with anything. It's like a movie.
I guess.
It is.
Go ahead, Val. Tell us how you feel.
That's how I feel.
Tell us how you really feel, Val.
I'm just gonna keep going.
All right, I'm pretty sure that's it. Just double checking, making sure we got everything all in the clear here. Wait, what the fuck?
What the?
Oh my god, I pinned the wrong thing. Oh my goodness, I pinned the wrong thing. Like the video. Hold on, let me
Get
do
it
that.
together.
God bless. What did I pin from John William? God bless Rachel. I'm praying for her. Okay, I don't know why I pinned that. I mean, it's good. God bless Rachel, but I don't know why I accidentally pinned that. Okay, so are you willing to quit OF or no, or is that just a no go?
No, I'm okay.
Okay,
Actually, if
I
you want
tried.
to sub, link in Instagram bio.
Disavow. Okay, GG. Well played. Wait.
Well played.
Wait. Hold on. GG.
Well played.
Oh my! I totally scuffed that. Okay. Last call. Hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you guys for tuning in tonight. I really appreciate it. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports the show. Thank you to the wonderful panel. You guys made it to the end of the show. This is one of our shortest shows in a very long time. So, congratulations, guys. I don't know if that's a compliment, though. Maybe that.
No, I take it personally.
You guys are so lacking conversationally that this show is our shortest
So fucking
in
boring.
like over a year. So congrats.
I'm glad we made it to the end.
Good job, guys. Really proud of you. Okay, we will be live again Sunday at 5 p.m. Pacific. Any girls who want to be on the show, you can DM out whatever on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara, 07's in the chat. Let me just double check, make sure we're all good here on everything. One moment, guys. Yo, chat, I have a question for you. I have a question. Shit, what is it?
I feel left out.
Damn, there was like something I had to ask, but I'm just forgetting it. And it's going to kill me if I don't ask it. Let me just double check my notes here really quick. Tiffany, are you a racist? I don't know.
No.
Oh, okay. Cool. Thank you for your contribution, Tiffany. Let's see. Okay, we did Val's stuff. We did Alien. We did Sammy. Not in that way. Okay, well, I'm just going to have to be upset that I forgot whatever I was going to... there's some sort of topic that we had... Wait, there's a picture. Wait. Okay, no, we did that. We did that. Did this. Okay, all right. Well, guys, thank you for tuning in tonight. One sec. Sorry that this is really awkward now because I'm trying to...
Gosh.
I'm trying to... There's something I'm forgetting. Did I talk about big labia? Yeah, I did. I talked about that.
Ad nauseum.
Only date, yeah. I didn't, not ad nauseum. There's a very limited, okay.
It's like 3 or 4 times.
All right, guys, like the video, please, on your way out. Thank you again, guys, for tuning in. Guys, can I see some 07s in the chat? 07s in the chat, boys. All right, guys, good night. Good night. We will see you guys next Sunday. Good night, guys. Fuck it, we're going back, boys. Okay, Andrew just came in, you son of a gun. You were going to ask if I should move to Santa Barbara and become the official co-host of whatever, and we go to twice a week and make banger content. Well, I mean, to add on top of that, we're also going to get you consistent 1v1 debates if you get out here to Santa Barbara. Andrew Wilson, W's in the chat for Andrew Wilson, the Crucible. Thank you guys so much. Okay, guys, hope you guys have a good night. 07 in the chat. Good night, guys.